Chapter 1, Start. Today is a beautiful day. The sky was clear and clouds were drifting. The sun was like usual, bringing warmth and light to this world while everything was going as it should be in this world. People started their day as usual by going to their jobs or doing their responsibilities. And maybe nothing at all. In a city like any other city in Japan, there was a school that seemed fancier than other schools. This GOOOOSE Academy, which was previously an all-girls private school. But at some point, it changed completely. It changed into a co-ed school while a new building was made overnight, but nobody seemed to care, or rather say they didn't notice any abnormality. Well, even if a strange event happened, life won't stop, as today is the first day of the school. New students with the old students arrived today to start their first day in school. All students were wearing uniforms which had two types. The boys' uniform consists of a black blazer with white accents over a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes. While the girls' uniform consists of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. All the students walked in the path towards the school while they had a happy smile on their faces. Mostly the boys, because this is a girls' school, but everyone was looking forward to seeing what this year is hiding. Except a single boy that was sitting on a bench in a park away from the school by a mile. The boy had a slightly long black hair that covered his forehead slightly, while he had black frame glasses, coupled with black headphones with blue lines and decoration that was on his neck. The boy's eyes were clear blue that could reflect the sky, and his face, even if he wasn't the best, it could be considered handsome. Also, he had the same boy's uniform of GOOOOSE Academy. All in all, the boy was leaning his back on the bench while looking at the sky and the clouds, as he seemed to think about something with a serious face, as he was sending a literate aura. A few people that were in the park looked at the boy. Some ignored him while some looked at him and talked silently. Mostly girls were whispering if they should talk to him. But the looks can be deceiving. It fucking boring. The boy said quietly as he was looking at the sky with annoyance. I'm in a world with a vague mythology, no clear training system, and a broken power level. But I can't do anything, Leo said as he sighed. This is the 17 years of Leo in this world. Yes, Leo isn't a person from this world. Honestly, he doesn't even know why he came here and why he awakened his memories a year ago. Apparently, Leo's memories were sealed until his 16th birthday, where he almost threw the cake at his parents' face from the surprise and anger at himself. 16 years, he wasted by these having memories sealed, and left him with only 1 year because the city he's now and the school he was going to. But he discovered after a bunch of trails that he's a normal human without any power in a world where gods, angels, and demons are everywhere. So, he had to take a different approach. Stay the fuck away from any supernatural event. First, Leo wanted to convince his parents of moving from this city. But after he saw his father was happy about his new job, and the fact he can't just convince them, which made him stop and accept the fact he's in a death zone called plot. But fate didn't forsake him that much, because, after a week from his memories awakening, Leo saw a loading bar in his sight after he woke up from the bed. After confirming the existence of the loading bar wasn't just his mind playing tricks on him. Leo had a new goal, and that's preparing before the suspected system arrives. From lifting to taking different martial arts courses, Leo did the best he could and was available for him without stopping or ignoring his studies. That was mostly because of his new parents that supported him, even if he started training and acting weird from nowhere. Leo is completely grateful for his parents in this world. Although the memories awakening made him a little awkward, but he soon recovered after a day. After watching his parents die in the last life, Leo was grateful for having these two loving parents, and even made him quite angry if someone was trying to do anything to them. Well, very angry that he beat the shit out of 3 kids in his school after they insulted his mother, which made him suspended from school for a month. But he did the comeback of getting in the top 10, even if the teachers saw him as a delinquent. But Leo didn't care about the people's way of looking at him. For Leo, as long as the people he cares about see him as himself, that enough from him. Leo's father scolded him slightly, but in the back, he was saying good job, and that's my son, which made Leo feel warm and more respectful towards his parent even if he was acting casually around them. After a year of preparation, Leo now can beat normal people even if they were adults easily, but in a world with a stupid power level, this is nothing. And now Leo skipped the school and arrived at the park. Leo wanted to go towards an abandoned place, but the thought of meeting with a stray or something like that stopped him immediately. Finally, I can see this system. I just hope it isn't a scam. Leo looked at the bar with 99% and 7 seconds left before looking at the sky again. Please be something good. Or anything that can help me to grow stronger, Leo prayed while the countdown reached 0 and the loading finished. Welcome to the multiverse chat room. This is a place where you can meet different people from different universes and chat or interact with them. Do you wish to activate the chat room and become the admin? Leo's face completely distorted when he looked at the 2 flying screens above him before taking a deep breath and calming himself. But on the inside, Leo was screaming on the inside from all the frustration. Where the fuck is my OP system? No, where is my regular system that allows me to become stronger? Leo felt he was bleeding from the inside while looking at the screens before remembering all his lessons about martial arts and calming himself. Calm down, Leo. Even if it was a chat room dressed as a system, it is still the only thing you got. I have to make use of it. Leo calming himself. Leo looked at the 2 screens for a while without moving. Observing the screen for a while, the screen started flashing like telling Leo to choose. There's no refuse button. Leo noticed something before grinning. Hello there. My name is Leo Arisaltek, nice to meet you. Leo smiled slightly while making his voice low so it doesn't sound like a madman talking to himself, even if he didn't care about people, but them pointing at him makes him annoyed. As for the last name, Leo doesn't understand why his father with such a last name choose to live in Japan. As a chat system, you should be able to invite people to have a pleasant conversation together and help each other. Right? Leo said, but the screens didn't change. Do you think I'll believe that bullshit? Leo said as his glasses flashed and covered his eyes. There's nothing free in this world, and if there's, it's just a debt that'll be paid later. Leo said quietly as the screens kept flashing. So, because of this situation, it seems you stuck with me, and you want me to do something. Then pay me first or you'll be stuck like this for a long time, and believe me when I say. I can wait, Leo said as some people noticed his weird actions, but he didn't care about them. Leo now is doing a gamble with his only way of getting stronger and most likely his last hope. If his thinking was wrong and this chat room can leave him, then he's done for. As long there is a chance and a way to start strong, why not take the gamble? Here's the moment of truth, Leo thought before a new light screen appeared in front of him. A gift pack has been created for the admin and it will be received after the activation. Leo smiled while looking at the new screen. But even if he didn't want to admit it, his heart was beating really fast at this moment. Safe. I shouldn't push it more, Leo said while looking at the screen that was flashing even more. Leo actually wants to ask about what he has to do, or the origin of this chat room. But he feels that it'll never tell him anything after his actions now. Taking a deep breath, Leo chose yes in his mind as the screen flashed and a new one appeared in front of him. The screen looked exactly the same as any other chat program with the typing bar and friends list in the side, but there was no one except Leo at the moment. Without looking at the chat screen, Leo moved his eyes instantly toward a gift symbol in the upper right of the screen. The moment Leo's eyes glanced at the gift grew up and covered the screen before some options appeared in front of Leo. Because of the rules between worlds, the admin needs to choose what he'll get, a random ability or item from other worlds, but if it's something that requires energy or condition that the admin doesn't have, it'll not work until the admin pay to make compatible with his body a random ability or item from this world where the admin is completely compatible. As this is the first time the admin get power, the system allows you to choose the theme of the power as long as it can work with your current conditions. Leo frowned while looking at the screen. This seems to be something good, but there is also a lot of limitation. A random ability from other worlds seems nice, but the more powerful it's, the more Leo needs to pay to make it work, while a weak ability won't help him that much. A random ability from this world with powerful power levels is nice. But it can only work with his body, which lowers the choice to the sacred gears, which not all of them can be extremely powerful like the Longinus. A theme. Leo looked at the screen before choosing second while picking the theme as Longinus. The admin chooses the second option. Theme Longinus. The gift has been sent, please open it. It actually worked. Leo saw his attempt was successful before the gift in the screen flashed. Leo reached slowly to the screen before touching the gift as it exploded with colorful colors, and Leo felt something is changing inside of him. Congratulations for the admin to get. Longinus Annihilation Maker. A bunch of information appeared inside Leo's head about his new power while he knew what he got from this gift. Leo lowered his head in silence while people that were watching him change his expression without a reason felt even more confused. Suddenly, a girl and her two friends walked towards Leo that didn't move for a while. Are you Oka? The girl didn't finish her words because of a fist that almost hit her in the face. Leo that was silenced suddenly jumped from the bench while raising his hands to the sky. Yes, 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 yes. Leo had a big smile on his face before he looked to his side. Who the hell are you? Leo said as the girl and her friends felt even more confused. Don't you know that sneaking on others is creepy? People these days, Leo said to the girl before walking away and leaving the girl and her friend with few spectators completely confused. Leo walked slowly while remembering the ability he just got. Annihilation Maker, also known as the creation of the demonic beast, is a high-tier Longinus with the ability to create any creature that the possessor can imagine. Annihilation Maker is considered to be one of the biggest bugs in the sacred gear system, having world-class powers that could destroy the world. And now it's in my hands. A sacred gear that its key power is imagination. Leo grinned while walking. And my imagination is quite wild. Leo grin grew wider as he was walking out of the park. First activation, Leo said as he focused on his sacred gear inside of his soul. The chat room already activated Leo's sacred gear and gave him enough information to use it, but this is his first time with a sacred gear. After moments, Leo felt something inside of him. It was his sacred gear, which now allows him to create beasts as long as stamina and energy are enough. Now, let's put a cover, Leo said before he activated his sacred gear and started imagining the beast he wants to create. The shape. Small spider. Color. Change with the surroundings. Ability 1, Stealth. Ability 2. Block my Longinus signals and send a normal feedback. Leo closed his eyes before a dark light flashed on his shoulders. After a few seconds, a small spider that completely blended in with Leo's uniform appeared on his shoulders. Leo felt his breath a little rushed and his body slightly tired, but he smiled while looking at the spider above his shoulder. With this, I don't have to worry about any demon or fallen angel until I master my Longinus. Leo smiled before activating the chat room again. Now Leo is planning to look through this chat room. But he completely forget about school. Like he cares anyway. Chapter 2, Chat Room. Leo was walking in the street while looking at the surrounding people. After leaving the park, Leo moved towards the busy street trying to find a nice cafe to sit down and look at this chat room. Even if the chat room is important, Leo doesn't like to rush things, especially if they are something completely unknown like this chat room. Why does it exist? Who created the chat room? Who the real owner? What's the purpose of it to gather characters from the multiverse and even giving Leo a powerful Longinus easily? And most importantly, why did it choose him from everyone? Honestly, Leo is both wary and confused from the chat room. Maybe it was just a joke from a powerful being, or maybe someone just wanted to see something funny, or there's a big scheme in the middle and he's just a puppet being controlled. Shaking his head left and right a few times, Leo stopped this thinking about things beyond his capabilities. Knowledge and information, especially the deep ones, are the privilege of the strong, which he doesn't have because of his weakness. It seems I have to just play along. I really hate when things become so mysterious. Leo frowned while looking at the people around. Leo likes to observe the people around him and try to figure out what they are thinking. This always was a hobby of his, which reflected in his nature that likes to calculate everything around him and prepare for it. Which he still feeling uncomfortable in not knowing how did he arrive at this world. Leo shook his head before feeling his neck itching because the spider monster he created is hiding in his uniform collar. In this short walk, Leo checked his Longinus several times by connecting with it, as he discovered a lot of things about it. Leo can create any monster he wants and summoning it from any place in his body like he did with the spider. Even his shadow can count as a medium to summon. Any monster Leo creates won't dissipate until his energy runs out or the monster got destroyed, while he can store some monsters in a place like his shadow or even inside of his own body if he was creative enough. The stronger the monster's ability, be it physical with a giant size or mysterious like controlling flames, the more Leo needs to spend energy and time to create it. Leo in his walk created few butterflies without ability almost instantly, while the spider took a few seconds because it was small and without a combat ability. But even in that condition, Leo discovered a loophole. If the monsters had things that connect with Leo, the less energy and time it takes to create. Like a living monster is easier than a dead monster because Leo is a living being. And this thinking about Annihilation Maker makes me wonder. Are there two of them now? Leo remembered the chat room didn't tell him how he did get the Longinus. If Leo has the Longinus now, does that guy in the hero faction still have it? Or maybe there's two of them now. Is this a paradox? Leo questions started to accumulate rapidly without any way to answer them. Noticing that he's thinking a lot again, Leo sighed before noticing a cafe in the distance. Leo changed his direction before walking towards the cafe while observing the people around him. Living peacefully without any worry, even if this world is a bomb that might explode at any time. And not ignoring the fact that they are the weakest party in the world. Ignorance is a bliss sometimes. Leo entered the cafe before walking towards a table. Sitting down, Leo ordered a cup of coffee while taking his phone. The waiter was surprised because of Leo's uniform and the fact he's here during this time, but he still took the order and left. Leo didn't care about the waiter because he was looking at his phone now. Do you wish to connect the chat room to this device? This appeared the first moment after Leo took his phone, which gave him more understanding of the chat room. Like it can connect to different devices, but the limit is unknown for now. At least I'll not look like a madman looking at the air now. Leo choose yes as the chat room app appeared on his phone. Leo clicked on the app as the same chat room appeared on his phone. But it has a few flashing icons. Please send the first invitation. Leo looked at the message for a moment before turning his attention to his nickname in the chat room. Blackmail admin. Leo almost hit the screen before calming himself and choosing options to change this nickname. After a lot of turns, Leo finally found the option and changed his name to Annihilation Maker. Who'd use his true name in a suspicious chat program? Leo nodded with satisfaction before checking a thing in the upper left corner called points. 0 points. Points are the main currency of the chat room. Using points, the chat members can buy some items from the chat room store or upgrade their abilities. Leo nodded at the explanation before checking the store. It was completely empty without anything inside. Maybe it needs a condition to activate. Leo tilted his head while thinking about possibilities. Stopping the pointless thoughts, Leo chose abilities option before two options appeared in front of him. Overall body reinforcement. Stage 1. Cost, 1000 point. Annihilation Maker Balance Breaker. Cost, 999,9456 point. Leo's face twitched while looking at the long number of balance breaker. 10 million. It was 10 million. Maybe because learning about my Longinus and activating it lowered the price. Leo remembered that sacred gears respond to their users' desires and wishes. Closing the ability window, Leo looked at an icon next to the points number before clicking on it. Daily check-in, 42 point. Leo looked at his points increased by 42 points. Daily lottery about points. The limit is 100, Leo nodded as he fixed his glasses. Leo understood from this that the chat room will have something like missions to let the members get points, because using just the check-in will take at least years to get enough points for upgrading. After checking the chat group a few more times, Leo glanced at the invitation screen that was flashing until now. Sigh. Why can't I have a normal system? Leo muttered as he looked at the invitation button. Leo hesitated for a while before reaching towards the button. Because he knows if he didn't do it, this chat group will force him at some point. Here goes nothing. Leo clicked on the screen as the invitation disappeared. The admin sends the first pack of invitations and got 1000 points. 5 invitations has been sent. Please wait until the new members arrive. Leo glanced at his phone before closing it and leaning his back at the chair. The waiter arrived at this moment as Leo took the coffee before sipping from it. Leo closed his eyes. All the information and events today made him a bit tired, so he thought of taking a break before meeting these new members. Leo doesn't know if these members will be powerful or weak, but there's one thing for certain. He's walking to another unknown battlefield. But before Leo finished his coffee, the phone started ringing. Picking his phone, Leo looked at the caller. It was his father. Shit. Act normal, Leo. He doesn't know anything. Leo watched his phone ringing for a while to make it look like he was asking the teacher for permission. Leo picked up the call and said, "Hello, Dad. Did something happen?" Leo tried to make his tone filled with concern in an attempt to trick his father. The other side was silent for a while before Leo heard a familiar voice. "Everything is okay, Leo. How's school?" A few drops of sweat appeared on Leo's forehead. He usually never enters the subject directly. Leo calmed himself before replying, "It's okay. But I need to leave because the teacher won't wait any longer." "The teacher? Hey! Leo, stop this." "We know about it," Leo father said as Leo sighed. "It was worth the shot." "How did you know?" Leo surrendered before asking. "It was your new school council president who told us." Leo clicked his tongue before he realized something. "Did you just say, us? About that?" "Leo, you know that I'm okay as long as you get good results, but your mother." Leo started to get paler by the second. "You better come fast, Leo. You are alone this time." The call hung up while Leo almost dropped his phone. Leo stood up slowly from the table before dashing towards the cafe exit. "Hey! What up?" The waiter wanted to stop Leo, but he got money thrown at his face before Leo rushed out of the cafe. Leo sprinted in the road towards his home without noticing his phone was ringing a few times. Chapter 3, New Members and Plans. In a normal neighborhood consisted of many houses. There was a house that wasn't different from the others. This is Leo house and the place he grew up in. Currently, inside the house, Leo was leaning his head on his hand while looking at his mother that kept talking non-stop for almost an hour now. Leo already lost the power to understand her words after a half hour, and all what he hears now is blah 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 blah. This is Leo's biggest nightmare. To be forced to listen to someone's scoldings or complaints, and what makes it worse, it's from his mother, which makes him helpless to stop her. He clearly remembers that day when he beat those 3 kids. His mother scolded him for 6 hours straight and only stopped because it was getting late. But at least his father joined him that day after his mother saw him encouraging Leo from the back. Leo raised his head to look at his mother that didn't even take a break or a cup of water while walking right and left in front of him. Most of the talk is about this as his first day in the new school, and he actually skipped it, and some talk about his future and some stuff like that, but when it reached that part Leo lost his ability to understand. All this time Leo was fighting his inner urge of using Annihilation Maker to make a beast that covers his ears, but he stopped because his mother will always ask him after 5 minutes if he was listening. "Leo, are you listening?" Leo's mother Manamai turned to look at Leo that almost dropped his head on the table before asking him. "Yes. You asked 7 times now, and the answer is still, yes, Leo said in a tired voice while he noticed something from the room door. Leo saw his father holding his laughter while giving him a thumb up from the door. At that moment, Leo's expression darkened instantly while looking at his father laughing. Sigh. You wasn't listening, Leo Manamai suddenly said, drawing Leo's attention. I know you are trying hard, Leo, but you need to stop these acts of yours. Manamai is fully aware of Leo's hard working as he balanced his studies with all those different sports he was doing. And this is not only about school. It's about your way to treat people, Leo. Think about your social life, blah 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 blah. Leo tried to hear her at first, but his mind betrayed him. It's almost time for lunch. Manamai realized she was talking for more than an hour before saying, I'm going to cook. Leo felt like he was liberated from hell, but the next words stopped him. And this talk isn't over, young man. Leo stood up from the table and walked out the door to see his father with a smug smile. This is Leo, father Richard. Traitor. Leo said before his father waved his hand. Hey, don't put this on me. The call was from the house phone, and if I wasn't there. You know your mother reactions. Don't tell me she said something weird. Leo covered his face while his father said, the moment your mom picked the phone I heard a scream of my son is skipping school, then he's going to be a criminal. Leo felt a headache now. But don't worry, I stopped the call before she continued, and I'm pretty sure she started talking about tattoos or something, Richard said as Leo covered his face even more. However, Leo. Richard said with a serious expression as Leo removed his hand and looked at him, I'm with your mother about your actions. You can't keep treating people as you do now. I know you don't mean something bad, but people always classify the person by his first impression on them, and your impression will most likely be a bunch of rude words, Richard said with a calm voice. Richard knows what kind of person his son is. To put it simply, his son is the type of a person that will laugh at someone falling in front of him without helping because he thinks that everyone should stand for themselves, but if someone wasn't able to stand even if he tries, Leo wouldn't mind helping them out in a reasonable way. Richard remembers the time where his son beat two guys in front of him just because they were bullying a guy that was protecting his sister in the alleyway, which makes him more convinced that his son learned martial arts so that he can be rude towards people without a worry. And if someone gives it a chance to learn his character, he'll notice that after some time, the rude words will disappear, but there will be some sarcasm in the middle. But people usually misunderstood these actions and think that Leo is just a jerk without giving it a chance to understand his character. Like in the neighborhood, Leo usually helps some neighbors if they asked nicely, which makes every new neighbor surprised by this response. This makes Richard worried about his son's future because the number of friends he got in his life can be counted with one hand. Leo didn't speak as his father sighed because they did this conversation many times before. Why don't you give it a chance in school? Maybe you can find something interesting like a club. Richard gave Leo a suggestion, but he didn't respond because he doesn't want to go to that school in the first place. Sigh. Fine, I'll give it a try, Leo said after his father kept staring at him. If you excuse me. I'll be in my room, Leo said before walking towards the stairs. Richard nodded as he was looking at his son leaving, but at that moment he noticed something wrong. Leo turned to look at his father that was staring at him seriously. When you said give it a try, did you mean your way of talking or the school? Leo didn't answer as his father eyebrow twitched. You'll skip the school again, right? Leo stood there in silence as Richard got his answer. Leo, I'm okay with this, but your mother? Richard said, pointing at Manamai in the other room. I have my ways. And Leo looked at his mother before giving his father a bright smile which scared him. Hey, Mom! Dad said he's okay with me skipping school. With those words Leo walked upstairs, leaving his father with his angry wife. Traitor! Those were Richard's last words before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Leo that reached his room smiled while listening to the scolding downstairs. This is just a usual day in a Risaltek's household. Leo always thinks he's lucky to have these two parents, unlike all those novels he read about traversers losing their parents or some dark past. Leo cherishes these two parents and counts them as the best gift given to him by this world, which is why he never stops his mother because he knows she's just worried about him. Even the father that always joking with him also cares about him deeply, which makes him feel warm. This is one of the biggest reasons why Leo wanted to leave this city because he doesn't want his parents to be in this death zone. And another reason he was looking for power even if it means to reach for a suspicious chat room. Now I have a way to be strong. Leo opened his room door before saying if anyone dares to touch them, the annihilation word in my Longinus isn't for decoration. Those words were said in a very cold tone. Leo knows from the moment he arrived in this world and saw the system loading bar that he'll have to kill someday. Maybe it sounds wrong or ridiculous for someone who never killed anyone, but Leo will never hesitate if this involves his loved ones. After closing the door behind him, Leo walked to the bed before lying down and looking at the ceiling. The spider in Leo's collar moved out and walked up to his head. Leo noticed the spider movements, but didn't care about it that much. Beasts created by Annihilation Maker have simple wisdom and instinct, but they're completely loyal to Leo. After a while, Leo took his phone that he noticed was ringing, but he wasn't able to open it in front of his mother. Leo opened the chat room app before he saw a lot of notifications. Advocate of Gender Equality joined the chat room. Biri joined the chat room. The strongest man in the world joined the chat room. After this, the chat room was silent for almost a half hour. Advocate of Gender Equality, is this some sort of scam? Where is the content I was promised? Advocate of Gender Equality, I can't even delete it. Rip my PC. Advocate of Gender Equality, and what with this nickname? Leo saw only one person kept talking about this as a scam for 5 minutes before another person joined. Biri, I have to be impressed by an esper able to hack my phone, but how dare you call me Bri? The second person enters like its name. Like an electric shock. Advocate of Gender Equality, wow, calm down. And what esper? Are you an 8th grader syndrome? Bri, what do you mean what an esper? Are you outside the Academy City? Advocate of Gender Equality, Academy City? Is there a place like that in Japan? Leo saw two of them talking about where the Academy City for a while before the third person joined the chat while another person accepted the invitation. A hero for fun joined the chat room. The strongest man in the world, GOOOOOSE. This is an interesting devil fruit power, but it takes more than a devil fruit to challenge me. Leo looked at the person's words while wondering if he actually writes his laugh. A hero for fun, oh, are you strong? The strongest man in the world, GOOOOOSE. So are you the one challenging me? A hero for fun, if you're strong then yes, but there's a sale soon so I'll pass for now. A hero for fun is offline. The strongest man in the world, If you didn't challenge me, then who sends this invitation? Advocate of Gender Equality, did I just entered a group of 8th grader syndrome? Bri, although it sounds like an 8th grader syndrome with those nicknames, but isn't this normal in Academy City? With this, Leo finally finished reading all the notifications. Bri in Academy City means at level 5 esper, Misaka Mikoto from Index World. Leo looked at the second person. Advocate of Gender Equality. I feel like I heard about it somewhere. Leo put his hand on his chin before looking at the two last newcomers, Whitebeard and Saitama. If the first two are okay, even if Misaka's world is very dangerous, then the last two are people that can destroy the world easily. Inviting these two. Just what this chat room wants to do. Leo felt this chat room hid more secrets before looking at some old chats. From their reactions, this chat room actually clickbaited them. Leo watched the chat room again. Advocate of Gender Equality, okay, if I can't delete this chat room then I'll at least change my nickname Bri, I think I'll do the same. Leo looked at the two talking about changing their nicknames before he glances at something called Admin Options. With a quick click, Leo disabled any attempt to change nicknames. Annihilation Maker, Admin, has disabled nickname changing. The chat room caught in a short silence before it explodes. Advocate of gender equality, there's an admin. Bree Bree, are you responsible for this? And you called me Bree Bree. Bree Bree, come and fight me face to face, you coward. The strongest man in the world, admin? So you are responsible for this floating thing in front of me. Leo looked at the messages that kept increasing before reaching to admin options again. Total ban by Annihilation Maker, admin, Annihilation Maker, admin shut the hell up. You're annoying Annihilation Maker, admin can't you stop talking for a moment? Annihilation Maker, admin listen here. I'm like you, doesn't know anything about this chat room and why did it appear. So if you could calm down and think with that brain of yours, do me a favor and find out why Annihilation Maker, admin, and if you can't stop calling it a hack and a scam, then look in options for something called portable mode. Leo wrote those few lines before removing the ban. The chat was silent for a while. Advocate of gender equality, okay, I'm done, I have better things to do than staying here to listen to a bunch of rude words. I'll fix my PC later. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Bree Bree, not only hacking my phone but also acting all-powerful behind a computer screen. Bree Bree has been banned for an hour by the admin. Leo directly banned the second annoying person before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin, I think an hour is enough for you to check the portable mode and calm down the strongest man in the world. Goo ha 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 ha. I never thought I'll meet someone who'll insult me today. I admit your bravery, but are you ready to be responsible for your words? Leo looked at the screen without an expression. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Anyone who hears that name in One Piece world will be scared. And what more absurd than that if they heard someone just insulted him? Whitebeard. A living legend and the strongest man in One Piece. So strong that nobody actually pointed that he doesn't have a beard. Leo looked at the chat before reply. Annihilation Maker, admin, so, do you want to fight? The strongest man in the world, pick your place. I give you that advantage. Annihilation Maker, admin, too bad, old man. We're separated with a distance that can't be counted by numbers. The strongest man in the world, Explain. Leo didn't talk but just picked photos of a modern city and sent it to Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, what's this place? Whitebeard, that was sitting on his chair, looked at the modern city photo with a frown. I never saw a place like this before. Is it undiscovered region? Whitebeard looked at the chat room again. Annihilation Maker, admin, a modern city. Something that doesn't exist in your world. The strongest man in the world, my world. Annihilation Maker, admin, yet we're not in the same world. Like a whole different place, from its society until it power. Whitebeard didn't reply for a while. The strongest man in the world, I see, Annihilation Maker, admin, you're not going to question it. Leo was surprised by Whitebeard's reaction. The strongest man in the world, why should I be surprised? The sea taught me to expect the unexpected, but goo ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to see something like this in the last moment of my life. Leo, that was lying on the bed, stood up and sat down on the side while looking at Whitebeard. Words. The strongest man, hey. Leo smiled while looking at the chat. The strongest man in the world, but it seems you know my world very well. Annihilation Maker, admin, you can say I know what I need to know. The strongest man in the world, for example. Annihilation Maker, admin, Ace Father. Whitebeard took another period of silence before replying. The strongest man in the world, it seems there's really a different world. How do you know? Annihilation Maker, admin, I was just lucky for knowing some future events. That all the strongest man in the world, the future, you say? Annihilation Maker, admin, yet, but you better not take it seriously because the future is made by our actions, which change all the time. Whitebeard, that was looking at the chat room screen, nodded. Annihilation Maker, admin, and I'll not tell you anything about your future. The strongest man in the world, I don't really care about any future, but I'm curious about your reason. Annihilation Maker, admin, would you believe if I said that you'll be betrayed by one of your sons? And as a person that loves his family deeply, I bet you'll crack my head if I said that. Goo ha 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 ha. Whitebeard that was sitting on his chair started laughing loudly, which scared his crew. The strongest man in the world, it seems you really know what kind of person am I. Annihilation Maker, admin. If this is over, then we should talk about this chat room. Look at the store, Leo wrote for Whitebeard as he opened his store that was flashing. Restoration function is opened now. By paying equivalent points, the members can heal any condition they are in, even prolong life as long as points are enough. Annihilation Maker, admin. This S most likely was added here because of you, the strongest man in the world, my condition. Annihilation Maker, admin. So this takes us to a question. Why? Why this chat room looks like it preparing us for something, even giving us healing services. The strongest man in the world, the things that'll give those points. Annihilation Maker, admin. Yes. And this period we are in is most likely to be a preparation period until we'll be sent to different worlds, so we need to prepare and work together. Because if you notice, there's no retreat button. Annihilation Maker, admin. I'll make a file with an explanation about the basic function of the chat room and the subject of the different worlds for other members. Leo started working on his file before he got another message. The strongest man in the world, I've decided. Annihilation Maker, admin. Decided what? The strongest man in the world, you're going to be my son. Leo stared at Whitebeard's words for a while before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin. No, the strongest man in the world, me and you are going to fight after this thing you call program give us the ability to travel between worlds, and when that happens, I'll show you why I'm called the strongest. The strongest man in the world is offline. Leo looked at Whitebeard leaving the chat before holding his head in headache. I need to become stronger. And fast, Leo said as he walked towards his desk before he sat down on the chair. After finishing the explanation file, Leo opened the ability section and choose overall body reinforcement stage 1. Do you confirm your choice? Leo choose yes as his body flashed for a second before returning to normal. Waiting for a while, Leo didn't feel anything different except his fatigue is gone now. Is this a scam? Leo noticed something in his vision. To be exact, his vision is blurred now. Removing his glasses, Leo's vision returned to normal and even better than before. Leo now realized he can even hear his mother and father talking clearly. Leo stood up from the chair and started to do some martial arts moves as he understood how much his body changed. His power, speed, and every function of his body almost tripled, making him officially in the categories of superhumans. Leo stopped his action after a while, noticing that after all of that his breath didn't even rush a little. Moving back to the desk and picking up his phone, Leo glanced at his abilities again. Overall body reinforcement. Stage 2. Cost, 5000 point. Annihilation Maker balance breaker. Cost, 999,4537 point. Balance breaker cost lowered. Leo nodded before closing the chat room and leaning his back on the chair. Leo now is thinking about what the best choice for him now. To be stronger, you need to cover everything from strength to speed, which Leo knows he can't just create monsters and sit away because a strong enemy will never allow it. Leo stared at his glasses on the desk while feeling the spider above his head before an idea popped in his head. Annihilation Maker, create beasts from my imagination. As long as it a beast it can create it. Leo raised his hand as he focused on it. A dark light appeared on Leo's hand before glasses that looked exactly the same as his old glasses appeared. Putting on the new glasses, Leo looked to see the vision is normal, but the moment he blinked his vision turned into a thermal vision. These glasses are a beast created by Annihilation Maker with the ability to grant thermal vision to its user. As long as it a beast, it can be whatever I want it. Leo smiled while switching his vision to normal. Taking a notebook, Leo opened it before his hand flashed with a dark light and a pencil appeared. Leo started drawing on the notebook like he was a professional drawing. First, I need something to cover my lack of combat experience and give me more power. Leo's hand moved at very fast speed while the drawing was made clear. It was Venom from Marvel. Symbiotes is the best choice for now. Leo looked at his Venom drawing as he remembered Symbiote's powers from Marvel. Symbiotes or Clintar are species of extraterrestrial symbiotes from the Marvel world. They grant their user a lot of powers which start in increasing its user physical ability and making his body immune from all diseases and grant a healing factor. The symbiotes also grant advanced senses like allowing their user to see 360 degrees around his body as if the symbiote's skin is covered in eyes while increasing their user intelligence and memory, but these are only the basic abilities. The most powerful thing about symbiotes is their ability to retain genetic memories and the abilities of its previous users, but that ability I can't make currently with Annihilation. Maker Leo frowned as he felt the rejection from his Longinus. Knowledge, power, and imagination. These three are the key for my Longinus. Imagination is already available, which leaves knowledge and power. Leo rotated the pencil in his hand while thinking. Power can't be achieved easily, so it left me with knowledge. Leo picked his notebook while staring at his venom drawing. Step by step. Putting his hand on his chest, Leo stopped moving for a while, but with every second passing, Leo got paler. After a few seconds, Leo stopped as he was breathing heavily, but he had a happy smile on his face. If I can't make it instantly, why don't I do it step by step? Leo smiled as he felt the golden glowing sphere next to his Longinus. This is another type of beasts that its only function is to save another beast inside of it until its creation finishes. Leo can add energy and stamina at any time to continue the creation without worry about losing his progress. This is the first project. It'll take almost a week because it is something that only requires normal human powers, but it'll be my ticket to knowledge about something that'll take my ability to a different level. Leo smiled before he remembered something. Leo picked up his phone and chose the restoration function before an option with 10 points appeared in front of him. Clicking on the option, Leo felt his fatigue disappeared, and he went back to full energy. This might finish after 2 days or fewer. Leo said as he started to send energy to the golden sphere as it was beating slowly. Chapter 4, GOOOOSE Academy and First Blood. Leo was inside his room wearing his uniform. That's the day he'll go to check that school. Honestly, Leo doesn't care about devils and their games. For him, as long as they don't mess with him, he'll never care about them. Leo yawned as he was fixing his uniform collar. After creating the sphere, Leo stayed the whole night awake to accelerate its progress. But just sending stamina wasn't the reason for his fatigue. The real reason is the effect and the ability that this beast gave Leo after the progress reached 30%. Leo put on his headphones before he glanced at a pot in his room. Leo's mother Manamai usually likes to put different plants as decoration in the house, and this pot contains a normal plant, but now it withered. Leo reached to his chest as he felt the sphere beating slowly. The moment this beast started to take a shape, his ability also started to show up and appear on Leo. Stamina wasn't the thing that was used by my Longinus, it was ki or life force, Leo said as he raised his hand. A small white flame appeared on Leo's finger before Leo controlled it and made it jump around his hand. This can be counted as senjutsu. Leo extinguished the flames in his hand. Every living being in the world born with a life force called ki, but very few are able to tap into it and control it. Like any other living being in this world, Leo also has that energy hidden in his body, but because of his normal human capabilities, he wasn't able to sense it even with his Longinus until he created this beast. This beast is a master of life itself with a power very similar to his Longinus, which finally made Leo realize how he was able to create it from the first try. The similarity between his Longinus and the beast made the cost of its creation small, and with the new ability to control life, the cost became even smaller. Leo closed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. The dark world suddenly ignited with light or small clusters floating around. These clusters are every living being in Leo vicinity, like plants, insects, humans. Even the ki in the air can be used to determine the surrounding without the need for vision. This beast in its infancy allowed Leo to access ki but also control it without worry, like breathing after one night from training. Because this beast is born from Leo's soul, so it more like an ability in the shape of a beast. Leo now is able to gather the ki in the surrounding and use it directly to create beasts, but it takes a long time to gather it, unlike his own ki, and not ignoring the fact that the ki in the city is very low. But even if Leo able to control ki and perform simple senjutsu now, he didn't want to draw ki from the surrounding for 3 reasons. This is his home, which he prefers if no supernatural person knows about it, especially about his abilities. Trying to absorb ki from the surrounding without control will kill living beings around Leo, like what happened with that plant in his room. Leo was focused on his beast until he felt ki before looking at the plant withering instantly. The beast was instinctively absorbing ki from the surroundings to accelerate his growth, but Leo stopped it before it actually hurt someone or alarmed supernatural people. As for the last reason, Leo found that ki is dangerous even with his beast control. There are always evil thoughts flowing in that energy, which makes Leo slow down the progress and take it slowly because he doesn't want to be corrupted by this energy. Leo finished his preparation and put on his glasses before leaving the room. Because of the new boost of ki, Leo had to change his cover a little, so he turned his headphones into a beast that can make his ki look normal, and his glasses ability changed to speed reading and understanding, so he can learn quickly. Leo also made his spider into a button on his uniform before he increases its ability to hide his Longinus with the ability to decrease presence. Leo walked downstairs and greeted his parents before sitting down and having breakfast with them. Richard told Leo that he took care of his school skipping and he should never do that again, but in the back, he gave Leo a look of "I can only help you here." Leo nodded before finishing his breakfast and walking towards the door. Putting on his shoes, Leo left the house and walked towards the school while taking his phone to check the chat room. First, he did a check-in and got 82 points this time, which made him realize that this beast creation will finish today when he goes to the park where there is enough nature for ki. Leo walked in the route until a few students that have the same uniform appeared. Leo took a quick glance at them before focusing on the phone. "Bree, anyone here?" Leo raised his eyebrow when he saw everyone offline except Bree. "There's still one invitation left. Maybe it got refused," Leo thought before replying. "Annihilation Maker, admin here. Did you calm down, Bree, you? Anyway, this chat room isn't an experiment from the city or even an ability. Annihilation Maker, admin, you activated the portable mode. Hey, Bree, this thing doesn't link with any network no matter how much I try to use my ability, and no esper in the city can pass my barrier to show me this screen. So what this thing exactly?" Annihilation Maker, admin, no one knows exactly what's it for now, but there's one thing for certain. It has some sort of a goal. Bree, a goal? That conversation with the strongest. Is there really different worlds? Leo read Misaka's words before remembering that Whitebeard came back after a while before starting a long conversation. Mostly it was Whitebeard speaking about his old adventures in One Piece, which was quite interesting for Leo. All the weird and interesting places that Whitebeard spoke about made Leo want to visit One Piece one day. But Leo didn't speak about Whitebeard's future again because he knows that he'll just ignore it. The man really trusts and love for his sons, so Leo didn't even want to say anything about Ace for the fear of Whitebeard going after Teach, which will most likely spare him after he beat him. Honestly, Leo doesn't hate this carefree old man with his straightforward personality, which makes Leo helpless about his son's betrayal, so he chooses to take it slowly because he doesn't know where's One Piece plot now. Annihilation Maker, admin, read the explanation file. Bree, I read it, but that doesn't make sense. This is unscientific. How can different worlds exist and be connected only by a chat room? Girl, your power that based on magic is also very unscientific, Leo thought before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll repeat my words. I don't know, and these conversations should be done with all the members. But if you want the current explanation, then I have a very simple one to understand. Bree, what? Misaka was in her room looking at the holographic screen in front of her with a serious expression. At first, when Misaka saw the chat room appeared on her phone, she thought it just a prank, and when she saw "I dare you to join," flat chest Bree, the anger forced her to join immediately. After getting banned and calming herself, she started to study this chat room. But she found nothing, and her suspicious grew after looking at the holographic screen that can work with her mind. He's the admin, so he has to know something, Misaka said before she saw a message that almost made her fall from the bed. Annihilation Maker, admin it just works. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Leo closed his phone after sending that message. But he noticed someone hit him from the back. The drawback of low presence, Leo thought before looking at this guy. Leo. It has been a while. Those words were said by a young man with blonde hair and grey eyes. Leo looked at this smiling guy before he said, "Who are you?" The young man smiled stiffly as he stared at Leo with a wry smile. "I see your bad personality still the same," the young man said while walking next to Leo. "And I see you still a pervert." Saji, Leo said while looking at Saji staring at a girl boobs. What wrong with a man being a pervert? Leo ignored those words and walked forward as everyone was looking at them because of Saji's words. "So where have you been after middle school?" Saji ignored the crowd. "Somewhere," Leo said as Saji sighed. "Nothing happened and you were just hanging around." Saji translated Leo words. Saji is Leo's childhood friend from primary school and one of his few friends that actually understands how Leo's character works. Leo stopped talking as he saw the school gates from a distance. "Did you skip yesterday?" Saji started talking alone while Leo was thinking about the beast that almost reached 60%. "There's no way I'm attending that entrance ceremony." Leo fixed his glasses while Saji looked at him. "I know you usually do that, but the student council in this school is different." Leo looked at Saji and said, "HOH? Like what?" "Just looking at the president's eyes gives me chills," Saji said as he shivered. "You're an M now," Leo said as Saji gave him a blank stare. "Is that what you understood from my words?" Leo shrugged his shoulders, but he noticed that Saji that usually talk gone silent now. "Hey, Leo, can I ask you something?" Saji said while Leo gave him a wary look. "I will not lend you any money." "Sigh, it not about the money." Saji stopped for a moment before continuing. "If you were given a chance to enter a place that can change your life completely, but that chance might take something important from you, what'll you choose?" Leo stared at Saji seriously for a while before saying, "Is that thing very important, like you can't give it up no matter what?" Leo asked Saji. "It more like how you look at the thing rather than something that you can't give up," Saji said as Leo nodded. "Okay, then do you feel like this an opportunity that will never repeat? And you'll regret it deeply if you let it go?" Saji was silent for a while before answering honestly, "I want to choose but it as well." Saji stooped but Leo finished his words. "You're afraid or confused? Maybe because it from the unknown or the no going back after it, right?" Leo said as Saji nodded. "But you also feel that you'll regret it if you let it go?" Leo said before looking at Saji. "Then if you saw it appropriate, go for it. This life is just a bunch of choices we make in a path called fate or destiny. Maybe they are wrong or maybe they are right, but..." Leo had a serious expression now. "Make sure you never regret it. After all, we'll not live forever, so why not take an adventure once in a while? And only you can choose your path." Saji was silent for a while before smiling. "You still have your way with words," said the guy who keeps calling my personality bad. Leo said while Saji smiled. "It's bad and you know that." The two kept walking until they reached the school gate and saw the student council member there. "So these are the devils." Leo looked at the student council members while slowing down his footsteps and making Saji slightly in the front. Leo noticed that Saji have a complicated look while looking at the student council members, but it disappeared quickly. They began the recruiting. "Hey," Leo thought before looking at Saji, nodding toward the student council as they returned the greeting before resuming their work. The student council, which is Sana Satri's peerage, was doing his job of checking on the students if they hold anything suspicious or if they are breaking the school rules. Leo and Saji passed easily, but at this moment Saji noticed something wrong. "Hey, Leo." Leo glanced at Saji that was looking at his uniform. "How did they not call you? And is it allowed to wear headphones inside the school?" Saji felt confused because there were few skippers and rules breakers from yesterday being called to the student council now. "My skip is already being taken care of, but headphones are forbidden." Leo had a shocked look on his face before saying, but what about those? Leo glanced at some girls holding different bags in their hands before Saji said, those are club equipment, which is different from you headphones, but these are my club equipments. Leo said while Saji gave him a stare. Leo, I know you for years and you never, and I say never joined a club, but what club needs headphones? Fashion club, and I'm the only member. Saji gave up thinking about this problem while Leo nodded with satisfaction. This is the new power of the spider, which allows Leo to transfer his presence and attention to another person or the things next to him. Leo calls this ability the Kuroko effect. A girl with a short bob cut and violet eyes suddenly looked at her side, but she didn't see anything. Tsubaki. The girl said as another girl with long black hair responded seriously, yes. President, did you notice something now? The girl said, but Tsubaki shook her head. Nothing. The girl put her hand on her chin while thinking for a moment before resuming her work. After twists and turns, Leo and Saji reached their classes and separated. Leo moved to a random place in the class while putting his head on the desk. The spider Kuroko effect is already working, so as long as Leo answers the teacher call, he can just ignore the rest of the lesson. Making that beast is very exhausting even with the chat room restoration. Now I need to think of my other project, Leo thought while the teacher entered the class. Leo didn't care because he was thinking about his second project after the current project is done. But he can't make a choice. There are a lot of monsters and powerful creatures from fiction like Warhammer, Pokemon, Marvel, etc. Honestly, after Whitebeard's challenge, Leo was thinking about a project that will guarantee his win against any strong enemy, but he can't try it or use it without any points as a security. This project called Suicidal Counter Policy, or can be called SCP. Longinus or Sacred Gears are powered by the strength of their user, but the user's strong will and desire can break the limit of its ability, and what will more powerful than the desire of survival. So this madman is thinking of making a psychological trigger that will activate instantly when his life is almost lost or when he's been attacked by a force that'll kill him. When the trigger is activated, Leo's vitality or life years will be paid to create something completely ridiculous from the SCP series to destroy anything in front of him. But before Leo's thoughts went further, the holographic screen of the chat room appeared in front of him without his permission. Chat room member advocate of gender equality died. Hey! That was all that Leo could say to express his feelings right now. Chapter 5, A Unique Way to Go. The teacher that was checking students present called on Leo that raised his hand, but he wasn't paying attention to the teacher because his eyes were still on the holographic screen. Leo looked at the message for a while before he chooses to log into the chat room by the brain command. The teacher and Leo classmates didn't notice his strange acts because of the spider and the fact that Leo is sitting in the back. Bree is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Everyone in the chat room arrived at that moment, but nobody spoke for a while. Awkward silence. The silence continued for a while before Bree chose to break it. Bree, did he just died? Bree, for real? Leo looked at Misaka's message, and even from the words he noticed her surprise and shock. Well, Leo can't blame her. She probably didn't even see the dark side of Academy in the current time. She probably doesn't even know about the sisters now. Academy City, Leo thought before reading another message. The strongest man in the world, apparently that the case. Unlike Misaka, Whitebeard seemed quite indifferent to this event. This didn't surprise Leo because it Whitebeard. What more to explain? A hero for fun, Rest in peace. Saitama that didn't log from the last time, arrived now, and like Whitebeard, he doesn't seem to care that much. Bree, you two don't care? If this chat room is telling the truth, then he just died. The strongest man in the world. I saw a lot of death in my life to be moved by the death of someone I don't know. A hero for fun, I didn't even see this guy the last time I was here. Leo looked at the messages before writing with his mind. Annihilation Maker, admin. Honestly, I'm with the strongest, but it indeed quite surprising. I mean, it has been just a single day. A hero for fun, First Blood.jpg Bree are taking this as a game. Annihilation Maker, admin calm down Bree. Even if we want to do anything, we can't just reach him now, the strongest man in the world, and he's already dead Bree, but there has to something we can do. Sigh. Still innocent, Leo looked at Misaka's message before replying. Annihilation Maker, admin cough, church.jpg Bree, what? Annihilation Maker, admin, we gather here today to say goodbye to one of our members Bree, you are serious? Annihilation Maker, admin, there is not much to be told about this member. I mean seriously, he didn't log for more than 26 minutes. A hero for fun, he's serious. Annihilation Maker, admin, so we're here to say goodbye and have a moment of silence for him. But I'll probably forget about him after this silence Bree. Annihilation Maker, admin, so before we have a moment of silence, does anyone want to say something about advocate of gender equality? A hero for fun. He died young. The strongest man in the world, we don't know his age, but I have nothing to say Bree, I give up. Advocate of gender equality, don't act like I am dead bastards. Bree, ghost. Misaka that was walking in the road screamed, which scared all the surrounding people before she apologized. Advocate of gender equality, where do you see me dead? Annihilation Maker, admin, screenshot with the death message.jpg. A hero for fun asterisk screenshot with the death message.jpg. The strongest man in the world asterisk screenshot with the death message.jpg. Bree asterisk screenshot with the death message.jpg asterisk. Advocate of gender equality, Bree, what happens to you? Aren't you dead? Advocate of gender equality, I don't know. I pushed a girl away from a truck, then my vision flashed and I'm here in a dark space sitting on a chair while this screen floating in front of me. Just how's this possible? Annihilation Maker, admin, a truck. Don't tell me it did it again Bree, again. Annihilation Maker, admin, another long story. Maybe you are in a place that beyond the reach of the last device, so the chat room just activated the portable mode. Advocate of gender equality, portable mode? What do you mean? Annihilation Maker, admin, it a long story, I'll explain later, but now. Why don't you activate the streaming option to let us understand what going on? It's the button in the bottom left corner. Advocate of gender equality, Okay. There's someone here. Advocate of gender equality activated streaming function, do you wish to join? Leo looked at the option before he chooses yes, and a new screen appeared. It was this guy. I completely forget about him. Leo looked at the boy sitting on the chair and the blue-haired woman talking to him. The boy had brown hair and green eyes while wearing a green tracksuit. The woman was beautiful with long blue hair and a unique dress, but Leo wasn't affected by her beauty because he knows the truth. Kazuma and Aqua from Konosuba. Leo leaned his head on his hand while watching the show. Unfortunately, you passed away moments ago, the blue-haired woman said as a message flashed in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, is it just me seeing things or this girl isn't wearing an underwear? Annihilation Maker, admin, don't worry because she isn't wearing them Bree. Perverts. Annihilation Maker, admin, go tell that to the no underwear girl. Advocate of gender equality, I agree. But I can't see anything Bree, shouldn't you be focusing on something else? Hey, are you listening to me? Aqua said while drawing Kazuma attention. Anyway, your life was short. But you are, in fact, dead. Aqua smiled while saying those words that shocked Kazuma for a moment. But before he felt sad about his death, the chat room flashed. Annihilation Maker, admin, first death in the chat room after a day. This is a record. A hero for fun, he really died young. Kazuma eyebrow twitched from the messages before he took a deep breath. Looking at Aqua, Kazuma said, what about the girl I pushed out of the harm way? Kazuma said while a message flashed. Annihilation Maker, admin, prepare yourself for impact, young one. Reality can be very disappointing. Kazuma didn't understand this message, but Aqua's next words made him forget about it. She's alive, thank goodness. Kazuma smiled as he left that his life wasn't in vain, but Aqua's next words made him understand the earlier message. Actually, she would have been fine even if you hadn't done that, Aqua said as Kazuma got surprised. That tractor was going to stop before it hit her. At this moment Kazuma's eyes widened. Tractor? Yes, it was a tractor, Aqua said before Kazuma asked then what happened? Did I got plowed over by the tractor? No, you died from the shock. You mistakenly thought a truck ran over you. I've been doing this for a long time, but this is the first time to see something like this, Aqua said before laughing at Kazuma while the poor boy was feeling devastated by the fact. Then the chat room heard a very unique way of death. Kazuma got killed by shock before wetting himself and having a heart attack in the hospital with the doctors laughing. I don't wanna hear it. I don't wanna hear it. Kazuma held his head while screaming, this can't get worse. Sadly, he's wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin, ha 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 ha. I can't. I feel like I'm gonna explode. Leo was in his class twitching all over while desperately trying to hold his laughter. Bree, I shouldn't laugh at someone else's death but... Ha 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 ha. The strongest man in the world, goo ha ha ha. That's really a unique way to go. A hero for fun, ha 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 ha. I never saw anything like this. Bastards. Kazuma screamed at this moment but Aqua reached to him and said something gave him the last blow. Your family reached the hospital, and now even they're laughing at the cause of your death, Aqua said as Kazuma screamed again. I've vented enough stress for now, Aqua said as Kazuma glared intensely at her. Damn you. Then Aqua proceeded to explain all the things about her being a goddess and giving Kazuma the two choices. Bree, she's a real goddess. A hero for fun, god? Is she strong? Even from the screen, Leo was able to feel Saitama's intense fighting spirit. The strongest man in the world, she's a real god. Annihilation Maker, admin, she isn't something like an omnipotent one, not even close, and I don't see a chance she can block one punch from you, hero. A hero for fun. Even a god is disappointing. Annihilation Maker, admin, they differ from a world to another. Like my world has a lot of them running around, and that Bible one is dead, leaving a heaven full of angels. Bree, dead? Why do I feel I heard something very important? And is your world this dangerous? A hero for fun, worlds. Annihilation Maker, admin, hero, go read the explanation file. And Bree. Your world can be scarier than mine in a lot of ways. Bree. I want an explanation, now. Annihilation Maker, admin, later. Something is happening, so we have a great deal for you. Aqua moved back before saying, you like games, don't you? Then Aqua proceeded to explain about the Demon Lord under a light of special effects. Maybe I should make a beast that gives me something like a BGM, Leo thought before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin, this sounds like a scam for me. Bree, it really kind of fishy. Kazuma looked at the messages before asking Aqua about his survival rate and the language. Aqua took a manual and showed it to Kazuma as he noticed a small note, but she covered it. Annihilation Maker, admin, installing language into the Second Life candidate aka Slfag brain puts a lot of burden on their brains, which may lead to permanent brain damage aka go full retard. Honestly, I feel you should choose heaven. Leo was able to read and almost memorize the small note by his glasses before writing it in the chat group. Bree, I think you should reconsider it at this point. Only Leo and Misaka were replying while Whitebeard and Saitama were watching the show. But Saitama was destroying a monster while watching. Advocate of gender equality, I know it full of risk, but anything is worth sacrificing to have my dream adventure in a fantasy world. Now I'll grant you a power. Aqua did a dance while a lot of cards fallen to the ground before Kazuma started checking them. My gaming intention is telling me these things here are totally broken, Kazuma thought while picking the cards, but he saw the chat room screen flash again. Annihilation Maker, admin, although I don't want to say it, but even if these things look powerful, please remember that reality can be very disappointing. Advocate of gender equality, can't you let me choose in peace? Did the brain damage of language installing affect him before the operation? Aqua was sitting on her chair eating chips while looking at Kazuma that was changing his expression for no reason. Can you hurry up? It's all the same, nobody is expecting something from a shut-in geek like you, Aqua said calmly, but Kazuma snapped at those words. I'm not a geek, and I died outside, so I'm not a shut-in, either. Aqua didn't care about Kazuma's words and kept nagging for him to choose, which made him angry. Bitch! Kazuma said as he stared at Aqua with a gaze filled with hatred. Annihilation Maker, admin. Hey, look. Even if I didn't care about this admin identity, well, I still care about its options, but I need to tell you to calm down and think correctly. He isn't listening, right? Bree, yet. Is it bad? Annihilation Maker, admin. Actually it'll be quite entertaining for us, but for him, I can choose one thing to take, right? Kazuma stood up and said while Aqua nodded. Then I choose you, Kazuma said while pointing at Aqua. Annihilation Maker, admin. Congratulations on choosing water-type Pokemon, but unlike the rest, this one isn't useful. What? Kazuma was confused by the message, but Aqua stood up from her chair as a magic circle appeared under him. Then don't leave the magic circle, Aqua said before she notices something wrong. What did you choose again? An angel appeared from the void as she announced that Kazuma's request is approved and he'll be teleported with Aqua to the parallel world. What going on? You have to be kidding, right? Aqua saw the magic circle under her as she screamed at the angel. This is illegal. This has to be illegal. Have a safe trip, Aqua-sama. When you defeat the Demon Lord, we shall send someone to take you back. The angel smiled, but in a place that Aqua didn't know there was a bunch of gods celebrating. Hooray! The retard is finally gone. All praise this brave young man named Kazuma, one of the gods said as all of them were cheering with Kazuma name. Kazuma! 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 Kazuma, which became a hero among gods without his knowledge, was laughing while floating in the magic circle. I'm a goddess, I can heal people, but I can't fight. How can I defeat the Demon Lord? Aqua was doing her last struggle, but the angel kept her smile while looking at her floating in the magic circle. A hero for fun, I've completely lost hope in these gods. Saitama was feeling disappointed that he finally met a god, but he can't even fight a Demon Lord. How's it feel to make fun of me? This is what you get for treating me like an idiot. Kazuma smiled creepily before saying, you're now my item which I'll take with me, so use that god power of whatever to make my life as easy as possible. Nu! Aqua screamed while Kazuma was laughing and the angel was saying the farewell word, but at this moment Kazuma got a message from the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin. Sai, do you know? I was just having a talk with my friend about regretting things in this life. It doesn't matter what you choose, but make sure you check it first and you did something you'll regret. Idiot, what do you mean by th? The magic circle activated as Kazuma's voice got smaller until it disappeared with a flash of light. The screen in front of Leo flashed until the picture turned into a medieval town with a fantasy theme going on. Advocate of gender equality is alive. Kazuma was standing with Aqua at the roadside while looking at the surrounding with amazement, but suddenly, the chat room screen he ignored was flashing before him. Annihilation Maker, admin. Location, in Crad Floor 1. Welcome to Sword Art Online. Noob Chapter 6, Friends. The sky was clear blue as the white clouds were drifting with the wind. The sun shone on a medieval town, but unlike the usual towns, this one has a fantasy theme going on with all the adventurers around the town. This is the most peaceful town where the beginners start their journey, the town of Axel. On a side road inside of Axel, a wagon passed to reveal Kazuma and Aqua standing there with a different expression on their faces. Aqua had lowered her head, which covered her eyes with her long hair while standing without a word. She still didn't accept the reality. Kazuma, on the other hand, was looking at the air with an angry expression on his face like a madman while some people pointed at him from afar. But in a place they couldn't see, a holographic screen was in the front of Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, even if I don't know what that means, but if it came from you, I have all the reasons to think it offensive. Annihilation Maker, admin. You don't know sword art? How did you know about Pokemon then? Leo frowned while looking at the screen. When Kazuma chose Aqua, Leo wrote a joke about Pokemon, but Kazuma's reaction shows he heard about it before, but now he doesn't know Sao. Advocate of gender equality, who doesn't know Pokemon? Do you think I came from under a rock? Pokemon exist in his world, but Sao doesn't, Leo thought before he saw a message. Advocate of gender equality, but why are you asking me these questions? And can you explain this screen? Does this has something to do with information flow between the worlds? Leo thought before he wrote. Annihilation Maker, admin anyways, here a simple explanation about this chat room. This is a chat room that connects different worlds together and allows users, to communicate with each other. For further details look at the explanation file, but wait until I update it. Advocate of gender equality, different world? Like this one. Annihilation Maker, admin no, it much more complicated, but I have few things to ask you. Answer the fastest you could. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin people die if, advocate of gender equality, they are killed. Kazuma didn't understand, but he answered, anyway. Annihilation Maker, admin just because you're correct, advocate of gender equality, doesn't mean you are right. Kazuma answered faster this time while all the other members were confused. Bree, what is going on? The strongest man in the world, is this some sort of secret code? A hero for fun, I think we just don't have enough context. Then Leo and Kazuma kept going with the stupidest quotes ever existed in a few anime. While their speed increased to a degree the other members couldn't follow them because of the context. Annihilation Maker, admin last question. You thought this was your general second life, but this time Kazuma didn't write in the chat, but he looked at the chat room screen where the camera, and pointed to his face with his thumb. But it was me, Kazuma. Kazuma screamed, as Aqua that was having a problem accepting the reality flinched. Annihilation Maker, admin it seems you're really a man of culture. Advocate of gender equality, I also never thought I'll meet a fellow member, and it was a jerk. Annihilation Maker, admin said the asshole with the gender equality. Advocate of gender equality, honestly, now I feel this nickname isn't bad. I mean, I have no problem to attack a girl. Annihilation Maker, admin that all? Please, if I saw a girl falling towards me I'll just move away and let her fall. Advocate of gender equality, oh, yeah? Then I'll not hesitate to dropkick. Then both of them started to talk about the true gender equality rights while the chat room reaction was more confusing. Bree, suddenly, I'm feeling very unsafe in this chat room. The strongest man in the world, goo ha 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 ha. This is very interesting. A hero for fun, indeed. Annihilation Maker, admin Leo advocate of gender equality, Kazuma Bree, what did I just witness? A hero for fun, the beginning of a friendship. But before Kazuma wrote again, Aqua rushed towards him and started to shake him while screaming. Annihilation Maker, admin screenshot. Leo took a screenshot instantly. Stop it! Stop it! Kazuma said, but Aqua kept shaking him with tears in her eyes. I get it, okay? I'm sorry, Kazuma said before pushing Aqua away. If you hate it that much, you can go home. Kazuma touched his shoulder that was hurting from Aqua shaking before he said, I can figure the rest by myself. Annihilation Maker, admin you're just a noob level cannon fodder that will die from the first mob here. Advocate of gender equality, shut up, bastard. Like you're any better. Annihilation Maker, admin look at my nickname and say that again. Bree, I feel we can't insert in this conversation now. A hero for fun, same, but if everything is okay, I'll leave. A hero for fun is offline. Whitebeard didn't answer because he was having fun watching Leo and Kazuma conversation while drinking. What are you talking about? I'm crying because I can't go back. What do you expect me to do now? Aqua said before starting to cry. Kazuma looked at the crying Aqua without an expression before saying, okay, calm down, goddess. Aqua stopped crying and looked at Kazuma. At times like this, we should visit the guild HQ. Because gathering intel from the guilds and bars is the usual thing in RPGs, Kazuma said before staring at Aqua that was surprised by his change. How did you suddenly become so dependable? But first, don't you have anything to give me? Look, I'm still in a tracksuit, at least give me the starting equipment, Kazuma said, but Aqua gave him a look of I can't do anything, which made him stare at her in silence. Advocate of gender equality, hey, this server GM is very useless, can I change the server? Annihilation Maker, admin regretting it already. Advocate of gender equality, kinda, but it seems I have to start from the zero. This sucks, do you at least know where the guild is? Kazuma asked, but for his disappointment, Aqua shook her head. I'm a goddess. Why would I care about where someone stuck a pile of rocks? Useless bitch. Kazuma gave Aqua a very nasty gaze before walking forward while trying to locate the guild. Hey! Wait for me. Aqua followed Kazuma, that was looking with surprise at a message on the screen. Annihilation Maker, admin. Hey, asshole, need help. Advocate of gender equality, is the sky falling down or the world is ending? Because someone like you can never say something like this. Tell me, what are you after? Even if they didn't meet for a long time. Kazuma was able to feel that Leo is the type of asshole that wouldn't help without a reason. Annihilation Maker, admin. What I'm after? Who knows? Leo leaned on the chair before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin. Maybe I'm curious, or maybe I'm feeling generous today and you can even count it as a whim from me. And maybe it the same reason you threw yourself in front of that girl. Advocate of gender equality, my reason for... Kazuma didn't finish his words because he understood what was his reason. Annihilation Maker, admin. Nothing at all. This my choice and now it's your choice to accept or refuse. Kazuma, that was walking, stopped in his place while Aqua, that was flowing, has almost fallen to the ground. What happened? Aqua asked, but Kazuma didn't answer. After a while, Kazuma took a deep breath and wrote on the screen. Advocate of gender equality, I accept, but I only want a simple help like a weapon and nothing more. Leo smiled when he saw the message before writing. Annihilation Maker, admin. I see. After I finish my things here, I'll send you a simple weapon like a sword or something. Bree, I was watching this conversation for too long, but now I need to ask, is there a way to help him? Annihilation Maker, admin. Didn't you read the file? There's a gift function that sends some simple things between members. Bree, you need to make that file more detailed. But thinking about it, what were you going to send? Annihilation Maker, admin. Well, like my nickname, I can make very interesting things, so I was going to send him some guns, armor, and some minions to attract hatred, but he refused. Maybe that guy isn't that bad. Kazuma was thinking about his next plan before his body turned like rusted gears towards the chat room screen. Advocate of gender equality, Can I choose again? Annihilation Maker, admin. Ha 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 ha. No, advocate of gender equality, give me back my feelings, bastard. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Advocate of gender equality finished the streaming and got 400 points because of the satisfaction. What happened to you? Aqua saw Kazuma suddenly sitting on the ground with a look full of regret on his face. I'll never try to act cool again, hey? Don't worry about it, Aqua said with a smile that brought some comfort to Kazuma, but that vanished in the next second. No matter what you do, you'll never be cool, you. Kazuma squeezed Aqua's head as she screamed for mercy. That was interesting, and I recorded it. Leo stretched his arms before he saw a new message. Bree, are you really helping him? Annihilation Maker, admin. Yet, is there a problem? Bree, no, it just surprising. Did you take pity for his situation? Annihilation Maker, admin. Pity? Ha 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 ha. Bree, why are you laughing? Misaka didn't understand the reason that Leo laughed suddenly. She didn't feel she said something wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin. You know? There are a lot of things you can call that guy. Geek, nerd, shut-in, asshole, disgusting, but someone like him isn't for pity at all. Annihilation Maker, admin. He's just an asshole. An asshole that I can't bring myself to hate. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Bree, what just happens? The strongest man in the world, did it finish? Well, it was very interesting to watch. Bree, the strongest man in the world, what? Bree, What did the admin meant by that? The strongest man in the world, you want to know? From the last conversations, I can see you are still an innocent little kid. Bree, who are you calling a little? The strongest man in the world, GOOOOOSE. I'm calling you, but what do you want to know is simple. Misaka watched the screen intensely while waiting for the answer. The strongest man in the world, it actually nothing at all. Bree, hey. The strongest man in the world, those two are just assholes that should come here and become pirates, but like Leo said, you just can't bring yourself to hate them. The strongest man in the world, you know, after the first meeting with that guy I realized something. That guy, even if he knows me very well, he didn't look at the nickname of strongest and Whitebeard, but after that talk, do you know what I felt? The strongest man in the world, he looked at me as Edward Newgate, without any title. Gwahahahaha. The strongest man in the world, that guy isn't even strong. All the strong have that thing about them, like hero for fun, but I didn't sense that from him, and what more interesting, he still challenged me directly. Gwahahahaha. Misaka stared at Whitebeard's messages without blinking. At this moment Misaka felt something weird that reminded her of her identity as LVL5. Most of the people are afraid and jealous of LVL5 in the Academy City, which made Misaka always feel rejection from this city, but she had some very good friends, so she didn't care very much. But at this moment she felt that feeling of not belonging from this chat room, but unlike the Academy City that comes from strength and fear, this one was more deeper. Like she doesn't understand anything. The strongest man in the world, and that Kazuma boy. He's also interesting. Gender equality, and that look in his eyes. Whitebeard smiled while drinking a barrel of wine in one go. Bree, is this why you wanted the admin as your son? The strongest man in the world, Maybe at first, but now I don't want to do it. The strongest man in the world, you know? My sons are part of my crew and my greatest treasure in this world, but Leo, he's more of a captain than a crew member. Bree, what? Then what about the challenge? The strongest man in the world, even if I didn't want him as a son now. A challenge is a challenge, and I'm still going to crack his head. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The strongest man in the world is offline. Misaka was sitting inside a cafe while leaning on the chair, as she had a complicated look on her face. She can feel that Whitebeard's words have a deep meaning, she isn't able to comprehend, but she has a feeling that the hero will able to understand them instantly. Misaka sighed while trying to clear this feeling before she walked out of the cafe. Maybe a walk will help her to clear her head. Chapter 7, Beast Growth. The bell rings announcing the end of the school period and the start of the lunch break. Students walked out of their classes before heading towards the school cafeteria or going somewhere else if they already brought their lunch. When all the students started moving around the school, there was a student on the rooftop staring at the crowds through the metal fence. The student was wearing a boy uniform, but unlike the others, he was wearing headphones on his neck. Leo stood there facing the fence normally, but his hand that was twisting the metal slightly and the unpleasant expression on his face is telling something else. It stopped. I knew it. A beast like this can never be created easily, Leo mumbled as he was feeling the beast inside of his soul next to the Longinus. Inside Leo's soul, the sphere that represents the container and the beast inside of it was beating slowly, but this time it wasn't glowing. When Leo finished the conversation in the chat room, he leaned on his chair while waiting for the lesson to finish. But the moment he did that, the beast's growing progress stopped at 70%. Leo tried to put some key inside it a few times, but no matter how much he put, the beast didn't grow more. After realizing that truth, Leo stood up from his desk slowly before moving normally toward the door and walking out of the class in the face of his teacher and classmates that didn't even notice him. Leo walked in the hallway at a fast pace, but a teacher spotted him before asking him what he's doing here at this time. This teacher was able to spot Leo because the spider ability wouldn't work on strong people if they were focusing or when there's nothing to switch his presence with. But before the teacher finished his words, Leo snapped his fingers, as a blue butterfly appeared in front of the teacher. The moment he saw the butterfly, the teacher's eyes lost focus as Leo passed him easily, and only regained sense after Leo was out of sight. That butterfly is a beast that applies a simple illusion which only works against normal people. After passing the teacher, Leo reached the rooftop door and unlocked it easily with a key-shaped beast before walking forwards to use this place to check on his beast. Then the checking started with Leo communicating with his Longinus and sending key while receiving detail from the container beast. In the end, Leo realized the beast didn't fully stop growing, but it just got very slow. Like he had a normal connection, but now he's using McDonald's Wi-Fi. That because he doesn't have enough knowledge about how does this beast work or enough power to complete it normally. I need a new source of energy, the park wouldn't work. It seems I have to take a trip. Leo frowned slightly while looking at the distance. In Leo's sight, there was a long giant trail of light passing the entire city before splitting into different directions, but at one point, there was a separate trail of light in the forest outside the city. Those are the dragon veins that span all this planet and the carrier of most the key in nature, which is Leo target this time, but he isn't after the normal dragon vein that could kill him if he dares to touch it. The separation from the original vein is Leo's goal this time. Unlike the big vein, the separation doesn't have that big energy, but for Leo, it more than enough, and because the key in it is chaotic, nobody will come after it. I don't have a lesson in the afternoon and the clubs will begin their work, so I'll go now. After I finish this, Leo raised his hand, as a black light flashed before 4 dragonflies appeared and flew in a separate direction before landing. Leo is going to create Kazuma weapons, so he needs to secure this place first because of the scanning wave that has been going once every half hour in this school. One devil is doing his job properly and one is just sitting without doing anything. Leo sensed the school using key as he was able to spot a dark energy scanning the school, and from his understanding, it'll probably be Sana. While there was an unmasked violent dark energy in a part of the school that made Leo realized it's Rias Gremory. Honestly, I don't care about those devils. Leo lowered his hand as a white aura ignited on it mixed with black light. Leo doesn't have a feeling for those devils, he doesn't hate them or like them, nor he cares about their actions. Everyone has their goals and ways in life. Who is Leo to judge them? Leo doesn't care that much about them, except he's a Longinus user, so he'll eventually be pulled into this battle. But his friend will enter this circle, which makes Leo a little helpless. From Saji's question, Leo understood that Sana asked him if he wants to be in her peerage, which refreshed Leo's understanding of this devil. Honestly, if one day Leo knew that Saji was turned into a servant without his will or he was forced to, then he'll first find a way to take the evil pieces before having a friendly meeting with those devils. But even if it seems funny, the devil named Sana had morals and gave the choice to Saji. The chat room and the devils. I need to become stronger, Leo said as a sword appeared in his hand. I guess this is enough for him. Leo swung the sword a few times before nodding. This is a beast in the shape of a sword made for Kazuma. It doesn't have an impressive ability except because it's a beast. It can correct the user stance and allows them to learn swords faster, but Leo added another ability with an interesting trigger. I really want to see his face after this. Leo smiled before using his Longinus to create a paper beast with a note and tie it to the sword handle. He isn't online, I'll send it later. Leo dropped the sword, as it sank in his shadow. Leo stood there feeling the wind blowing his hair slightly while looking at the clouds in the sky. I still do not know what happened to me or why did I become like this. Leo closed his eyes as he whispered. When did it start? Since far, far into the past? Maybe it was from my past life? Or maybe it was this life. That doesn't matter anymore. Leo opened his eyes as he smiled slightly before saying. And besides, this is just me. Leo doesn't know when he became like this. But it may be his regret in his past life. Leo remembers the life that felt like a machine for him. Everything comes and goes, no goal, no ambition. Leo felt more dead than living during those times, so he wanted to make up for it. Maybe this is his look for freedom. And this is also his reason for helping Kazuma. Because he saw himself in him. Just two guys been disappointed by life and got another chance, so they'll use it to the fullest and be themselves. At this moment, Leo started to hear voices in his head, or rather he felt them from the key in the surrounding. Leo closed his eyes as he sensed the whole school, humans or devils, nothing was hidden from him nor anyone noticed him. I'm hungry, I'm tired, this funny. The key carried the thoughts and will of the students all around the school, and Leo was able to feel every one of them easily. Small grains of golden light was flowing with the air now while circling around Leo as his hair moved slightly, forming a beautiful picture. Leo didn't notice the grains of light because he was busy with this mysterious feeling that the key brought him. For Leo, this is almost fascinating. It was like nature was playing a song with all living beings participating in it. When will this school end? The line is too long, breast, I need to study. Hold up, Leo that was feeling the key sensed something wrong. We can win this match, I need more coffee. Breast, the lesson was long. Breast. What in the hell? Leo was puzzled by this will in key, but before he understood anything a horde of wills hit him directly. Breast. Leo stopped his key instantly as he leaned on the metal fence while breathing heavily. Leo almost threw up his lunch at this moment. What in the fuck was that? The key actually turned into a breast. Leo that faced an absurd situation was looking for the reason. Leo felt that key was pure, very pure, that almost became poisons like pure oxygen, but it was filled with one thought, and that's lust. You. Leo found the reason in a place next to the girls' locker room. There were 3 boys trying to peek through a hole in the wall, but Leo's attention and anger were directed towards the brown-haired boy with the wretched smile on his face. In a place people couldn't see, the boy was releasing a lot of thoughts and wills which carried by key that turned into breast shape the moment they contact them. Activating his Longinus, Leo created a small ball and threw it towards the boy. The ball flew directly towards the boy, but the moment the ball almost reached him, it opens up and turned into a wasp. The wasp flew directly to the boy's neck before landing and raised his stinger that was larger and longer than the usual wasp. The boy felt something on his neck, but before he checks it, a wave of pain hit him like a train. What are you doing? The boy's 2 friends tried to stop the boy, but when they heard girls' screams and angry yells, they ran away while leaving the boy rolling alone in the ground. The boy that was holding his neck in pain felt something above him as he raised his head to see girls holding wooden swords. The second wave of pain came before the poor boy passed the first one. Protagonist or whatever. Never fucking mess with me, Leo said as he shook his head to clear those thoughts from earlier. It seems I really need to follow the rules and find a way to separate something from his soul. Leo looked at the boy getting a beating from girls as a weird aura was appearing from his hand. Red Dragon Emperor doesn't need a breast word in front of it. Leo took a deep breath before moving toward a bench and sitting down. Leo swore he'll never read the key of someone like that again, or he'll throw up blood rather than lunch. Sitting for a while, Leo felt his mind back to normal before he wanted to stand up, but he noticed something coming towards him. A petite girl with white hair and golden eyes with a black cat hairpin appeared from the door as she was carrying a bag of cookies in her hand. The girl was walking normally until she spotted Leo that was staring at her. Awkward silence. Leo and the girl kept staring at each other for a while without blinking until the girl said, "That my place." The voice was low and faint with a lack of emotions, but Leo was able to understand. So like any young boy in his age, he said it occupied. The atmosphere returned to silence at that moment, but it was much more awkward. Chapter 8, The Correct Way. The breeze was blowing slightly on the rooftop of the GOOOOSE Academy as it slightly moved the hair of 2 people there. Those 2 people were a boy and a girl. The boy had black hair while the girl had white hair, which quite the contradiction between them. 2 were sitting normally in 2 separate benches, as they were staring at each other with their blue and golden eyes. But what seems to be normal will turn instantly awkward if someone was to come here. The boy and the girl were staring at each other for almost 10 minutes now without blinking, as the atmosphere between them got more awkward. The boy was holding his phone and the girl holding her bag of cookies, but no one did a move, which seems to be childish. But if the girl was staring seriously, then the boy was having other things in his head. She reminds me of my cat. Leo didn't change his expression while looking at the girl, as he felt she is familiar. But his mind wasn't really focusing on her. Leo was thinking of that state he was in earlier. It was like he resonated with the whole nature, which opened him the door to read will and thoughts by Qi. It happened after my words. Leo thought for a moment before he noticed a certain truth. There's Chinese mythology here, and they use Qi. Does this energy have an enlightenment property like cultivation techniques? Leo suddenly felt he grasped the truth, and this world might have cultivation techniques, but before he thought more, his phone started ringing, which startled him and made him blink. Leo didn't look at his phone because the girl in front of him nodded like she won something before opening her bag and eating cookies. But even if she didn't have an expression, Leo felt she had a smug look now from her eyes. Leo squeezed his phone that would be already broken if the chat room didn't reinforce it before looking at the caller. It was Saji. Leo looked at the name for a moment before he answered the call and said, "Give me one reason for not coming right now and break your phone." "Well, sorry if I ruined something important, but didn't you promise to have a football match with me after the lesson?" Saji didn't care about Leo's usual way of communicating. "The match? Well, sorry, something important happened so I might not arrive." Leo remembered the match, so he apologized. Leo doesn't like to break promises with his friends, but the conditions don't allow it. Saji knows Leo very well, so he understood that something happens to Leo before he said, "Did something happen? Where are you now?" "Nothing important, but I might need a favor." Leo turned to look at the white-haired girl that was still looking at him before he said, "I'm in the rooftop of the high school section, but are children allowed to enter this section?" The girl that was eating cookies almost crushed the cookie in her hand and the bag while her gaze turned dangerous as she stared at Leo that didn't care about her. "Favor? No problem, but children." Saji was walking in the hallway next to the cafeteria before he stopped as his expression turned serious before he said, "Leo, can you describe the person next to you?" Well. Leo looked at the girl's scary eyes before he said, "A white-haired loli, but YD." Leo looked at his phone because Saji hanged up the call, but he didn't notice the girl atmosphere is getting more dangerous. However, Leo didn't wait for long before he heard the sound of footsteps coming from the rooftop door. After a few seconds, Saji came sprinting from the door before he rushed towards Leo that didn't understand what is happening. "You traitor!" Saji held Leo collar and started shaking him left and right. "Was your important thing dating? Hey!" Leo watched Saji that kept shaking him left and right before he raised his fist, and at that moment Saji jumped backward, leaving Leo. This is not a joke. Saji saw what Leo can do, so he isn't willing to take risks. Leo lowered his fist slowly before fixing his collar and said, "From your reaction, I guess you know this white-haired loli. You don't know Konako Tujao." Saji had a shocked expression before starting to talk about a mascot or something as Leo nodded. No wonder she felt familiar. Leo looked at Konako that was shaking her fist from anger and dropped the cookies bag. "Enough with that. I have something to talk with you about." Leo looked at Saji seriously. Saji stopped his acting before nodding, but at this moment Leo did something that surprised him. Leo walked towards Konako that was mumbling, "President told me to not hit normal humans," before he picked up the bag and put it in her hand. "Don't throw your things to the ground." Leo walked away as he dragged the shocked Saji, leaving Konako that was frozen from the shock in her place. Konako looked at Leo that was dragging Saji before he disappeared from her sight. After a while, Konako looked at her hand where Leo slightly touched her. "Key." Konako had a complicated expression on her face before she said it was happy around him, even if Konako didn't want to have anything to do with senjutsu, but her instinct as a Nikomata is still working. She didn't feel anything weird from Leo, but wherever he walked Ki would become happy for some reason. Konako shook her head before walking to her place that was occupied by Leo before she sat down. She pulled a cookie and ate it, but even if her expression turned back to cold, there was a slightly complicated look from her eyes. Leo was dragging Saji before he stooped and looked at him. What happens to you? You actually helped her. Saji's shocked expression didn't fade because he knows this guy in front of him, which makes him unable to understand what happened and why did that girl got a VIP treatment. Yeah. Is it weird? Leo looked at Saji that was nodding while he said yes, it was very weird. Well, she kinda reminded me of someone. Leo walked downstairs before he said, my cat. Your cat? Saji mumbled before something flashed in his mind as he remembered something important about Leo. This guy in front of him, even if he doesn't want to admit it, has a thing for cute stuff. Saji remembers the time when he and Leo were little kids. Because of the influence of his unawakened memories, Leo was more mature from the other kids and didn't like to play childish games and kept a serious expression most the time, but that instantly was broken when Saji saw him playing in his home with a cat. Saji remembers the happy and childish smile on Leo that didn't appear a lot. That cat was raised by Leo's mother, but it disappeared one day and Leo was really sad about that. So even if Leo doesn't admit it or even if he doesn't have any evidence, Saji still believes that Leo has a soft spot for cute things. Hold on, suddenly, an idea flashed in Saji's mind. If the cat was cute and Konako Tajao looked like a cat, which means she also cute, and from the equation of cuteness plus the look multiplied by the cat look divided by his soft spot will equal me having a camera and recording an embarrassing moment of his. Saji felt like everything has sense now, like the universe secrets opened for him just from the thought he can see Leo's embarrassed face. But he didn't know that this state actually helped him to unlock his sacred gear faster than the original. Leo looked at Saji's expression that looked like his mind got blown before he said, what happens to you? Nothing. Saji hit his chest and flashed Leo with a bright smile before he said, you need me in a favor, right? Fishy. Very fishy. Leo watched Saji's bright smile as he felt something is hidden under that smile, but he doesn't have time now. I need to spend the night at your house and at the same time I don't. Saji looked at Leo before he said, you need me as a cover? Yeah, I have something very important and I need you as a cover for me. Leo looked at Saji seriously before he said, can I count on you? Yeah, no problem. Saji waved his hand before he said, but are you going now? Saji didn't question Leo's goal because after all these years if Saji learned something it'll be that Leo is very smart and can take care of himself. Yeah, Leo nodded, but Saji frowned before he said, you know, even if the class in the afternoon aren't that important, but if you absent for 2 days straight then you'll be called to the student council even if you have an excuse. I know. Leo smiled before he said, but you know me, so it better to face them now than later. Also I need to see something with my own eyes. Leo looked at Saji that was nodding. Okay, I got you covered, but you owe me a favor. Leo looked at Saji before he said, sure, if you need me just scream my name, who knows, I might appear from nowhere. Hey? Are you joking with me? Before something like that happens you'll be screaming for my help. Leo raised his eyebrow as he smiles before saying, ho? Then let's see who will scream for help first. Leo walked away, leaving Saji that had a helpless smile on his face. I need to take the bus to reach there. Leo looked at the long trail of light before he said, it'll be a long journey, time skip. Leo walked out from the bus as he was staring at the mountain in front of him. The sun has already gone down, bringing the sunset, and this bus was the last one for this location next to the forest. Kid, if your home isn't here then ride the bus to go back to the city. The old bus driver looked at Leo before he said, these woods aren't safe. What do you mean? Leo frowned before the bus driver said, there has been a lot of missing people in this forest but no one knows why. If this was his old world, Leo will laugh in the driver's face, but if it's this world, then everything is possible. Is it a stray? Leo looked at the driver before he said, don't worry old man, this is my station. Leo walked away from the bus while the driver sighed before driving away. Leo didn't follow the road and moved directly into the forest. He didn't need direction because the beast inside his soul was guiding him towards the exact location at this moment. Leo kept walking slowly while paying attention to the surrounding before something flashed in front of him. The chat room screen flashed with a short message. Advocate of Gender Equality is inviting you to chat. Leo looked at the message for a moment before logging into the chat room. Annihilation Maker, Admin, is online Annihilation Maker, admin what do you want? Advocate of gender equality, my weapon, so I can level up already Annihilation Maker, admin you already sign up in the guild and got that card. Advocate of gender equality, yup, and I don't want to spend my time working those side jobs to have enough money for equipment should I tell him. Leo that almost wrote a message looked at Kazuma other message. Advocate of gender equality, and how do you know about my world this much? Annihilation Maker, admin the same reason you know fate advocate of gender equality. Those worlds exist? Then my world Kazuma that was in the stables stood up instantly from the haystack and looked at Leo's message. Annihilation Maker, admin yet, there's an anime about your world Kazuma took a while to respond. Advocate of gender equality, then my world, even if Kazuma didn't finish his word Leo was able to guess them. Annihilation Maker, admin do you feel like your life is fake? Advocate of gender equality, no, to tell the truth, I felt more alive this day than all my life Annihilation Maker, admin maybe because you died once *first blood.jpg advocate of gender equality, yet, very funny Annihilation Maker, admin don't think too much about it, Kazuma. Our future is always made by our hands, take it as an example. There was no chat room in the anime or an asshole willing to help you. And honestly, I wouldn't mind having me in a book or a novel, but I'll probably kill the author if he does it bad. Kazuma looked at the message for a moment before laying down on the haystack again before writing. Advocate of gender equality, I have one thing to ask Annihilation Maker, admin what? Advocate of gender equality, please. Tell me I'm the protagonist. He recovered faster than I expect. Leo smiled as he kept walking in the forest while the sun was almost fully gone down before he wrote. Annihilation Maker, admin you want plot armor? But first, what makes you think you're the protagonist? Advocate of gender equality, I reincarnated into this world. Annihilation Maker, admin thousands of people also have been reincarnated. Advocate of gender equality, I have the goddess. Don't count that, she is more useless than helpful. Annihilation Maker, admin the only time you'll have protagonist treatment will be when you visit Eris. Advocate of gender equality, the other goddess? But why I'll visit her? Annihilation Maker, admin let's just say you'll need a head for that. Advocate of gender equality. Do you know? I'm not gonna question it, just send me my weapons. Annihilation Maker, admin don't worry and stop nagging me for it. It already finished, but there's something I have to do that'll make that beast better. Advocate of gender equality, hold up. A beast? Wasn't it a sword or something? Leo had gone very deep inside the forest, as he felt he was close to the dragon vein before replying to Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin a beast in the shape of a sword. Well, my ability is your usual bullshit imagination-based ability that doesn't have limit except its user. Advocate of gender equality, beasts making ability with imagination. What the fuck with this OP demon lord type ability? Annihilation Maker, admin deal with it. Advocate of gender equality, but to think about it, beast making, Leo grinned as he looked at Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin don't worry, one day I'll come with GOOOOSE to knock on your door. Advocate of gender equality. Why it plural? Annihilation Maker, admin ars almadal salomonis.gif. Advocate of gender equality, that doesn't make me feel better. Annihilation Maker, admin exactly. But if you finished your questions, I have one to ask you. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin answer me honestly. What was the content that the chat room clickbaited you with? Leo already knows all the reasons behind the other members. Whitebeard because he thought it was a challenge. Misaka probably because she got insulted. Saitama joined for a challenge or a supermarket sale. Automatic alarm. Advocate of gender equality, Annihilation Maker, admin don't try to log out GOOOOSE.jpg. Advocate of gender equality, sigh it was. You know Leo's eyes widened when he looked at Kazuma's message. Annihilation Maker, admin you are telling me that you, Kazuma Sato, joined a multiverse chat room for P***RN. Advocate of gender equality. Yes, Annihilation Maker, Admin. Advocate of gender equality. Annihilation Maker, Admin. You're a man advocate of gender equality. Thank you, Bree Bree. Can you two stop these kinds of conversations in the main chat? Misaka was inside her room as she was lying on her bed ready to sleep, but she was blushing from these messages. Advocate of gender equality, where did you come from? Annihilation Maker, Admin. I don't think she left from the start or from the moment she logged in. Bree Bree, yeah, I didn't log out once. Advocate of gender equality, how can you tolerate a glowing and flashing screen in your face? Bree Bree, can't you guys just close it every time when it flashes while doing your work? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Well, sorry for not having a supercomputing brain power of LVL5S per Bree Bree. Bree Bree, anyway, can't you guys move for a private chat or something? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, we can do that, but, Annihilation Maker, Admin, the reaction of people like you makes us want to continue, and I'll appreciate it if you send me your expression now. Leo finished Kazuma words as Misaka had an electric current flashing on her head from anger. Bree Bree, you too. Really enjoying this? Annihilation Maker, Admin. You have no idea. Advocate of gender equality, you have no idea. Misaka started to generate a lot more electricity, as the darkroom lighted, but she stopped because she didn't want to wake up her roommate. Just wait when we meet. Misaka turned her attention back to the chat because Leo wrote a message. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Bree Bree, you are doing it wrong. Anger will not help you in online chats, let me show you the correct way. The correct way. Misaka whispered as she looked at the screen. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Hey, Kazuma, remember the time you choose a job? What did you choose? Advocate of gender equality, I feel this is going very badly. It was an adventurer, the weakest class. Why? Are you going to laugh at me for it? Annihilation Maker, Admin. I never laugh at the weakness of someone because I know I'm also was once weak, but please look at the store in the ability section. Kazuma frowned before choosing the shop and looking at the ability section before his eyes widen. Annihilation Maker, Admin. There is a little thing called overall body reinforcement which you could get after a few days of logging and you'll be able to choose a good job, but now you're stuck with the adventurer. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Kazuma raised his head and looked at the ceiling with eyes that lost hope in this world before he screamed, God damn it! Aqua was sleeping and drooling before she startled and fall from the haystack. Leo smiled while looking at Kazuma leaving as he spotted a cave in front of him. Annihilation Maker, Admin. And this is how it done, Bree 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 Bree. By being a total jerk. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Basically, yes. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Well, I'm leaving now. I have a beast to make. Bree Bree, beast? Can you open the stream function? I'm curious about the ability in different worlds. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Sure, why not? I mean, it free points, but my gut tells me it will be painful and full of suffering for me. Are you sure you want to watch it? Advocate of gender equality is online. Advocate of gender equality, I remember I forgot to ask when my weapon will be ready, but now I'm staying waiting for your suffering. JPG. Leo's expression darkened when he looked at Kazuma, sending his image laying on a haystack while digging his nose. But he didn't have time to respond. Leo stopped his footsteps and stared at the cave in front of him. This is the entrance of the Dragon Vein. Chapter 9, Plagiarism. Admin. Calm down, it was just a joke about the cultivation techniques. 6,451 words chapter, which equal to 3 of my usual chapters. Enjoy the chapter. Underscore 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 underscore. Leo was standing in front of the cave, as he was sensing the powerful and chaotic ki coming from it. Very chaotic, Leo frowned as he was measuring the ki inside the cave. This negative and malicious intent makes me think of Ingram Manu, although it wasn't something exaggerate like the sins of the whole humanity, but for the current Leo, this ki is very dangerous. This is just a separation of the Dragon Vein, so it doesn't have the usual purification function that cleans the ki before sending it back to nature. All the negative emotions have been stacked inside that space in the cave and will attack any living being enter there, which is why no one wants to use these separated veins. And because of the fact that these separated veins will dissipate after a while, no one cares about them. Advocate of gender equality, from Earth to Leo, are you there? Leo was thinking about how to enter this dragon vein before the chat room screen flashed before him. Annihilation Maker, admin yet, I'm here, but if you want the stream, I need some time to prepare. Preparation? You weren't joking about the pain and suffering. Annihilation Maker, admin no. This thing can even take my life to a certain extent. Your life. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Pain and suffering are a thing and risking your life is a whole different thing. You know there's no second chance for you in your world. Leo saw Misaka and Kazuma messages before he sighed helplessly, but there was a slight smile on his face. Annihilation Maker, admin I said to a certain extent, I'm not the guy who'll throw his life for nothing, but even so, it's a risk that I need to take, but Leo can't stop now, even if this is risky. The beast that been created now is Leo's ticket to take his Longinus to the next level even without balance breaker. Leo understood the true weakness of his Longinus, or the limit that was put by the Bible God. It's life. No matter how much Leo creates from beasts, they can never be truly alive. Annihilation Maker, beasts are just a vision created by energy in a special way that makes beasts that have an entity, but they can never be alive or have even simple intelligence except the instinct. Instinct doesn't seem to be problems at first, but after facing strong opponents, Leo beasts will only become cannon fodder, which completely unacceptable for him. The time of existence also is a problem because they are made just from energy, which puts a burden on Leo's body if he has multiple monsters. Leo has a feeling that this limit will even affect the normal strength of his beasts in the future, so he'll take care of it now and for all. Honestly, when Leo made the beast, it was only for the sake of removing this limit and because it not very expensive for his current condition, but the beast somehow resonated with this world key, which lead to all the other stuff that happened. But do you have to risk your life for just power? Annihilation Maker, admin power? In my short life I didn't consider the power to be my first concern, it just. I don't want to hesitate anymore or leave anything to regret later. Hey. Advocate of gender equality, I see. Go for it. What? Are you actually supporting him? Misaka widened her eyes as she looked at Kazuma's message. She couldn't believe he actually supported Leo in his crazy ideas. Advocate of gender equality, give me a break. What should I do? Leo already made his choice and I don't think you can stop him. Kazuma replied to Misaka's message normally, but in reality, he was clenching his fist before looking at Aqua that was scratching her head because of the fall. She's an archpriest, maybe she can help, but can I send her spells? Kazuma looked at Aqua that fallen asleep again before a vein popped on his head. But before he did anything, a message appeared in front of him and Misaka. Annihilation Maker, admin, activated streaming function, do you wish to join? Annihilation Maker, admin, stop acting like I'm going to die and enter already. Leo looked at the two enter the streaming as he raised his hand. A white aura ignited on Leo's hand before it mixed with a dark light. Is this your true look? Advocate of gender equality, so this is how you look. I have a lot of problems as an asshole himself. Leo understood Kazuma's words before he typed in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, before you say anything, look at this Kaiba surrounded by girls. JPG advocate of gender equality, whoa. How handsome. It kinda pisses me off. Crusader. JPG DS Volt. Annihilation Maker, admin, he's a devil actually, so your statement is very accurate. Count me in. Crusader. JPG 4 dragonflies appeared from Leo's palm as they flew in 4 different directions before landing. The 4 dragonflies are actually Leo's way to confuse most of the scanning type abilities and the reason he used his Longinus in the school earlier. The 4 dragonflies work in turn, the first one jammed the scanning wave before it sends it to the second dragonfly that masked the scan result and made it like the wave hit this place. The third dragonfly then takes the wave and let it go in its way normally before the fourth dragonfly sends a fake result for the wave user. Sauna scanning waves only met with the same normal result over and over without anything suspicious. The same goes for the butterfly, as its ability work in a way that makes people think they hypnotized themselves, which makes any person check after Leo completely clueless. Advocate of gender equality, I came here to see beasts and monsters, not insects. What are you? Insects maker. Bree BB bugs, advocate of gender equality, you're okay there. Bree, I'm fine. Leo looked at the chat screen with a dangerous gaze before he took a deep breath and walked towards the cave entrance. The cave wasn't big, it didn't even have much space inside as its end was in plain sight. The moment Leo set one step here, the beast inside his soul started beating quickly, as it was guiding Leo to the dragon vein entrance. Bree, is there something important in this cave? Misaka recovered from her fear of bugs and wrote in the chat after seeing that empty cave. Don't let your eyes trick you. Important things usually never appear easily. Leo didn't need to type because of the stream. A wave of golden-colored ki appeared on Leo's hand before he pointed with his finger to the front gently. At the moment Leo's finger touched the air in front of him, the space turned like water ripples and started to open. A green portal appeared in front of Leo. Dragon veins, even if they are connected with nature, their true location is a different dimension. Leo nodded, as he was watching the portal expanding. Although it not big or strong like the dimensional gap, but the dragon veins exist in different dimensions made by ki. Ki users can access some dragon veins normally, but if you want to enter the true vein, then you need a ki like the yellow dragon or a beast with a very powerful control over life, like Leo. But before Leo was happy, a giant wave of ki hit him directly. Leo raised his hands in front of him while using his ki to cover his body with a white aura, but even so, he still got pushed for more than 5 meters. The vegetation started to grow inside the cave and wither in the next moment, which made a scene like the cycle of life and death. Leo didn't have time to take care of the vegetation because he was facing bigger problems now. Kill, steal, hate, anger, kill, voices filled with malicious intent started to appear in Leo's head, but he bit his lip and forced himself to focus before using his ki to reject those thoughts. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, are you okay? Bree, what happens to you? I'm fine. Leo walked toward the gate that was releasing huge quantities of ki before he said this was expected from the dragon vein. Leo felt the beast inside of him started to grow again as it reached 71%. But Leo felt that the beast needs something from inside the dragon vein. Advocate of gender equality, don't tell me you want to enter. Well. Leo took a deep breath before saying there's no other way. Misaka didn't write any message now because she couldn't understand what makes Leo risk his life only for some power. Leo took a deep breath as he forced his beast to absorb this ki. When the beast absorbed the ki, golden grains of light appeared on Leo mixed with his white aura, which blocked more evil thoughts from the dragon vein. Without any delay, Leo jumped towards the portal before his vision flashed until he appeared in a green space filled with raging ki. After Leo entered the portal, a shadow of an animal appeared from the cave entrance, but it didn't dare to move closer to the portal. The moment Leo appeared in this place, a lot of wounds appeared on his body, but they got healed instantly by the golden grains of light surrounding Leo. Leo noticed his glasses and headphones are also breaking before they turned into dust. My beasts can't survive here except the ki-based ones. Leo frowned from this scene, but at this moment the chat room screen appeared. Advocate of gender equality, I need to ask this, are you sure you'll not die? Bree, is this what you meant by an extent? Shut up and just watch. Leo felt pain from the wound that kept appearing on his body, as they got healed by his beast power. Leo frowned from this result because if he got injured like this here, how can he survive in the core of the vein where his goal awaits? The white aura on Leo's body didn't help either because even if it seems like Toki, it isn't perfect or strong like the real Toki. If I can't perfect the technique now, Leo forced his beast to absorb all the ki that was attacking him before sending it toward his white aura. I'll just use quantity instead. Leo aura turned golden as it exploded around him while raising his hair to the sky, which blocked all the chaotic ki from hurting him. Advocate of gender equality. Did he just go Super Saiyan? Suddenly, I feel he'll be more than fine. Bree. Again, I don't have enough context, but at least he isn't getting injuries now. Leo ignored the chat room screen as he blasted towards the front with an inhuman speed. But the more he advanced, the stronger the ki will be. Leo noticed the injuries started to appear on his body again, which made his uniform tattered and filled with blood, but even so, he didn't stop or scream about pain. Kazuma and Misaka felt uncomfortable with this scene filled with blood because even if Kazuma died once, he only saw this scene in movies, and the quality of chat room screen with the thought he is seeing a real person like this isn't helping him. Misaka wasn't better as he felt she is going to throw up. Advocate of gender equality. Hey, man. Maybe you should stop. Misaka didn't type, but she only stared at the screen while clenching her hand. Annihilation Maker. Admin feeling uncomfortable. Pain. I told you that it'll not be pretty to watch this. Pain. Leo wasn't able to talk because he was focusing on using his ki to block all the attacks. Advocate of gender equality, you're okay. Annihilation Maker, admin for the last time. Pain. I'm perfectly fine. Pain. Something like this can never stop me. Pain. Bree, I would have believed you more if you didn't type the word pain subconsciously every time. Before Leo replayed, the space in front of him turned golden as he almost fell to the ground. On Leo's right leg, there was a giant wound that almost split his leg from his body, but it got recovered quickly. The ki power in this golden space multiplied by many times, which made Leo's defense completely useless, so he focused his aura on his head and heart before rushing again while taking more injuries with each step. This scene shocked Kazuma and Misaka because they never thought Leo will actually go this far without even considering surrendering. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is nothing. Advocate of gender equality, you are brave, there's nothing I can say more. Bree. Leo kept advancing in this golden space of torture before he spotted something in front of him. It was a golden sapling, the center of the dragon vein, and Leo's goal from this journey. Leo walked towards it slowly because he couldn't run now. The injuries rate has exceeded his recovering rate, which makes every step Leo takes now is filled with pain and suffering. Leo reached the sapling as he reached for it with his hands that were trembling before he held it next to his chest. The moment the sapling touched Leo's chest, the beast's fear glowed again, as it absorbed the sapling directly. After the beast devoured the sapling, Leo stood in his place without doing anything before he fell to the ground. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Bree, Leo. Both Kazuma and Misaka now are watching Leo's body getting destroyed before it recovered non-stop. First, Leo's hands turned into dust until it recovered with a golden glow. Annihilation Maker, admin, pain v pain advocate of gender equality, he is talking the language of pain. Bree translates it now. Bree, why do you think I can translate it? Misaka completely lost her calm. Advocate of gender equality, aren't you an LVL5 Esper or whatever? Can't you translate a different language? Bree, how did you reach that conclusion? Leo wasn't even able to think now, and what he wrote was just because the screen is on. The beast inside Leo's soul is growing at a tremendous rate as it reached 99% in no time, but it didn't reach 100% because of the last step. Even if he was feeling this as the biggest mistake in his life, Leo forced his Longinus and shoved the beast towards his soul. This is the only way this beast will be able to break the limit on his Longinus, and Leo can't stop now or he'll die. The beast sank slowly in Leo's soul as the pain became something he isn't able to describe anymore. Annihilation Maker, admin and A1A number, A underscore dash, number and 41E underscore, A86A and underscore A and, A number underscore and 54 EA underscore number and, EA number 23 underscore and, underscore A advocate of gender equality, we're losing him. Kazuma bit his lip before he turned towards Aqua and started shaking her to wake up, you useless goddess, I need your help now. Aqua started to wake up slowly, but before that Kazuma saw the screen turn completely golden without anything shown. The beast completely sank inside Leo's soul as the progress reached 100%. At that moment the whole dragon vein started shaking, as a huge golden key engulfed Leo before exploding. Kazuma and Misaka stopped their action while staring at the screen. All that they hope now is they don't see the death message, but after a few seconds, the golden light disappeared and showed Leo lying in the cave with almost no clothes. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, are you okay? Say something rude. Bree, how can you check on him by that? Leo stood up slowly from the ground while feeling his mind hurt from all that ki and the pain he felt, but his body was perfectly fine. Leo held his head from the pain while he noticed the flashing screen. Annihilation Maker, admin shut up. My head hurts. Advocate of gender equality, see, he's fine. Bree, how does that even work? Kazuma and Misaka breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Leo standing up, but Misaka blushed because he almost doesn't have clothes now. I'm never going to do something like that ever again. Leo supported himself with the cave wall before he said, I feel like I have been traumatized. Then Leo looked at Kazuma and Misaka's message before he said, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, advocate of gender equality. Leo, you didn't hit your head inside, didn't you? Bree, I think you should go to the hospital, but first, can you get some clothes? Leo's expression darkened while looking at those messages before a golden aura appeared on his hand as it spread to the cave wall. Although I want to see your embarrassed look now, but I don't want to be naked in the forest. The cave wall started to turn gold before it turned into a golden light around Leo's hand. Leo used his Longinus at this moment as a dark light started to mix with the golden one. More and more from the wall started to transform into golden light before it mixed with the dark one until all the lights disappeared and left a black semi-liquid substance on the ground. Leo reached for the substance as it crawled on his arm before it engulfed all his body. After a few seconds, the black substance transformed again and changed color, as it turned into a QA Academy boy uniform. Leo then moved his leg and hit two rocks on the ground as they turned into golden light mixed with black before transforming into black glasses, and headphones with blue lines. Done. Leo moved his hand as he felt his body stronger and another conscious appeared in his mind. Lord, your body is in a perfect condition, but your mental state is very exhausted. It recommended taking rest. A hoarse voice sounded from Leo's head as he nodded before saying, after I finish this we'll be on our way. Venom. Leo smiled because he finally archived his goal. His beasts now are really alive, completely loyal, and won't just die if they lost energy. And the biggest gain is he can now use inorganic objects and matter instead of energy to create his beast, which lower the cost greatly. Venom that was unviable yesterday, has been created easily by using matter as a replacement, and he was created with all his powers like spider senses and super strength, etc. Creating this beast was the correct choice. Leo smiled before he remembered the journey in the veins even if the cost was big. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Did you just say Venom? Annihilation Maker, admin. Yeah, advocate of gender equality, that means, you weren't joking. Annihilation Maker, admin. Joking? Oh, Kazuma. You should wait for the day I come with a Fu or Goisha to visit you. Advocate of gender equality. Bree, can you guys explain what are you talking about? Leo moved towards the wall again as the golden and black light process repeated while Kazuma replied to Misaka. Advocate of gender equality, this is an ancient knowledge only available to the cultured people. Bree, are you telling me that I'm not cultured? Electric current appeared again on Misaka's head, but it vanished when she saw the screen where Leo finished his creation, as a brown fluffy beast with small white wings and green claws appeared in front of him. Woohoo! The beast said in an echoed voice while floating around Leo. Bree, what that? It's cute. Misaka stuck her head in the screen as she was looking at the beast with a very intense gaze. Advocate of gender equality, a furball. He doesn't know Yu-Gi-Oh or One Piece. Hey, Leo looked at the beast floating around him before he said, this is a winged Kuroba, and like you said, Kazuma, this is my second chance. Kuroba doesn't have a strong strength or power, but his ability to save its user from all attacks after it dies, which is very powerful for battles. Leo smiled while looking at Kuroba that narrowed his eyes while saying his cry woohoo. Leo stood in his place for a second before reaching to the chat room screen. Annihilation Maker, admin, paused the stream. Bree, hey. Advocate of gender equality, what happened? Leo looked left and right before he stared at Kuroba that tilted his head. Leo hugged Kuroba and caressing his fur for a while, as Kuroba had a face of enjoyment before letting him go. Kuroba floated above Leo's head until it got smaller before landing on top of Leo's head. Leo activated the stream after checking on Kuroba. Annihilation Maker, admin, resumed the stream. Bree, did something happen? But even if Misaka said that, her eyes were still on the Kuroba on top of Leo's head. Advocate of gender equality, wanna talk about it? Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Advocate of gender equality, oh, really? Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Bree, can't you say it? Annihilation Maker, admin, personal reasons. Advocate of gender equality, one day I'll know it, just you wait. But can you tell me, what did you create after all that torture? Misaka removed her eyes from Kuroba and looked at Leo. She was also very interested in the beast that took Leo all that pain to create. Annihilation Maker, admin, no, this beast needs a proper stage to be shown, and now I have something to do. Leo looked at the dragon vein dimension that started to collapse slowly after it lost the core. Advocate of gender equality, something you need to do. Bree, please tell me it not another round of pain. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm never going to do something like that again. And about the thing? I'm going to create a noble phantasm with anti-angel/devil property. Advocate of gender equality. Excuse me. Bree, I can understand devils, but why angels? Annihilation Maker, admin, Bree, you need to know that church and angels are usually the evil guys in every world. Advocate of gender equality, I can confirm that. Annihilation Maker, admin, and that also goes for your world. Bree, another very important information. Can't you just tell me? Not with that guy in your academy city. Leo didn't want to tell Misaka anything about Aleister Crowley because he doesn't want her to get his attention. That man is too dangerous to mess with, especially if Leo or anyone in chat room can't help Misaka now. Annihilation Maker, admin, jokes aside, I have to create this beast to counter those guys. Bree, counter? Why are you talking like they are your enemies? Leo turned his head and looked at the chat room screen where the camera before he said, they're not my enemy and maybe we'll even be allies, but I'll not wait until I regret my decision. Bree, why do you sound like you are going to kill them? Even if they are different races, they still people. Different races? I think you misunderstood something, Bree. Leo gazed at the screen camera, as he said with a cold voice, I don't care if it human or any other race, an enemy is an enemy for me, but let me tell you an advice. Bree, sometimes, this mercy you have now will become cruel for you and the people you care about if you showed it to an enemy. Leo closed his eyes and said, for me, a dead enemy is the only good enemy. If necessary, I'll not hesitate to sacrifice other people to save my important ones. Leo opened his eyes and said, which also includes you too. If you two were in danger, I'll never hesitate. Kazuma and Misaka stopped their movement and looked at the screen. Both of them didn't know how to respond to these words now, or even trying to deny Leo words. Because in a place in their hearts they know that Leo is right, even if they didn't want to admit it. But before Leo said anything else, he felt something tingling in his head before he jumped to the left. Behind Leo, there was a giant stinger with a green liquid that melted the cave walls. Advocate of gender equality, hey! Bree, Leo behind you. Annihilation Maker, admin, I already saw it. My spider senses were tingling. Advocate of gender equality, really? You're going to use that phrase. Leo didn't care about Kazuma as he saw different types of animals appearing inside the cave, but unlike the normal animals. These were bigger and have very monstrous features like giant's teeth or claws dripping green liquid. Bree, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell with this protagonist treatment? You just finished a power-up and found a punching bag. Ignoring Kazuma again, Leo stared at deers, squirrels, wolves, birds, while counting there were at least 20 animals here. They are dead. Leo noticed that all the animals don't have ki before a voice appeared from a wolf. You really made me wait. The guy behind these animals, Leo looked at the wolf calmly before he said, so you are a stray, hey. I guess you were too scared to go after me, grr. Don't think your tricks can save you now. Wolf turned to look at the portal behind Leo. I watched you from the moment you came out, you're very weak now. Did the animal part lowered his IQ? Hold up, from the start. Leo felt Kuruba on his head before his expression frozen. Boom! A golden aura appeared around Leo as it pushed everything around him backward before he said, you know? I was going to kill you anyway, but thank you for the extra reason. Growling. All the animals got angry from Leo's words before they rushed towards him. Sigh. Well, I guess this is it. Leo stood there with his hands in his pockets as his golden aura blocked all the stingers with the green liquid before an eagle with a large beak attacked Leo's eye. But before it hit Leo, a butterfly appeared between them. The eagle didn't care about the butterfly and attacked it, but instead of killing the butterfly, the eagle had a hole in his head with the same size of his beak after hitting the butterfly that didn't get injured at all. You need to learn to stop attacking nature. Leo put the butterfly on his finger before he looked at the animals rushing before he said, Kazuma, as a man of culture, remember this moment. Bree, can you explain to me this culture thing? Advocate of gender equality, don't worry, I also don't understand what's going on. Leo took a step forward as the ground started to tremble before tree branches appeared from the ground and locked most of the animals, but some small animals escaped and rushed towards Leo. Leo Arisaltek, have a dream. Leo golden aura increased while small golden grains of light appeared around him to become overpowered. Advocate of gender equality, that phrase, shit. No, Leo, stop. We can talk about this. Bree, what is that? Is it bad? Advocate of gender equality, no, maybe it just me. As long as there's no cracking sound followed by a piano, we are fine. Cracking sound. Piano started playing. Advocate of gender equality, fuck. More tree branches appeared, as they blocked the animals before Leo said persona. Music stopped. Awkward silence and awkward atmosphere appeared with only the sound of struggling animals. Advocate of gender equality. Really? Piano playing again. Cough. Leo cleared his throat before he put his hand forwards and said, gold experience. Leo's golden aura glowed even more, as a humanoid creature separated from his body and rushed forwards with a speed that left sonic booms in the air. The creature had a golden color all over its body. The top of its head is similar to that of a typical helmet of a soldier, with curved markings similar to the letter J coming down from the eyes on both sides. There are stylized wings on its shoulders and large ladybugs all over its body. This is the stand of Giorno Giovanna from JoJo's Part 5. Useless. Gold experience screamed as his fists turned into after images and hit all the animals in the cave, even the ones at 8 meters away from Leo. Because Leo removed the range limit when he creates it. Outside the cave, there was a giant bear monster that was looking at the cave from a distance. This is the stray that controls those animals. But at this moment he had a shocked expression on his face. Crash 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 crash. Animals started to fly from the cave and crashed into the ground, as they made potholes next to the bear's stay. The bear didn't believe a human was able to do this before he heard footsteps coming from the cave entrance. Leo walked slowly while gold experience was floating behind him before they both looked towards the giant bear. Grr. Human. Leo watched the angry bear with a calm expression before he said, you are really lucky to witness two things this day. Well, I was going to end it with a bang anyway. Leo used venom to cover his face before he raised his hand to the sky as golden light spots started to gather from all the plants in the surrounding. Gold Experience saw this and rushed to the cave wall which is next to the mountain before he punches it useless. The dragon vein that was supposed to vanish started working again with the control of Gold Experience as the whole mountain started to shake. Bear stared in awe as he saw the whole mountain started to turn gold while floating in the sky before a black light appeared on it. The key inside the dragon vein. The dimension of the dragon vein. With the whole mountain as a matter to use, Leo raised his hand and at that moment all the golden and black light gathered towards him. The whole scene was like another sun appearing in the night, which alarmed a lot of people. Leo started to float in the sky with the light as he looked at the shocked bear. Stray life is always around us, from the moment we take our first heartbeat in this world. Advocate of gender equality, oh my god. He's doing monologues. However, everything has two sides of existence. If there's life, golden and dark light turned into rings around Leo's left hand as something was made inside of them while Leo said, "There'll be death, venom, be ready to record, Gold Experience, let's finish this." Leo and Gold Experience gathered all the rings towards Leo's palm before a sword-like thing appeared from inside the light. Annihilation on advocate of gender equality, can you stop stealing phrases? Leo reached gently and caught the sword from its scabbard. At that moment all the lights vanished, leaving Leo holding the katana in his hand while his clothes also changed. Leo now is wearing a long, silver-buttoned blue coat with 3 separated coattails. A white, serpentine pattern runs around the collar, with the snake's head hanging over the coat's left shoulder, and its tail slinking down the right, all the way to the bottom of the coat. A gold lining runs across the edges of the coat, and a silky, golden flower blossom pattern decorates the inner lining. Each cuff of the coat also possesses 5 gold button straps with gold lining. While the katana in his hand had a black ink scabbard while its hilt was white with a golden handguard, but even in his scabbard, this sword seems to be dangerous from all the blue aura around it. Advocate of gender equality, another plagiarism, and I finally know what he meant by anti-angel/devil weapons. Bree, I give up. I don't want to know. Leo landed gently on the ground as he put his right hand on the katana hilt. A blue aura appeared on Leo with some dark blue butterfly around him and a shadow of a man with white hair, but the most striking thing is the sound of the sword as Leo pulled it slightly from its sheath. Unlike a normal sword sounds, this sword sounded like a beast took from its cage while all the space around Leo trembled from actual fear. The space was fearing this beast in Leo's hands. Several magic circles appeared around this place, but the space shock crushed them completely and hurt their users. This is... Leo looked at the animals surrounding the bear before he pulled the sword completely and said with a voice that overlapped with the shadow behind him. Requiem, advocate of gender equality, no, it fucking not. Leo didn't care about Kazuma, as he waved the katana gently to the front. PFF 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 asterisk PFF PFF. All the animals in front of Leo got their heads chopped off without Leo taking a step forwards before 10 blue blades appeared around him and shot towards the bear, nailing him into the ground. Tear him to shreds. Leo put the katana back to his scabbard as he put a sword drawing stance while the shadow behind Leo completely disappeared. Yamato the bear didn't even see when Leo pulled the sword before a dark blue space distortion engulfed him. I don't know if you became stray because of your master or because your own, but... Leo turned his back to the bear as he put the Yamato inside its scabbard and said, "Disappear now." Tick, with the sound of the sword put in its scabbard, a lot of slashes appeared inside the space distortion and cut the bear into small pieces instantly. Leo releases his breath slightly before feeling something and pulling Yamato, as a blue aura appeared and he teleported from this place. In the next moment, a lot of supernatural creatures appeared here, but most of them were injured and some got a knock by the space that's still trembling. The supernaturals didn't stop and looked at the place where the mountain disappeared while some of them tried to track Leo by space, but they stopped after a few of them got their head chopped off by space, as the cause of this accident remained a mystery. Inside Leo's room, there were few ants that Leo used to check the time limit of his beasts. But at that moment, a blue light flashed, as Leo landed gently in the room before it flashed again and he appeared on the rooftop. "I think those deaths will teach them not to mess with a raging space," Leo said as he was watching the chat room screen that was flashing. "Advocate of gender equality, let's count here. Spider-Man, Giorno, Shiro, and finally Virgil. I finally know how shameless you are, Annihilation Maker," admin admitted. "You're just jealous, advocate of gender equality. Of course, I am jealous." Leo and Kazuma started a conversation about how shameless he is before a message from Misaka appeared. "Bree, admin, I was thinking about your words now." Leo stopped his chat with Kazuma, as he looked at the screen. "My words, hey. So what about them?" "Bree, even if there was a truth in them, but I choose to believe in people, even if that might lead me to a terrible fate. I don't want to give up my trust that everyone can have a good side. Like you jerk Bree, I choose to do what I like, and I don't care about your choice. And like you said, if we were in trouble you'll save us, didn't you?" It recorded Gotcha.jpg advocate of gender equality. "Yeah, honestly I'm with her, and like she said, our powerful plagiarism admin will not let us small members die, didn't you?" I also recorded it. Gotcha bitch.jpg. Leo stared at these messages without a word while he put his hand on his face. These two idiots. But even so, Leo had a small smile on his face while he loosens his grip on Yamato slightly. "And the worst part, I have been taught a lesson by these idiots. It was just an advice, you idiots." Leo removed his hand as he smiled helplessly. "Advocate of gender equality, who are you calling an idiot? You moron. Bree, you're looking for a fight, right? But..." Leo looked at the city with its shining lights in the night before he said, "Well said. Kazuma, Misaka." Bree, Misaka what? What happened?" Leo didn't understand this reaction before another message arrived. Bree, where are your honorifics?" "Honorifics?" Leo tilted his head slightly before he said, "What are those? Are they tasty?" "Misaka." Bree, you stop calling me by my name directly. Didn't you call me by my name earlier?" "But, sure Misaka, no problem Misaka, got it Misaka." Leo repeated it 3 times in a row. Bree is offline advocate of gender equality. Wow, the 2 days straight logging has been ruined. By raising flags. Leo stopped for a moment before remembering something about Japan culture. "Oh. Shit, advocate of gender equality, yeah, I had enough. Send me my weapon in the morning." Advocate of gender equality is offline. Leo transformed Venom into his uniform and put Yamato in his shadow before he chooses to end the stream and received 200 points. Leo sighed before he sat down on the roof and watched the city from afar while playing with the small Kuruba. Kazuma moved back to his haystack with a deadpan face before lying down and trying to sleep. Misaka was lying on her bed with her face completely red while she was mumbling, "I'll drop thunder on his head next time." Everyone logged out from the chat room as it went completely silent. But before Kazuma and Misaka closed their eyes, a message appeared. "Neat Princess joined the chat room. It seems the night is still very long." Chapter 10, 5th member. Woohoo! Leo put the confused small Kuruba on his head before he raised up from the rooftop. "The 5th member." Leo looked at the chat room screen before he said, "Didn't it got refused?" Leo didn't understand why this invitation got accepted now or that nickname, but this didn't stop him from complaining. "Can't someone have a rest here?" Leo felt a headache from all the action tonight. Leo was planning to take a rest to recover his mental state to its peak before he goes and read books about genes and biology. Knowledge is a very important factor of Leo Longinus, or the part where his imagination isn't enough. At first, Leo wanted to create something like the spider that gave Peter Parker his powers, but then he saw gold experience stopped in the middle of creation, which wasn't in his plans at all. This accident made Leo take it slowly about making these kinds of beasts because he doesn't want to end up with a spider head and arms. "Let's see who this is." Leo logged into the chat, but he didn't know, he wasn't the only person complaining about this. "Can't someone have a rest here?" Kazuma repeated the same words as Leo before standing up from the haystack he was lying on. Kazuma felt today is the worst in his life. First, he got killed by the stupidest reason ever, then he chooses a useless goddess as his cheat in a different world, and he got bombarded by Leo fact about his job earlier, so he's now more than just tired. But he felt if he didn't log now he'll miss a lot of things, especially after seeing the new member nickname, and more importantly, he hates reading the chat log. Misaka wasn't better because she got interrupted from her sleep 2 times already, but she also felt there is a lot to miss from this event. But Misaka didn't see a shadow appeared behind her and started looking at her. Annihilation Maker, Admin, is online. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Annihilation Maker, Admin. This is the second time today. And this is getting ridiculous. Advocate of gender equality, I'm totally over this. Annihilation Maker, Admin. You think you're tired? Try doing a walk in the dragon veins then. Advocate of gender equality, how about trying my way in dying instead? Bree, nobody here is an idiot who died from shock or a fool who go directly for a torture walk. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Advocate of gender equality. The strongest man in the world, GOOOOOSE. It seems you are getting along together very well. Did something happen? Bree, a lot of things happened and my head also hurts now. A hero for fun, my head also hurts. For a different reason. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Waking up from sleep. A hero for fun, the screen appeared when I was sleeping, and I used my power instinctively, but a giant hole in Saitama's apartment. JPG Saitama looked at the giant hole he made in his apartment because this chat room surprised him in his sleep. This chat is one of the few things that Saitama can't feel or react to in time, which leads him to punch directly, but even if he stopped in time, his apartment didn't survive. Annihilation Maker, Admin. The price of power. Advocate of gender equality, that's a lot of damage. JPG A hero for fun. Bree, did you guys forget why we're here? Annihilation Maker, Admin. We have a reason. Advocate of gender equality, is it important? The strongest man in the world, maybe it'll become important if you look at it from a different side, but now it isn't more important than drinking. Whitebeard was drinking while looking at his sons and daughters having a party, and he didn't care if his sons told him to stop drinking multiple times. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Your health is okay, old man. The strongest man in the world, those points made my sickness a little better, but they are far from curing me or prolonging my life. Advocate of gender equality, if it easy to prolong your life then those villains from a different world will cry. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Looking at the side. JPG Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What did you do? Annihilation Maker, Admin. I may or may not increase my life to at least 3000 years by absorbing that core. By absorbing the core in the dragon vein, Leo concept of life has been changed a little. If you ignore the human body, Leo now can be considered a spirit of nature from the power of gold experience combined with the core. Advocate of gender equality. Go apologies to all villains. Orochimaru isn't satisfied. JPG Annihilation Maker, Admin. Why are those villains working so hard for immortality, anyway? Can't they just go become Pokemon trainers and get it done already? Orochimaru with ash hat and a pokeball in his hand. JPG Bree, my hope in you guys getting serious is getting smaller with each day passing by. Advocate of gender equality, hasn't it been only 2 days? Bree, my hope wasn't that big in the first place. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Good for you, but can this new member speak or type? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, at least say something after ruining my sleep. A hero for fun, apologies for my apartment. Bree, although I don't want to sound rude, but my sleep also has been ruined. While the messages kept increasing about the new member that ruined the sleep of everyone, there was a place in a different world. This place is completely separated from the real world by a powerful boundary, as there is just a little connection between the real world and this place. In this place, you can see a lot of different creatures and humans, but everything seems in the old Japanese ages. Because this place was meant to be like this. A place to be isolated from all the technological advancements in the real world and become a paradise for different species. This is Gensokyo, or can be called the land of fantasy. Inside Gensokyo, which filled with yokai that make it perpetually noisy, there was a bamboo forest filled with mist. Because of the mist, the bamboo forest has very low visibility, but that wasn't the only weird thing here. If someone enters this mist, he has a large chance of losing his way. But if he reached the center of the forest somehow, he'll see an old mansion which hidden from the eyes of the public. When someone gets closer to this mansion, he'll not notice any change on time, be it day or night, making everyone feel this forest has taken outside the flow of time and history. This old mansion is called Inte, or it can be called the House of Eternity. Built on the traditions of the old-fashioned Japanese mansions, there isn't a single sign of wear, as it is literally eternally unchanging. When someone visiting Inte, not the faintest amount of light reaches the bottom, so everything is dark, and the only sounds that can be heard are the bamboo leaves rustling in the wind, which makes it the calmest place in the whole Gensokyo. But unlike the traditional Japanese design of the mansion, there was a room inside of it that didn't match this design. The room was chaotic, with all DVDs and snacks thrown into the ground, with some figures hanging here and there, and with a lot of monitors and game consoles around. This is a high-level neat room. In the middle of this disaster, there was a girl lying looking at a computer screen with a devastated expression on her face. My score. The girl mumbled sadly as she looked at the chat room screen. The girl was very beautiful, so beautiful beyond any human, like she wasn't one in the first place. She had dark brown eyes, very long black hair. Wears a pink shirt with many white bows, and a long, dark burgundy skirt decorated in yellow with bamboo and flower shapes. This is the princess of the Lunarians and the one called the Sinner of Eternity and the Moment, Kaguya Aorai-san. But what was going to be a beautiful scene has been ruined by the chaotic room and the expression on the Kaguya face. Kaguya expression turned angry for a moment when looking at the chat room screen, but she calmed down and looked seriously at the screen. Although this chat room looks like it filled with the middle two diseases, but there were two problems in this for Kaguya. First, this is Gensokyo, which means that no human network is available except some kappas opening the network to update data, but that wasn't the most important. The biggest problem is Kaguya is using her power at this moment. The power to manipulate eternity and the moment. This is Kaguya power. This kind of ability allows her to turn one moment into eternity, which means unlike all other people that complain about time, she has all the time in the world. It maybe looks like a time stop, but it more advanced. When the chat room appeared for the first time, Kaguya thought it hacking or those kappas are playing a bad joke, so she ignored it because she had more important things to do. Playing games and playing games. But after forgetting about it for 2 days, the chat room invitation appeared suddenly in front of Kaguya and exactly where the mouse was clicking, which forced her to enter this chat room. And all of that happened in her eternity, which is impossible for her to play online while activating her ability because she can't pull all the other players with her from just an internet connection. Not been affected by my ability and the fact of this classic cliché. Kaguya put her sleeve in front of her mouth before she said, "Is this real?" When they said Kaguya has been corrupted by humans, they weren't lying in a sense. This moon princess has been corrupted by the culture that break through time and space and became a NEET. But it could be a joke or someone playing tricks. Kaguya wasn't quite sure about this chat room because even if she didn't been in Gensokyo for a long time and didn't interact with those yokais, she heard from Iron about all those weird abilities they have, so even if she didn't take them seriously, she had to be careful. Kaguya looked at the messages that kept appearing before she reached to the keyboard and typed something. Neat princess, so this was really a multiverse chat room advocate of gender equality, no question asked. Annihilation maker, admin, this must be the fastest acceptance to the chat room until now. Bree, admitting it directly. The strongest man in the world, quite the quick acceptance there, a hero for fun, adaptation. Neat princess, don't take this princess as those idiots. Something like this is very easy to guess. Annihilation maker, admin, hey, Kazuma, Misaka, I think she is mentioning you two. Advocate of gender equality, who's this bitch? Bree, why do I have to get this angry every time I enter here? This is the normal reaction, but... Kaguya looked at Misaka and Kazuma messages before she received another one and said, how to do this? Annihilation Maker, admin now, like he said. Who are you? This message put Kaguya in two positions. First, she tells her identity and see the result, or she keeps silent while changing the subject. After thinking for a while, Kaguya typed this. Neat princess, a princess in the bamboo forest. After that thinking, Kaguya chose to give a hint, maybe because she thought it'll be interesting to see if she also has a work in different worlds. Bamboo forest. Leo looked at that message before something flashed in his mind. After getting venom, Leo memory became better and better as he started to remember details from his past life better now, like this one. Princess and neat while the location is a bamboo forest. Leo thought for a while before he said the bullets hell game. Annihilation Maker, admin Gensakyo? Kaguya Aorai-san. Neat princess, I guess you aren't half bad for knowing this princess. Advocate of gender equality, the bullets hell. Hold up, if she is here then, Bree, I already gave up the culture thing, but can you at least explain to me who's this? I really have a work in different worlds like all of them. Kaguya looked at the nicknames before she said Saitama, Whitebeard, Misaka Mikoto, Kazuma Sato, and the guy that seems from DXD, Kaguya was smiling, but that smile vanished when she saw the next message. Annihilation Maker, admin, she's just an old hag with an age equal to an eternity. Kaguya face stiffened as she felt an arrow shot through her while her fist was shaking from anger. Advocate of gender equality, yet, she's an old woman that her age is unknown, but if her ability says eternal, then her age is also like that. Another arrow hit Kaguya that almost broke the mouse now. Bree, she's that old, and she still calls herself a princess? I feel sad for her. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, very sad for her. JPG advocate of gender equality * very sad for her. JPG a hero for fun, just joining the fun. Very sad for her. JPG * Kaguya was shaking from anger. In all her life, she was always considered the most beautiful princess, be it from humans or yokai. And now, 3 people dare to make fun of her directly. Leo looked at chat room where Kaguya stopped sending messages before he said she's probably shaking from anger now, but her first reaction. Leo moved the chat screen and looked at the old messages before he said, it seems we have another cultured person. Neat princess, phew. How long has it been since I got this angry? Annihilation Maker, admin, shouldn't you have something like a calm mind or whatever? Neat princess, calm? I'm very calm. Very calm. Totally calm. Kaguya is looking at the screen now while thinking about what iron medicine she should send to these assholes. Advocate of gender equality, something tells me she isn't very calm. Bree, you think? Annihilation Maker, admin, well, before you start to think of throwing us with medicine, let me ask you a few questions. Neat princess, do you think you can save yourself? Annihilation Maker, admin, do I look like I'm scared of you? But answer this if you are a cultured person. Kaguya frowned while looking at Leo's message, then she saw the question about some classic quotes. Although she didn't want to answer this, but her identity as a cultured person has been challenged now. Then the same thing happened again, with Kazuma joining in the middle of the questions. Bree, this thing again. A hero for fun, didn't you give up? Bree, not like this. Just look at them, they are typing 3 messages by the second. The strongest man in the world, just wait for them. But they didn't stop. After going through many quotes they started writing 6 digits numbers for a while, but that stopped instantly after Kaguya wrote the 7 and 8 digits. Advocate of gender equality, what? Annihilation Maker, admin, I am possible, those are just legends. Neat princess, phew. Did you really think, weaklings like you can overcome me? Advocate of gender equality, how can she know everything from the good shit to what the fuck I just watched? Annihilation Maker, admin, she must have been cheating. Neat princess, no, I wasn't. This is just the reality you two have to live with now. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What the point of living anymore? All what I have accomplished during my life has been crushed now. Kazuma fell on the haystack, as he was staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, like his will for living vanished at this moment, but the light went back to his eyes after he saw a message. Annihilation Maker, admin, never give up, Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, even if it hurt me to admit it, we indeed lost. But never give up. If we can't beat her now, we can do it in the future. Advocate of gender equality, yet. Thank you for reminding me, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, no problem. Neat princess, humph. Even if I'm still angry, but I have to admit your courage now. I'll be waiting for your next challenge. I have taken the first napkin. GIF, a hero for fun, what a fighting spirit, the strongest man in the world, goo ha 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 ha. This really reminded me of Roger Bree Bree, even if it seemed to be amazing, but I have a feeling they weren't talking about something good at all. But suddenly both Leo and Kazuma froze when they saw Kagaya GIF. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Are my eyes tricking me now? Annihilation Maker, admin, no. It really was an animated Valentine. Neat princess, Didn't you guys watch Steel Ball Run? Kagaya got a little confused about these messages before a devilish smile appeared on her face. Neat princess, or maybe there wasn't a Steel Ball Run in your world yet. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality. Neat princess, what a shame. I have this Blu-ray Steel Ball Run here, but sadly, a certain two guys have called me with very rude words. What a shame. Advocate of gender equality. You aren't a princess, you are a demon. Annihilation Maker, admin, it seems I have to take my nickname seriously after this. Just wait until I go to your world. Neat princess, phew, Bree Bree, I really can't handle this anymore. For the love of God. Tell me, what the hell are you talking about? Misaka had enough with this culture thing. Every time Leo and Kazuma say words she can't understand at all, and now there's a third person to join them. Neat princess, oh? Do you want to know? Well, that actually very simple. Listen here. Misaka put her head closer to the screen. She was waiting for this from the moment she heard the cursed word of culture, but before she be happy a message appeared. Neat princess has been banned by the admin. Annihilation Maker, admin, you old hag. Do you think I'll let you corrupt Mikoto on my watch? Bree Bree, Mikoto what? Misaka face was burning red now. If Leo called her by her family name was embarrassing for her, then calling her first name directly is beyond her limits. Annihilation Maker, admin, although she seems to be very easy to piss off and very violent, but unlike you, she's a cute and lovely innocent girl, and if you corrupt her, then, is this a confession? But we only know each other for 2 days. Misaka's face got redder as she looked at Leo messages without noticing the shadow behind her started shaking. But all that vanished with the next message. Annihilation Maker, admin, where do you think I'm supposed to find an innocent girl to bully her in the chat room? Bree Bree is offline. Misaka dropped her head down as her expression was filled with rage, which activated her ability, but she stopped because she heard a voice behind her. Big sister. What are you doing? The voice was cold and dark as it sent chills to Misaka before she turned her head slowly to look at her roommate. A girl with tawny hair tied into 2 curly pigtails was looking at Misaka while releasing a very dark aura before saying, "Why are you blushing?" While looking at the air, the cold voice was very scary, as Misaka was sweating before moving backward. Kuriko, it not what you think. Misaka started getting nervous, as she was trying to escape. But Kuriko's dark aura increased. Don't try to run. Kuriko jumped towards Misaka, as a bolt of lightning flashed in the room before something dropped and started to twitch. Damn you, Leo! Misaka clenched her fist while looking at Kuriko that was twitching with a creepy look on her face before she said, "Just you wait. This isn't over." Who is Leo? Kuriko stood up from the ground like a zombie before she turned towards Misaka that was feeling a headache now. Leo looked at Misaka leaving the chat room before he put his hand on his chin and said, "Did I overdo it?" But at that moment a message appeared in his private section. "Neat princess, you authority abuser. Neat princess, do you think you won? Annihilation maker, admin. As long as I have this admin title, I'll never allows any corrupting of the innocent members. Neat princess, stop with that act. You know what I mean. Annihilation maker, admin. What? Neat princess, you're not a person from DXD world. Annihilation maker, admin. Yes, neat princess. Is that all? Annihilation maker, admin. What more to say about it? Neat princess. Forget it. But you know you can't keep it a secret forever. Annihilation maker, admin. Misaka or this worthless identity. Neat princess, both, but I don't think you care about your identity. Annihilation maker, admin. Misaka, hey. Honestly, I don't know. Leo picked Kuriba from his head and started teasing him slightly. Neat princess, even if you hide it, she'll face it one day. Annihilation maker, admin. I know, neat princess, and this is not only about Misaka. This chat room isn't something came from a joke. They'll have to kill and see the darkness of this world even if you tried to stop it like now she saw it directly. Well, she didn't live that long for nothing. Leo looked at the small Kuriba waving his small claws. Annihilation maker, admin. I know, neat princess, so why didn't you tell them? Kaguya didn't understand Leo's way of work. Didn't all those chat group fictions have an admin that's supposed to tell his member their future? Then try to fix it or something, but what Leo is doing is totally the opposite. Annihilation maker, admin. The world isn't pretty or friendly as it looks like now. It a place filled with darkness and despair which create an abyss that'll swallow any weak person and leave only the strong. Leo smiled while looking at Kuriba, hitting him slightly with its claw because he kept teasing him. Annihilation maker, admin. Even if I know that they'll eventually have to face it, but for now, I'll take it all and clear a path before them until they are ready. Neat princess. You'll do the dirty work. Annihilation maker, admin. Honestly, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I don't have any other choice. Who made me this asshole that won't listen to anyone? And Annihilation maker, admin. Like I said, where I'm going to find a cute innocent girl to bully, and you old hag with a complicated mind isn't good at all. Neat princess ban has been removed by the admin. Annihilation maker, admin, is offline. Kaguya looked at the screen with a calm face. Even she didn't notice that she dropped her mouse already before she said, humans, hey. Kaguya remembered the race she despised all along until she got exiled from the moon. She felt those years with the humans felt more real than all her life in the moon. Leo was his name. Kaguya smiled before taking a snack and ate it as she said, maybe this chat room isn't that bad. Neat princess is offline advocate of gender equality. Did they just left us alone? The strongest man in the world, goohahaha, this one of those days a hero for fun. They did advocate of gender equality. I'm leaving. Advocate of gender equality is offline. The strongest man in the world. I still have a party here, so I'll go. The strongest man in the world is offline. Saitama looked at the empty chat room before he logged out and looked at the broken apartment in silence. Leo didn't care about what happens in the chat room now, as he stood up and looked at the city. Leo didn't say anything for a while as the wind moved his hair slightly. Venom. Leo's clothes twitched slightly before a voice appeared in his head. Yes, my lord. How much do we need for you to evolve to all black? Venom moved slightly before he said, I need a lot of energy, but if I was able to absorb a lot of dead gods' divine powers, I should be able to take a big step forwards. I see. Leo stood there in silence while Kuriba was playing in his hair. Leo knows he can't protect those idiots forever, but as long as it's something he can do, he'll never hesitate, and to accomplish it he needs power. A lot of power. Leo sets his goal to be a magic god first, because only by having that kind of power he can help those idiots. It seems I need to accelerate my actions. Leo felt Yamato in his shadow before looking at the direction of the school. Yamato is the sword of Sparta from Devil May Cry universe with a power that allows it to cut through everything as long as energy is enough, even the fabric of space itself, but that isn't the true power of this sword. Yamato is the sword of separation that holds the concept of separation, unlike the rebellion which can unify things. Like Sparta separated the demon world from the human one, and how Virgil separated his human side from the demon side, Leo can also do that and use this separation concept. It seems I have to pay a visit for the red dragon. Leo stood on the rooftop while the wind was moving his clothes. All the members have been gathered now, which makes Leo think that the chat room will reveal it propose any time soon, and before that happen, he need to be ready for it. Chapter 11, First Task. The night went away by the arrival of the first sun ray, which announced the start of a new day. First sun rays fall on the ground, but it didn't dispel the darkness completely because it's still very early in the morning. Most of the people still sleeping except a few who stayed awake during the night or woke up very early. But this rule only works on normal humans, as now there was a lot of commotion after what happened during the night. A whole mountain with a dragon vein has been taken in that night by a spectacular show of lights. But this wasn't the reason for commotion. It was how it happened in front of all the factions without anyone able to stop it or even know the culprit behind it. Even after a lot of investigation during the night, there was no clue for this culprit except a small footage of a shadow with a mask, but nothing more was shown because of the chaotic space around the location that took the life of a few investigators. After a whole night, the space recovered to its normal form, but all clues or energy signs have already gone, which made all the investigators helpless and didn't have a choice only to stop their efforts to find this masked man. However, there were still 3 parties trying to find this masked man. Devils were the first to start looking for this man because the accident location was very close to the city where there were 2 relatives of the 4 great Satans, which made the devil look carefully, and increased their wariness from intruders and other factions. Fallen angels there were close to the city started to lay down a little because of the devils, but there were a lot of them investigating this accident because of the orders from Grigori. But angels investigating the accident was a surprise to all parties because these guys don't usually interfere in the human world and leave everything to the church, which makes all parties feel there is a hidden truth in this. When all parties are still trying to find the culprit, there was something happening in the underworld. In a location far from the devil territory, there was a place filled with fallen angels. This is Grigori headquarters, which host most the fallen angels. In an office inside the headquarters, there was a man looking at documents very intently. Sometimes the man had a serious face before it turns into a frown, but occasionally he has a mad look. He was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. He also possesses 12 jet black feathered wings that grow out from his back, which shows he is a fallen angel and one of the strongest. This is the fallen angel Governor General Azazel. Suddenly a knocking sound came from the door before a fallen entered the office with a lot of documents. Azazel signaled the man to put the documents on his desk without looking away from the document in his hand. The fallen angel put the documents before paying respect to Azazel and leaving the office. After a while, Azazel sighed and leaned on the chair before he said, "This doesn't make a sense." Azazel has spent the whole night trying to understand the thing that happened the last night. These signal and reaction is definitely Annihilation Maker, but Azazel stood from his chair and picked a new document before he said why it completely different now. Azazel can say proudly that except the Bible God nobody knows sacred gears better than him. When the commotion happened the last night, Azazel was in his lab, so he wasn't able to react fast to he'll be the first to arrive at that location after sensing the Annihilation Maker. After all, this Longinus is very risky to be left alone to let it fall in the wrong hands, especially when the plan for peace has taken a big step forward with the acceptance of 4 Satans and Michaels. But now, let alone tracking the Longinus, he can't even know if this is still the Annihilation Maker. It feels like the Annihilation Maker internal structure and the way of function has been changed completely. Azazel frowned while reading the data in documents. Why I'm feeling like I'm looking at Sephiroth Graal. Sephiroth Graal is the holy grail of the secluded world, a Longinus with the ability to tap into the principle of life and allows its host to learn how soul and life are made, which allows him to revive dead or grant immortality. But now Azazel is looking at the data showing signs of life and soul creation, which is something completely impossible for Annihilation Maker. Azazel knows when the Lord made these Longinus and sacred gears, he made limits that manifest in a whole system. Each Longinus has its own function and can't just use other Longinus abilities. After his death, there were some mistakes, but it can't go that far. Even Sephiroth Graal has side effects on its user. Is it a subspecies? Azazel kept jumping in conclusions because he doesn't have enough data. Subspecies are sacred gears that have taken on a unique characteristic because of the thoughts and feelings of the wielder. They are more powerful than the normal form of the same sacred gear, and will sometimes gain a new ability as well. But this still didn't explain the reason why Annihilation Maker changed completely, which made Azazel's insane scientist side awaken for this completely new phenomenon. But before Azazel grabbed all the documents and rushed to the lab, his private communication channel started to ring. Ugh! Azazel looked at the caller as he had an annoying look on his face before he sighed and answered the call as a magic circle appeared. I have very important things, so make it short. Azazel looked at the guy appearing from the screen of the magic circle. The man was handsome looking with long blonde hair and green eyes. Like Azazel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, but his wings were gold. This is the leader of the angels, Michael. Although I don't think playing with your toys is very important currently, but I shall do so. Michael said in a calm voice while Azazel's eyebrow was trembling before he said, something happens to the system, hey? Wasn't that system already filled by loopholes already? What could happen except? Azazel stopped his words while Michael nodded before he said, Annihilation Maker, what happened? I don't think you'll only call me for a bug became more of a bug. Michael looked at Azazel for a second before he said. Annihilation Maker is out of the system now. Those words struck Azazel like a lightning bolt and even made him back a few steps before he said, repeat what you just said. Annihilation Maker is out of the system now. Michael repeated his words while Azazel's shoulders were trembling before he started laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Did you see it? Even his creations were able to escape his control, and who did it? It was probably a human. Ha 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 ha. Azazel kept laughing for a while before he calmed down and said, I really needed that, so what do you have? Michael stared at Azazel calmly, but there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes before he said, the system lost all the connection with Annihilation Maker, which means there is no way for it to reincarnate into another host after this one lost connection with the sacred gear system completely. Can this even be called a sacred gear now? If he died, can he take it with him to hell? No matter what, I need to find this wielder and ask him how he did it. Azazel was floating in his thoughts before he woke up by a cough from Michael. Anyway, if you took all this trouble to tell me, then you should have a way to track him, Azazel said while Michael nodded before he said, yet. There is a backup tracking function in the sacred gear system that only activates if something big like this happens, but when the Bible God made the Longinus, he wasn't stupid to leave them like that, so he did a simple security measure that only activate when something big like this happens. Azazel wasn't surprised because he knows about this security measure, but Michael's next words surprised him because it was so sudden. The system was only able to take footage of the inner mind of the wielder before the connection lost. I see. But it seems you still hold things against those Satans. Azazel smiled, but Michael's expression didn't change before he said, we just learned to live together for the sake of our races, but the things about heaven and the system have nothing to do with the devils. That's for the better. Azazel nodded because even if they are now fighting for peace, some old scars are very hard to forget. Now let's see this guy. Azazel had a very excited look on his face now, while Michael felt hapless when he saw him enter this mode. Annihilation Maker has rejected the system from the moment the change happened, so we'll probably see the inner mind of how it'll protect him, but this information will probably give us a clue to find this wielder, even if it was going to show up one time. Michael waved his hand before a screen appeared in front of him and Azazel. The screen colors kept changing until it turned into a forest next to a mountain. But there was something weird about this scene. Very calm and relaxing music starts to play him. Azazel listened to the music, but he felt it seemed to be more like the calm before the storm. Michael was staring seriously at the screen, probably because he thinks that the wielder like music. But after a while, the screen changed to a man wearing black clothes with a mask. Azazel and Michael focused on the screen so they won't miss any detail, but the man only raised his hand and his thumb up like he is going to push something before he said in a hoarse voice that didn't belong to a man or a woman, "Killer Queen has already touched this footage." Music became intense explosion, A/N, JoJo Part 4 villain Yoshi Kage Kira, and the music is his theme. I'm doing this because there's a lot of readers that doesn't understand references. Azazel and Michael watched the explosion on the screen while the footage in the system also got destroyed. Awkward silence. Azazel and Michael looked at the screen in silence before Azazel broke the silence and said, "Well, that was really an explosive mind he got there." Michael gave Azazel a helpless stare, but he didn't care about it and said, "What? You know it, a good joke." Michael closed the call immediately and left Azazel there thinking about something. Things are getting interesting, but for them to happen during this period, even if he was still feeling carefree. But if anyone knows Azazel saw him now, he'll understand that Azazel is serious now. Azazel grabbed all the documents before walking towards his lab. There's a lot of things he needs to study now. When all the parties were looking for the culprit of all this commotion, he's just hanging out in the city near the park. Leo looked at his hand in silence. This hand got blown up 5 times already because of an experiment he's doing now. After leaving the chat room yesterday, Leo slept only for 3 hours because it enough for him before reaching this place. Leo secured this place first by beasts that block the smell, sound, vision, energy, etc. before he starts an experiment. Now Leo is officially starting his dragon hunt, and he is going after the most easy and simple target currently, which is the Red Dragon Emperor Drake that still didn't awaken. But for that, he needs to prepare some things. First, Leo knows the location of Issei Hyudu and his house, which is a very simple and clear target to teleport, especially after he felt his ki in the school. Secondly, Leo needs something to separate Drake from Issei, and this thing is Yamato, which holds the concept of separation with the power to split 2 realms, so it must be easy to separate the sacred gear from Issei. Thirdly and most importantly, Leo needs a way to fuse with the boost gear on a soul level after he takes from Issei, because he has a feeling that Drake will move directly for a new host by the system if he left it there alone. As for having 2 Longinus, Leo feels it possible and very simple to have 2 Longinus, and that feeling increased more after that night, but he doesn't know the reason. It was like his Annihilation maker tells him it possible. But even if it possible, Leo wants to secure it completely, so he started to make a beast that can put Drake in his soul, and that was after a long observation of how Annihilation maker and gold experience exist in his soul. Leo made a beast that'll catch things in the spirit state and push them towards his soul before merging them, and that beast exists in his left arm. But during the creation, Leo had a lot of setbacks in the progress of the creation, which made his left arm blow up 5 times, and he had to use venom and gold experience to heal it. Slowly, link it with the arm, and start to make the bridge slowly. Leo made the same steps in an extra careful way, as he watched the beast making a bridge in his soul until all the nodes are made carefully. Finally, Leo moved his left hand slowly before he let go of all the connection, but this time the beast didn't blow up. Good. Now it's time to hunt dragons. Leo nodded with satisfaction, because after he gets Drake he has a lot of other plans. Honestly, Leo feels he's the most hardcore Longinus user ever. It has been just 2 days of him having a Longinus and he already broke its creator rules, and he's going after another one. Anyway, Leo now plans to create a beast with the ability to absorb ki and reinforce his body permanently, but it needs a lot of planning to do it. Because it is not easy to make those kinds of beasts that can increase power permanently. Making this kind of beast needs a lot of preparation, and Leo can't just jump to it and make it randomly. Who knows where it'll go wrong and hurt his body and especially his brain. There's a size scale that Leo can't understand. When the beast size increases greatly it'll take a lot of energy, but when the size becomes small and entree the microsize, the energy scale will increase greatly. Leo shook his head slowly to clear his head from these thoughts before checking his beast one last time, but before he did that a holographic screen appeared in front of him. Leo knows this screen, it the usual chat room, but this time it was golden, which means it very important. All the invitations have been accepted and the interaction between members is enough. Task functions is open now. Please all the members log in now for more explanation. It's starting. Hey. Leo knew this day will always come, so he wasn't surprised before he chooses to enter the chat room. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Neat princess is online. Annihilation maker, admin, is online. They are already here. Leo felt surprised by how early these guys can arrive before he typed. Annihilation maker, admin. Well, it seems the real thing is about to start. Why do these things happen now? I was going to hunt dragons. Advocate of gender equality, you're slowly becoming more dangerous each time I see you, Leo. Even your words are becoming dangerous. Bree, gods, devils, angels, and now dragons, his world is also getting more dangerous. Neat princess, I know 4 dragons from his world, and each one of them can kick his ass directly. The strongest man in the world, we have dragons here, but one of them is rare and the others are something I hate very much. A hero for fun, dragons? Aren't they weak? Annihilation maker, admin. Stop comparing your worlds, I have a thing to ask. How did the interaction become enough? Leo didn't understand how did this interaction became enough, because no matter how he scrolled upward, he didn't see any new message. Kaguya inside Inte had a few drops of sweat on her forehead while putting her sleeve in front of her. After all the members left the chat, Kaguya came back and started a private chat with every member here. Kaguya wants to tell all the members about their future because she thinks it their right to know, and it not because she wants revenge from Leo for calling her an old hag multiple times. But all her efforts have been backfired hard on her. With Kazuma, advocate of gender equality, I didn't survive spoilers in my first life, and I have to deal with them here. Leave my second life alone. You have been banned from having a private chat with advocate of gender equality, with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. The sea is a place of surprises, and this is the reason why we pirates have taken the flag to explore it, and I don't need any help of information. You have been banned from having a private chat with the strongest man in the world, with Saitama, a hero for fun. My life is already boring and you want to ruin it completely. Am I hated this much by the new member? You have been banned from having a private chat with a hero for fun, with Misaka, Bree, my future? Yeah, I want to know it, but that idiot keep telling me it not good, so I refuse. Neat princess, but it very important. Bree, maybe it is, but I believe in that jerk. Even if he seems to be a total asshole all the time, but I don't think he'll do anything to hurt us. You should have seen him when he took that torture walk and then started to teach me a lesson. Who the hell does he think he is? Neat princess, Misaka Bree, then he called me by my name without any permission from me. That idiot. Just wait until I meet him. Idiot Leo, just you wait. You have banned Bree from the private chat. At that time, Kaguya fell to her bed and stopped playing games because of the diabetes she got from Misaka messages. But before anyone told Leo what happened, a screen appeared in the face of every member of the chat room. Greeting members, this is a message from all the world's conscience around the multiverse. Thank you for accepting our invitation and join this chat room, or rather be called the new line of defense against the intruders. From the start of the creation, the worlds always existed in a simple way in the void, but nothing stays the same after a long period of time. Mistakes started to happen, and from those mistakes existed disasters called outer gods and multiverse spaces. The outer gods are the beings that broke through from their worlds by killing or doing a lot of hideous acts which can even reach killing worlds with creatures in it. Multiverse spaces are programs that run in the same way of games with a lot of participants in it to go into different worlds. For example, there's Nightmare Space, Reincarnation Space, etc. However, the worlds aren't weak and they are able to stop most of these threats that try to steal the origin power from them, but there is a new threat they couldn't stop. The outer gods and the multiverse spaces were able to sneak their apostles to the worlds to steal the origin power. The outer gods choose to give their apostles something they call systems and sometimes wishes before they send them as a parasite to the worlds. The multiverse spaces send their apostles and gave them a mission to destroy the balance while stealing more power from each thing they do, and here comes your mission. Your mission is to kill those apostles and stop them from stealing origin power at all costs. It doesn't matter what damage you make or what you do in the world, because unlike them, your damage is very easy to recover. But don't worry, you aren't doing it for free. The more your contribution, the more the worlds will award you. Thank you for cooperation and supporting our cause. Leo read the whole message a few times before he breathes a sigh of relief. Honestly, Leo thought it'll be a more complicated thing or something will affect him greatly, but apparently this chat room is only a way for the worlds to ask for hitmen. Leo doesn't mind becoming a one if the price is good and it doesn't limit him too much, so for him, this is the best result. But doesn't this make me a double agent? Leo put his hand on his chin, but then a message appeared in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, did we just join the counter force? A/N, counter force from Type Moon. I'm feeling like I'm translating a manga right now. Neat Princess, more like an upgraded version of the counter force Annihilation Maker. Admin, hey, look at the bright side. We are getting paid and will not become Emiya's advocate of gender equality, true, the strongest man in the world. Well, they gave us a clear target, a hero for fun, outer gods, they should be strong. Neat Princess, however, staring at Annihilation Maker.jpg. Annihilation Maker, admin staring at Neat Princess.jpg. Neat Princess asterisk staring more intensely.jpg. Annihilation Maker, admin staring more intensely.jpg asterisk. Neat Princess, do you want to say something? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, I'm from a different world, which makes it kinda ironic for me to be the admin here. Neat Princess, he admits it directly. Advocate of gender equality, is this the reason why you are overpowered? Annihilation Maker, admin, nope, it just because I'm smart and I know what to choose. Advocate of gender equality, stop reminding me of that goddess. Bree, is it only me feeling weird about the word killing there? Neat Princess, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin, nobody is forcing you here. Bree, if you didn't want to do the mission then don't do it in the first place. Misaka in her world got angry, but before she types, a new message appeared. Task notice. Task world, AKMGA kill. Number of participants, no limit. Description, there is an apostle of an outer god in that world stealing origin power using his system. Objective 1, find the system user and kill him. Objective 2, take back the system and give it to the chat room for extra rewards. Rewards, 1 million points split by contribution, open the store and the function to send abilities, and other rewards after the finish. You have 30 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. My weapon, now. Annihilation Maker, admin, let me make sure of something. Do you know AKMGA kill? Advocate of gender equality, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin, and you're still coming. Advocate of gender equality, I know what might await me there, but I still choose to go. You know, Leo, I'm the weakest member here and if there is a chance, I'll take it. Leo looked at the screen in silence for a while before he types. Annihilation Maker, admin, it's your choice, just don't come crying here. Advocate of gender equality, do you think I, the great Kazuma, will cry over this thing? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah. Bree, I'm also coming, even if it seems dangerous from your words. Annihilation Maker, admin, it is not that type of danger we were talking about. Kazuma, Kagaya explained to them the world. I have a dragon to hunt and a task to do. Bree, I'll hear your answer after you hear about the world. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. AKMGA kill and a guy with a system, hey. Leo didn't waste any time. First, he took Kazuma's sword while telling Gold Experience to hit it and send it to Kazuma before he took Yamato from his shadow as a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place. In a normal house inside one of the rooms, there was a teenager with brown hair sleeping in his bed while drooling as he mutters a few words about breast and stuff. Suddenly, a blue light flashed and Leo appeared next to the teenager while holding Yamato in his hand. Well, what to say about this? Leo created a beast to put Issei in a deep sleep before pulling Yamato slightly. Fuck the plot, that it. Leo smiled as Yamato started to shine with a bright blue light. Chapter 12, World Assist. Inside the Hyuda family house, Leo was in Issei's room looking at him sleeping on his bed, or rather say he is knocked out right now. After looking at the totally okay Issei, Leo looked at the red-green orb floating in his hand, but if someone had an ability to see souls or spirits, he'll see a lot of ropes catching the orb and slowly dragging him towards Leo's arm. But this wasn't the problem here. The true problem is when Leo slashed Issei's arm even if he aimed for the connection between him and the boosted gear. Leo didn't have a single problem with taking drag. This was easy. Way too easy. Leo looked at the red-green orb, or should be called the boosted gear that host Drake's soul. Honestly, even if he had Yamato and his Longinus keep telling him it very easy to do it, but Leo wasn't quite sure about this. At first, he thought Drake will wake up and stop him, which leads him to only take some power, or maybe someone will appear suddenly from nowhere and intercepted the process like Rias. Leo was even waiting for a meteor to fall from the sky to stop him. All in all, what Leo wants to say is, where the fuck is this guy? Plot armor. The protagonist is a mysterious creature, yet a very simple one, but if there is something that can be understood about them is they have armor on destiny level which will save them even if the planet exploded. But now, Issei Hyudu, the Oppai dragon, doesn't have this protection, which confused Leo greatly. Drake didn't have a single reaction for taking him from Issei, even if he was still sleeping. And let's not talk about Issei that was safe and sound. Leo didn't think this guy will come perfectly fine from this operation, even if he controlled Yamato carefully. But now Issei will probably feel his hand weak for almost a week before everything returns to normal. Leo sighed before leaning backward slightly. Even if the process was very easy and simple, Leo was slightly tired from using Yamato's separation power, but suddenly he raised Yamato and looked at it before he said, "Do you actually have the power to cut through plot protection?" Yamato vibrated slightly as if it was saying what, which made Leo sigh before an idea flashed in his head. Plot is like destiny, and the thing that controls that destiny is the world itself. It seems this boss is quite generous. Leo nodded as he felt his idea is very feasible. Leo remembers a phrase in the chat room message telling him and other members that any damage they cause is very easy to fix compared to the intruders. Leo doesn't know what that means exactly, but it seems that the thing called origin power is very important to the world than mere damage, which makes him think that the world gave him a green light in his actions. Like if he became stronger is good for the worlds and the DXD world doesn't mind taking one for the team or something like that. But if this thing is right, then Leo is more confused. Why did the world even choose him as an admin even if he seems to be a double agent? Sigh, there is no use in thinking about this anymore. Maybe it'll reveal itself in the future. Leo stopped his thoughts before focusing on fusing the boosted gear with his soul because there are only 20 minutes left and he needs to hurry up. As for the things in this world like his parents, Leo wasn't worried because time will be stopped by the world itself, so everything is okay. But Leo didn't know that his speculation hit the bullseye. The world really helped Leo in his action because what the protagonist? What the plot armor? It's all things given by the world and it can take it at any time it likes. As for the lost? The world didn't lose anything actually, because compared to losing origin, which is very vital for the world, Leo actions are nothing important. The world can create a second Issei at any time it like if the origin is available, but if someone took it, then it'll take at least thousands of years to recover. Meanwhile, in Konosuba world, Kazuma explained Akame ga Kill World to the members before he took Leo's sword and awakened Aqua from her sleep. After waking up Aqua with difficulty, Kazuma rushed outside the city where some boulders are there to try his sword. Why did you wake me up this early? Aqua was wiping her eyes while looking at Kazuma, who was looking at a sword with excitement. To witness my greatness, Kazuma gave Aqua a proud stare while she also returned a stare-filled mockery before she said, someone like you? A NEET can have greatness? Don't make me laugh. Oh sorry, I'm already laughing. Kazuma looked at Aqua's sarcastic look as he had an urge to stab her with the sword directly, but he had no time to waste on this useless goddess because of the mission. Looking at the sword handle, Kazuma spotted a paper before taking it and reading it. The paper had the capabilities of the sword written on it. The sword increases the swordsmanship learning speed and additional ability to increase sharpness and even send wind blades using the user's endurance. Kazuma nodded before throwing the paper away and walking towards a boulder with the sword. Aqua looked at Kazuma while waiting for his failure before she noticed the paper on the ground. Picking up the paper, Aqua saw some words in the back of it as she read it in a loud voice. The sword has the ability to become sharp and generate wind blades that cut even boulders with the power of unholy screeching, and remember that Annihilation Maker products are the world's finest. Hey! Kazuma was facing the boulder as he held the sword and put an attacking stance. Even if he never used a sword, Kazuma somehow understood how to attack using a sword and the correct posture before he took a deep breath and activated the sword's ability. A white light shined on the sword before some wind appeared around him as Kazuma swung it, but at this moment something happened that almost made him drop the sword to the ground. WWRRRRRYYYYYYY. With a sound that put chills down Kazuma's spine, a wind blade shot from the sword and cut the boulder cleanly into two, but Kazuma dropped the sword instantly from his hands. Kazuma stared silently towards the sword before he turns towards Aqua and said, Aqua, put a purification spell on this sword because I think it's possessed by a bisexual vampire that can stop time. Huh? What do you mean by a vampire? And how did you even get that sword? I feel a god breath from it. Did you steal the cheat of another person? Aqua looked at Kazuma with suspicious, but he didn't care about her more than the fact of this scary screeches and the asshole Leo that put them. If you don't want to spend another day in the stables, then you better help me getting hang on this sword, you shitty goddess. Kazuma gave Aqua a sarcastic gaze which made her instantly forget about the god topic before she said, you should need actually dare to call the goddess by that name. Oh? If you think you're a true goddess, then show me your abilities, or you're like yesterday as nobody believed in your identity. Kazuma pointed at Aqua that was very angry about these words before she said, you want to see a goddess, then I'll show you a true goddess powers. Then Aqua put a lot of buffs on Kazuma, but she didn't see the plan was successful expression on his face right now, all according to the plan. WRRRRRYYYY. The sword was releasing a quiet WRYY as Kazuma picked up the sword and looked at it. Cursing Leo a few times in his heart, Kazuma rushed towards another boulder to test his limit while these buffs still working. In the DXD world, Leo didn't know what happens to Kazuma because he's too busy merging the boosted gear with his left arm. The process was painful, like the whole arm is burning at a very high temperature, but Leo didn't even groan about it. The pain Leo faced when fusing with gold experience is beyond this tiny pain. Leo doesn't think he'll face greater pain than that one, and if there's greater one, then he'll avoid it. Done. Completely stable, Leo looked at his left hand where the boosted gear is now as he felt his hand completely normal before he said, now I only needs to adapt the boosted gear before I can summon it and use it. Drake will probably also be awakened at that time. Leo nodded before he looked at the time in the chat room screen. There was 7 minutes before the task start. Leo wasn't that worried about Drake knowing he switched host because even if wanted to do something, the Annihilation Maker isn't for decoration to let him do what he likes. After finishing all his preparations, Leo used Yamato to teleport to his secured place in the park before logging into the chat room. Advocate of gender equality is online. Bree is online. The strongest man in the world is online. A hero for fun is online. Neat princess is online. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Annihilation Maker, admin. It seems that everyone is in here, but first, Kazuma, how did you find your weapon? Advocate of gender equality, great, 10/10ths guaranteed to give me nightmares at night. You could even say it shacked my whole world. Annihilation Maker, admin. I told you my products are the world finest. Advocate of gender equality, oh, You really did, and I felt it with all the chills I got. Annihilation Maker, admin, good for you, and I assume that you and Neat told everyone about the world. Neat Princess, I did, but I'll be more grateful if you don't order me the next time. Annihilation Maker, admin, no promises. Neat Princess, the strongest man in the world, I never thought that there'll be other people like celestial dragons in another world, and I'll meet them soon. Whitebeard looked at the screen in silence. Celestial dragons are the nobles of One Piece world, which are bunches of scums that do everything they like just because they have the world government protection, but unlike these here, those in Akame ga Kill doesn't have that strong protection. Whitebeard knows the world can't be fair and there always be that darkness going around, but as a man with a family he can feel the pain of those poor civilians that been tortured in that empire, so like he did when he freed the Fisherman Island from slavery. He'll do the same with this empire and show the world the name of Whitebeard. A hero for fun, when will this mission start? Just a few words that seemed to be normal, but Leo felt the weight they carry and the anger behind them. Saitama now is angry, which something that usually doesn't happen. Saitama after all this time still remembers the day that flame ignited in his soul as he decided to be a hero, even if it only for fun, but that fun was more serious than most the heroes out there. This is Saitama that didn't want anything for becoming a hero, but he only held the thought of if the heroes run and hide, who will stay and fight. For this Saitama is angry with these nobles for the torture and all the inhuman acts and not deaths, because he knows there's a lot of people dying every day and he isn't a god to stop it. Even if his emotions almost vanished and he lost a lot as a human being after getting this power, but Saitama is still the hero he made himself as, just an average hero standing up when everyone needs him. Leo looked at the two messages, as he understood the thoughts of these two guys before he sighs and said, it seems there is no stopping for these two. Well, I guess it not bad to destroy that empire, but I need to consider that system user. Leo looked at the messages stopping before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, I know what you two feels, but let's meet first before we decide actions. And Bree, after you learned about this ink dark world, what your thoughts? Bree, Leo, does this world really exist? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, it does, and this isn't the only one like this. Bree, I see. I'm coming and I choose to help them. Annihilation Maker, admin, Bree, you should understand, we aren't going there with a total the hero will save the day thing, we can't save everyone even if you wanted to. Bree, you should understand that. Bree, I know that. Misaka in her room lowered her head down as she looked confused and angry. She never thought there will be a world like that, and if Kazuma's and Kagaya's description is correct, then she feels like throwing up, but she didn't and looked at the screen seriously. Bree, I don't understand, I really don't understand the way you guys think. Why can you keep calm and think normally in these situations? Why the strongest can understand you guys from the first meeting? Why the hero, even if he is something like a hero, can keep calm and think about this normally even if people's lives are in danger? Why Advocate can focus on the goal even if he knows this before us all? Why can Neat blend in this chat room even if she arrived at the last second? Bree, I honestly don't understand why, but if I can't understand the reason, then teach me why. If you keep telling me my world is dangerous and I need to prepare for it with your words and hints, then teach me how. Leo stood in his place speechless as he looked at Misaka messages before he sighs. It seems this had a bigger impact on her than I imagined, even her tsundere side was forgotten by her now. Leo understood these are Misaka's true thoughts that she kept inside of her. From her words, Leo noticed she kinda doesn't feel comfortable in the chat room, but what surprised him is the fact she understood the meanings for his words. I can't underestimate the railgun, hey. Leo smiled slightly before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, Mikato. Those things can't be really taught because you need to understand them yourself, but I don't mind giving you a tip or two. Bree, why are you bringing my name again? Annihilation Maker, admin, because I'm officially calling you Mikato from now on. Bree, what? The strongest man in the world, goo ha 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 ha. Well said, little girl, but like Leo Kid said, these things need to be learned by yourself and there's nothing we can do but guiding you slightly. A hero for fun, fight in their thumb-up.jpg advocate of gender equality. Actually, you still have more feeling in this than me, who still consider it an RPG game. Neat princess, is this a part of the character development? But don't think I'll not tell her about you trying to calm her there, Leo Bree. Hey! Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't know what you're talking about. Neat princess, if you didn't notice. Making you embarrassed is a very quick of calming you down, and this guy is using it correctly. Do you think you can hide it from this strong princess? Misako looked at the screen without blinking for a while before she lowered her head and said one word: idiot. Now Misaka has two thoughts in her head, and they are thanking Leo and thundering him at the same time, which is quite the contradiction. Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't really know what you are talking about, but it seems you think too highly of yourself, old hag. Neat princess, oh? Why shouldn't I think like this? This princess doesn't think you can even do a thing for her. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, really? Then our strong princess isn't afraid to say these words out loud. Yukari Yakumo is an old hag, which her age is 1,000 of times the history of Gensokyo itself. Neat princess, do you think this princess is scared of that Yukai? Advocate of gender equality, oh my god. That is hell you're walking into. Kagaya was angry and didn't care about Kazuma words. She heard about Yukari Yakumo, the Gap Yukai, but she doesn't think the Earth people can pose a threat to them from the moon. Yukari Yakumo is an old hag, which her age is thou. Before Kagaya finished the words, a black crack filled with eyeballs appeared in the space before a hand appeared, and slammed Kagaya head into the keyboard and started to drag it. Neat princess KJ Fiap Jaz O Jajald Kazaj Do Azed Jazm DLJDQM DLQJD. Annihilation Maker, admin, she probably got her face slammed into the keyboard. Advocate of gender equality, well, I warned her. After a while, the hand release Kagaya's head and disappear with the crack before Kagaya stood up, and looked angrily at the chat. Neat princess, damn you, Leo. Just wait until this task start. Leo ignored Kagaya as he looked at the time. It was only 10 seconds before the task start. Well, let's do this. I guess. Leo smiled as the world around him stopped moving, as he disappeared silently from this world, and so did all the chat members. Chapter 13, Members Meeting. Once upon a time, in a certain world filled with bloodthirsty monsters called danger beasts, there was an empire. The empire wasn't big or had a lot of territory at first, but it has limitless resources and some of the best minds in the world. The first emperor of this empire watched his empire grow slowly step by step until what it became today, but as any ruler or a king, he wasn't satisfied and wanted his empire to last forever, but he didn't have enough power to do so. After realizing this fact and some consultations with his ministers, the first emperor ordered the creation of Taigu. Taigu are mysterious and extremely powerful relics. They are rare, and only the strongest of warriors are able to wield them. Some have the appearance of equipment or weapons, while others seem to be living creatures. It is implied that a form of magic was used to create them. There are only 48 Taigu exist, and each of them has different powers according to the materials and the raw danger beast part used in making them. These weapons greatly increased the power of the empire's military, and it is heavily implied that their introduction resulted in a great surge of imperial expansionism. After the empire grew into the biggest nation in the whole world in several hundred years, a huge civil war happened in the empire, which leads to the loss of almost half of the Taigu. 400 years before the current time, the emperor of that era decided to create his own Taigu. The weapons that were produced from this effort, however, were in no way a match for the Taigu and came to be called Shingu instead. The Shingu were then sealed away and little were known about them. Now, in the current time, the empire is facing decline. This is largely due to the ascension of the current prime minister, who cares only for his own pleasure. His time has been marked by an increase in government corruption, an economic recession, eroding public order, rampant poverty, and great dissatisfaction amongst the people. The consequences of these activities lead to the rise of a lot of defections from the imperial military, including several generals, and this has led to the birth of the Revolutionary Army, a group dedicated to the empire's total overthrow. The empire work with the system of the word of the emperors is the law, but the current emperor is just a kid, and having assumed the throne at a rather young age he is more of a figurehead than a true ruler. Because of this, many of his officials are doing as they please, including the newest prime minister. Because of the corruption, a lot of the villages and towns suffer from heavy taxation and many have been unable to buy enough food, which leads them to send their young ones to work in the empire, but that usually ends up with death or even worse fate. In the capital, there have been a lot of arrests, torture, and public execution of the prime minister. Politic enemies isn't uncommon, so an atmosphere of fear is always around the empire. All these conditions lead to slavery to become common in the empire, and especially because of the poverty, there have been many parents that have sold their children into slavery for money or a better life. This situation leads to the rapid rise of the Revolutionary Army, which is preparing to overthrow the empire with the special team of Assassination Night Raid. But this world that has been pushed to the edge has stopped suddenly. All people or danger beasts, even the universe stood still. It was like the time stopped completely, but that went away instantly as the world resumed his movement with nothing changing except 6 new people arrived into this world. In a forest 50 kilometers away from the capital, 6 different people suddenly appeared. They were 4 men and 2 women, but each of them can be called kinda unique for this world. In the front, there was an abnormally large man, with a height of 666 centimeters, however, he was well proportioned. He had a long face and a wild crescent mustache. Because of the advanced age, he had many wrinkles around his eyes. But the man was smiling while holding a large naginata. This is Whitebeard. To his left, there was a teenager with brown hair and green eyes. He was wearing a green tracksuit while holding a sword in his hand, but he didn't seem to be comfortable with that sword. This is Kazuma. In the back of the group, there was a teenager with black hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a rather fancy school uniform with black frame glasses on his face, and black headphones with blue lines on his neck. But what was weird is the katana tied to his side with a black string, and a brown creature with a small white wing sleeping on top of his head. This is Leo. Next to Leo, there was a girl that has chestnut hair and a small hair clip. She wears a school uniform, sporting white loose socks, and brown loafers with a light brown vest sweater over a white blouse and a grey skirt. But she was holding a traveling bag in her hand. This is Misaka. Far to the left, there was an ordinary-looking bald man wearing a yellow one-piece jumpsuit with a white cape on his back, and red gloves in his hand. This is Saitama. The last one was a girl with long black hair and brown eyes, wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But the weird thing is, she was floating. This is Kagaya. After observing the place for a while, all of them turned to look at each other in silence. Awkward silence, a long silence filled the place as everyone was looking at each other before Kazuma, that was sweating from the atmosphere, decided to break the silence. Hello, I'm Kazuma Sato Misaka Mikoto. Nice to meet you. Misaka saw Kazuma introducing himself, so she did the same before she stared at Leo. Leo Arisaltek. Leo introduced himself calmly while looking at Misaka, Kazuma, and Kagaya that were giving him a death stare. Shit. Maybe I should use the Joestar technique and run the fuck away from here. First, make it legit. Leo was having a conflict inside of his mind as Venom made a star mark on his left shoulder to make this extra legit. Saitama introduced himself simply without caring about anyone in this place, even Whitebeard that was staring at him. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard said his name, but his eyes were still looking at Saitama without blinking. It was like he was seeing something, but at the same time nothing. Kagaya Aorai-san. Kagaya introduced herself before floating away, and so did Kazuma with moving backward because shit is about to go down. Lightning sound. Misaka was having electricity flashing all around her as she was walking step by step towards Leo before she said, "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this?" "It has been 3 days, so it wasn't that much," Leo answered calmly, as he was watching Misaka eyes burning with anger. Funny as always. Misaka electricity increased as she raised her hand and said, "But this won't save you now, fight me you bastard." Misaka screamed as she launched a large lighting towards Leo. But she was surprised because he wasn't there anymore. Misaka turned her head to the left to see Leo standing there with a bored face while wiping his glasses. "You? Are you making fun of me?" With every word, Misaka's anger increased, but Leo looked at her calmly before he said, "Oh, you figured out? As I expect from a level 5, you're very smart, eat this." Misaka screamed as she launched a couple of lightning towards Leo, but he kept teleporting around, like he doesn't care at all. While Leo was teleporting, something was happening with Whitebeard and Saitama. Whitebeard and Saitama were staring at each other in silence, but the atmosphere was very intense. Saitama didn't seem to care that much while Whitebeard was gripping his naginata tightly before he loosens his grip slightly. "Sigh, in my whole life I never thought I'll regret being in this condition and age like this now." Whitebeard looked seriously at Saitama before he said, "I lost. Totally lost in this short period." Whitebeard simulated the fight with Saitama in his head countless times, but no matter where he strikes, or what technique he uses, or even if used his devil fruit to its maximum power, Whitebeard didn't even see one chance of him winning, and all the fights will end with a punch destroying everything. But is he scared? Of course not. He's Whitebeard. Even if the opponent was this absolutely powerful guy, he'll not hesitate and will go to fight him with a smile, but he regrets it now. His age and condition doesn't allow him to use his full power, and Whitebeard think it a disgrace if he faced an opponent like this in his condition. "Saitama, was it? You win this time, but..." Whitebeard smiled as he hit the ground with his naginata before he said, "Even if I admit your power is above me, I'll face you in a battle with all I got after my health recover. This is my word as Whitebeard." Saitama looked at Whitebeard burning with fighting spirit after those inspiring words before he said the best answer he could say for this spirit. Okay, back to Leo as he was still dodging Misaka lightning, but he started to feel annoyed by this before he said, "When you'll stop this?" "Obviously, when I win." Misaka put her hand towards the ground as she used magnetism to pull the iron sand before she looked at Leo and said, "Stop running and fight me seriously." "Seriously, hey?" Leo looked at Misaka forming an iron sand sword before sighing and said, "Then show me what you got." Lightning shot from Misaka's hands towards Leo, but he did nothing except pushing Yamato from his scabbard slightly with his thumb. A dark blue space distortion appeared in front of Leo before it destroyed the lightning by force. Misaka was surprised by this scene, but Leo didn't give her a time to respond as he hit the ground with his foot. 3 golden light trails appeared from Leo's foot as they reached Misaka instantly before they became black. 3 dark pillars appeared around Misaka, but what surprised her that those pillars absorbed all her electricity. Even the iron sand sword in her hand was destroyed. What? Misaka tried to generate more lightning, but all of them were absorbed by the pillars. Misaka understood instantly that these pillars were the problem, so she wanted to retreat, but a blue light flashed with a few dark blue glowing butterflies stopped her. Leo teleported in front of Misaka before he raised Yamato in his scabbard and struck her, but he stopped because of the scene in front of him. Misaka raised her hands in an attempt to defend herself, but it was more like a scared move as she had tears in her eyes. Leo stood there speechless before he felt a burning gaze in his back, so he turned around to see Kazuma and Kagai looking at him with contempt. "What the hell? She started it. And where is your gender equality?" Leo sent a message with his eyes, which Kazuma understood it before he returned a message. There is a line between bullying a little girl and gender equality. Leo sighed before he looked at the scared Misaka and said, "Next time during a battle, never leave yourself this open and hope the enemy will not attack. If you find your enemy stopped your ability, don't panic and think carefully. These pillars will only absorb the extra current by you, but you felt they absorbed it completely and let go of your defense." Leo stared to give Misaka advice about her combat style before she raised her head in confusion. "And if the enemy got closer to you, try to do something like a discharge move to make him retreat, got it?" Misaka nodded subconsciously, but she recovered instantly as her face was bright red. "Don't screw with me. Fight me seriously." Misaka started to generate electricity again as Leo sighed before he said, "I really can't take you seriously. If you were shaking from fear, I wasn't afraid." Misaka tried to cover her acts, but Leo didn't believe it as he gave her "oh, really?" look, which made her angrier, but at this moment she stopped because of a sound. "Woo!" A small voice was heard from Leo's head as Misaka looked to see Kuroba waking up while wiping his eyes. Leo looked at Misaka that stopped moving before he took a step left. Misaka's eyes followed Leo, so he took one step right, but she didn't move her sight. Leo took Kuroba from his head and started to move it in front of Misaka that kept looking at him no matter where he moves it. Leo sighed again, but at this moment he threw Kuroba to Misaka before he looked back. Leo's spider sense activated, so he covered his arm in ki and used venom to transform it into a giant dark arm before he punches instantly. Boom! A shock wave hit the surroundings as it sent Misaka flying, but she recovered using magnetism with the ground to land. Leo was putting on a punching pose while his legs are planted in the ground as he felt his whole arm numb. Whitebeard was putting on the same pose, but he was much more relaxed than Leo. "Is this all you got? This is very disappointing." Kid Whitebeard pushed his fist to the front quickly, as he sensed Leo dragging his feet to at least 15 meters. Leo looked at Whitebeard with a calm gaze while he felt his arm almost got broken from that clash, but he didn't feel fear or hesitation now. Honestly, Leo expected he'll face Whitebeard one day, but not only after 3 days. However, he isn't afraid or even says he's a little excited to fight him. Things are getting messy. Kazuma looked at this group of shenanigans while he felt a headache, but suddenly a hand was on his shoulder as he heard a very cold voice. "Oh? It seems you forgot something." Kazuma turned to see Kaguya looking at him with a smile before she said, "Old woman and bitch. This is what you called me before, right?" Sweat started to drop from Kazuma's head, but before he said anything he felt the whole world was rotating. Leo raised his defense, preparing for Whitebeard's next attack, but Whitebeard only looked at him once before ignoring him and sitting next to a tree. Leo felt something was burning inside of him, suddenly extinguished as he felt empty from the inside before he felt a hand on his shoulder. Saitama patted Leo's shoulder slightly before he said, "That was your fighting spirit. I have been there, that doesn't make me feel better." Leo stood there while Saitama nodded because he understands this feeling after he lost motivation in fighting. But suddenly they heard a scream. "Kazuma!" Leo looked to see Kazuma tied with a rope and hanged on a tree with a duct tape on his mouth while Kaguya was smiling towards Leo. "I have now taken care of one." Kaguya looked carefree towards Leo as she said, "Ha, but I don't think he matters." Kaguya looked at Leo with a smile while pointing with her finger, "You're next, Leo." Leo looked at Kaguya with a cold gaze as he clenched his fist and walked towards her before he said, "You old hag." "Kaguya." Kaguya opened her arms before she said, "Oh? You're approaching me? Instead of running away, you're coming right at me?" Even though your friend, Kazuma, tried to warn you with his scream. Like a hopeless guy left with only bad choices, but he needs to hurry up and choose or he'll lose more. "I can't show you how much you need to stop this stupid joke without getting closer." Leo walked closer to Kaguya. "Oh ho! Then come as close as you like." Kaguya floated towards Leo at this moment. Both of them were getting closer to each other. Kaguya wanted to say something, but she stopped after she saw gold experience behind Leo. Awkward silence. Leo and Kaguya stared at each other, but compared to Kaguya's puzzled gaze, Leo was looking at her with contempt. "What a faker! Dare to enter a stand battle without a stand, shame on you." Leo looked at Kaguya with contempt as she took a deep breath to calm herself before she looked at Leo while opening her arms. Leo quickly pulled Yamato, as a blue space distortion engulfed him before Kaguya said the world. Everything in Kaguya vision stopped, even the chat members, before she said, "No matter what you try, it'll become pointless against the eternity." This is Kaguya ability, the eternity, and the moment. The moment is that little instantaneous which no one knows how many of them can be, and Kaguya can just gather them together to spend time different from others. Her ability is more like controlling complete stop, which is eternity, and extreme speed, which is a moment. This allows her to do things like controlling time easily. Kaguya raised her head proudly, but the next scene stopped her as he opened her mouth from the shock. Leo was standing normally in a blue space distortion, as he was looking at Kaguya having her proud moment calmly without being affected by her ability. Kaguya woke up from the shock before she observed Leo quickly and understood the principles of this bullshit she's seeing separation of space. You actually separated this piece of space from the cause and effect of my ability. Kaguya now is really surprised by this maneuver. She saw some people been safe from her ability, but she never saw a simple yet effective way to stop her. But she doesn't understand how he can have enough energy to maintain this form. Looking under Leo, Kaguya saw the gold light rushing from it towards his body before she said, "Gold experience. What is this? Did you make a cheap version of Gold Experience Requiem, from Yamato and the normal Gold Experience? Wow, you're really into that villain role, you even explained my abilities out loud." Leo had a deadpan face while looking at Kaguya talking to herself. Oh? But... Kaguya put her sleeve in front of her mouth before she said, "How long can you continue, because unlike you, I'm eternal." Kaguya and Leo stood there in silence looking at each other in this eternal timeline, but Kaguya's next words made a vein appear on Leo's head from anger. 1 second has passed. 2 seconds have passed. Hey! You know we're talking for almost 3 minutes before. Leo sighed because Kaguya didn't stop before he said, "Okay, stop this, what do you really want?" 4 second. Was it obvious? Kaguya looked at Leo nodding before she said, "I was going to put you with your friend, but I found something interesting." Kaguya looked at Leo's left arm like she was able to see something before she said, "Dragon. Did you steal the boosted gear? I guess you have your answer." Leo didn't care about Kaguya's gaze before she said, "What a plot destroyer. But why did you do it? Your Annihilation Maker should be able to create a power like the boosted gear, so why did you put yourself in this position?" Kaguya didn't understand why Leo did this. After all those conversations, Leo didn't seem the type of showing off that tries to bring attention for himself, especially if the boosted gear will make him rival of Valia in a target because of having 2 Longinus. Leo understood Kaguya's words before he smiled and said, "I thought you're much smarter than this, Kaguya. I never said I want the boosted gear. I just wanted a dragon." Leo's words startled Kaguya, as she understood the meaning behind those words before she said, "This is a little surprising, isn't it? After some time, I realized that my Longinus is different from the normal one." Leo looked at the blue space distortion before he said, "But that difference gave me infinite possibilities even without balance breaker." Here an example. Leo raised his hand before some blue space distortion, golden key and a red aura appeared on before mixing up. In Kaguya's shocked eyes, a white-pink orb appeared, but that wasn't what shocked her. Life, water, space, dragon, and God, these are the things Kaguya felt from that orb. But the most ridiculous that when the orb started beating, the space became a little stronger. Kaguya even felt she is using more energy to maintain her ability now because time and space always follow each other. "I only need a dragon mostly for reference. And what better than the Red Dragon Emperor?" Leo nodded with satisfaction for the first dragon he's making now before putting him inside his soul. This beast is a dragon made from space power, ki in the form of water and life, dragon breath, and some god concept that exists in both Longinus. Leo always felt his Longinus is different from the usual one, and his idea was confirmed after he arrived here. This world ki is weaker, but also different from DXD1. Other chat members also have ki, but each one of them is different from the other, which made Leo know why the chat room changed his Annihilation Maker and make the limit of energy and knowledge. This made Leo realize that each world ability is different, but he was still able to make Yamato and other beasts based on different worlds, which made him know that his Longinus has changed and got infinite possibilities. "I see. But why are you telling me this?" Kaguya tilted her head while looking at Leo, but he only smiled and said, "I hate playing around a lot, so if we're going to be a team, we need to learn to trust each other. Nothing more, nothing less, and you should rely less on this ability." Leo pointed with Yamato to the side where Saitama started moving again, but he was somehow slower. He seems to feel this is interesting as he was observing the surrounding. Saitama saw Leo and Kaguya looking at him, so he waved his hand and so did Leo, but Kaguya lowered her hands down like she received a blow. Kaguya took a while to refresh her knowledge about how much broken is Saitama and his limit breaker before she looked toward Leo and said nothing more nothing less. I finally know what to do. Leo didn't understand Kaguya's words before he felt his vision flashed and the world returned to normal, but he felt something on his forehead. Leo raised Yamato and used him as a mirror before his eyes widened and a dark aura generated from his body. There was a word on his forehead. Tsundere. Next time, separate the effect from all parallel timelines if you want to stop me, and don't try to remove the title because it locked in a couple of eternities, which will be removed after a day. Kaguya smiled before flying away because Leo is chasing her now while his eyes are filled with rage. Misaka stood there alone while watching the ridiculous scene in front of her. Kazuma was struggling like a worm while trying to ask for help to be released from the rope. Leo was chasing after Kaguya with a katana as he had all the intent to cut her to pieces while they were teleporting here and there. Whitebeard was just sitting and smiling looking at this farce. Saitama was observing the surroundings and didn't care about anything. When Misaka heard about the mission and the world, she thought this will be serious, or at least they will show some concern. But no, this group of shenanigans will never take something seriously. Misaka started to feel that she's slowly moving back to LVL4 because, after all this time, she still feels she's the only normal and sane person here. Chapter 14, Plans. In a forest far away from the empire capital, there were 6 people sitting around each other while each of them had a different expression. Whitebeard has a slight smile while looking at this group. This group of shenanigans really reminded him of his sons. Saitama didn't care as always while he's probably thinking about what he should eat. Kaguya was still floating elegantly without any worry, but she had a slight smile while looking at Leo. Misaka was looking angry at Leo and Kuroba on his head because no matter what she did, Kuroba refused her and rushed to Leo. Kazuma was holding his laughter while looking at Leo, or rather his forehead that was covered with a bandana. Now, after you calmed down, we should start, Leo said calmly as he was fixing his glasses. Don't you mean, you calmed down? Kazuma corrected Leo's words as he ignored him, but Kazuma didn't stop. Hey, Leo. Why are you wearing a bandana? Kazuma asked while Leo looked at him quietly for a while before he said suddenly, I wanted to try something new. A bandana on your forehead. Kazuma pointed towards Leo's forehead as Leo fixed his glasses, which flashed with light, and covered his eyes before he said, a very new style. It seems he liked this princess gift so much he didn't want to share it with anyone. Kaguya covered her mouth with her sleeve as she said with a smug face, which made Leo put his hand on Yamato again. Oh, come on, Leo. You shouldn't be so tsin and be more dear for once. Pffffff ha 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 ha. Kazuma started to laugh out loud. Yeah, more dear. Pffff. Kaguya was also laughing at Leo, which made the dark aura on his body appear again. What are you talking about? Misaka asked because she didn't see what was on Leo's forehead. You want to know? Kazuma wanted to speak, but a light flashed in his face and cut a few hairs from his head. Leo put Yamato in his scabbard as he had a calm face. Sorry, my hand slipped. That didn't seem like a hand slip or an apology. Kazuma had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Really? I think my hand is slipping a lot this day. Leo put his hand on Yamato again while Kazuma raised his hands as he surrendered. Why do you always? Misaka clenched her fist again. These guys always exclude her, and she still holds a grudge for that culture thing. Don't worry about it, Mikoto. Just don't get corrupted by these degenerates. Leo comforted Misaka, but that just made her angrier as she blushed. If you're still going to make fun of me, then at least fight me seriously. Small current appeared on Misaka's head, but Leo didn't care before he said, when you take the fight seriously, I'll do take it seriously. Hey? What do you mean? Misaka didn't get those words, but Leo only gave her a stare before he said, you're holding back too much. Nobody will wait for you in a battle, Mikoto. Leo looked at Misaka with a helpless gaze before he said, maybe you don't want to hurt me in that fight, but you need to make up your mind. Misaka was silent for a while before she said, I know. But that doesn't give you the right to call me by my name. But before Misaka got angry again, Leo picked something from his head and put it on her. Misaka's expression went like a storm from all the rage to just a quiet cloud as she felt the small kuruba on her head. There's a lot to work on. Leo looked at Misaka that went calm instantly before he felt something behind him. Leo looked back to see all the members looking at him with interest and Kazuma was giving him "you asshole" stare before he clicked his tongue. These guys, Leo's expression darkened before he clenched his fist from anger. What? Do you want a turn too? Leo felt everyone here except Saitama is targeting him, even Kazuma gave up his gender equality to see him suffer and now he was probably waiting for another lightning round. I would like to, but I feel this sword will chop off my head and take my body if I do so. Kazuma looked at his sword that was vibrating slightly while saying "Wyyyyyyy." Saitama looked at Leo calmly with his deadpan face before he raised his fist slowly while nodding at Leo. But Leo shook his head, so he dropped his fist. Leo felt today he's very unlucky before he said, anyway, let's talk about this task. Leo's expression turned slightly serious as the atmosphere changed. Honestly, this world doesn't pose a threat to us as long as we are wary of some tricks and weird things. Like a sword that kills with one hit. Taigu, hey. It seems like our devil fruits but weaker and very limited. Whitebeard saw the business started so he joined the conversation. Yet. And I'm not talking about these two. Leo looked at Kaguya and Saitama. They will be more than fine even if they were attacked, of course. Don't compare this princess with you. Kaguya was like always proud but Leo ignored her directly. Saitama didn't show a reaction because he already knows these things will not pose any threat to him. So this left us with the target. Leo looked at towards the group as he said, there is something flashing in the chat now. Everyone looked at the chat room before a message appeared when they logged in. We can't locate the system user location directly because of the interception of the outer god. These crystals will shine when they are close to the system user. You can keep the crystal in the chat room for safe. A small crystal appeared in the hand of everyone as they stared at it slightly before they put them inside the chat room. Now the locating way is available. Can you explain what is a system user? Whitebeard asked the cultured trio because even if he wants to go there and Gura no me all that empire, he still needs to understand the enemy first. Just because Whitebeard is car-free doesn't mean he's an idiot, or how he did become one of the 4 emperors, and all this age already made him a great leader in both mind and power. Yet, you never explained what a system user, Misaka said after hugging Kuruba in her arms. A system user? Hey. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, they are not that different from us with this chat room except they variety. They can have a shop or some cheats, so they can scream I'm so OP, kind of thing. Kazuma gave his understanding which nobody understood except Leo, Kaguya, and Saitama. They are basically cheaters with a tool that can save them from anything and do everything they like if it was strong enough. Kaguya explained some systems. Then we have a question, which type of system is this? Kazuma asked because honestly, he doesn't want to go against a system that throws bloodlines like rain. Well, here are a few possibilities. Leo controlled the key and wrote 5 possibilities. The first is the strongest while the 5 is the weakest. 5. A non-sentient system with just a basic function of detection and something to grow stronger. 4. A non-sentient system with more functions like a small shop. 3. A non-sentient system with something like a lottery or a very good boost in the strength of its user. 2. A sentient/non-sentient system with a full shop and ability to solve all the problems if the points or whatever they called are enough. 1. A total sentient system, probably even a female which will become a waifu. A full shop with nothing missing from all the multiverse and OP lottery. And the user is probably Xiangxia guy. Everyone looked at the 5 possibilities while each one of them had different expressions. Kazuma and Kaguya nodded because these are facts. Whitebeard didn't quite understand most the things written, expected powerful. Saitama understood these words so he thought it'll be a challenge if it the first and the second possibility. Misaka looked at all the possibilities before she stopped at the first one and looked at Leo. What? Leo understood Misaka's gaze, so he said, I'm not being racist but these are straight facts which can't be denied yet, it the truth. Kazuma stood up before he put a pose and said, "Today the heaven and earth shall feel my wrath. I'll kill your 18 generations to satisfy this flame of revenge in my heart with my sword that shall split the heavens/realms." Balabalablu. Basically this is it. Clap 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 clap. Leo and Kaguya were clapping as Kazuma bent over and said, "Thank you. Sai, even if you want to speak these puzzling things, can't you speak normally?" Misaka was already desperate by these three. "Normally? Sure." Leo stood up and said, "Why is it called a building when it's already built?" Miska stopped in her place, but it wasn't the end as Kazuma looked at her and said, "Why are apartments called apartments if they're not apart?" Misaka felt her calculation can't keep up with these bastards, but Kaguya gave her a sweet smile, yet it seemed very devilish for Misaka. "If you drop the soap to the ground." Kaguya tilted her head before she said, "Is the ground clean or the soap is dirty?" Misaka.exe stopped working. Misaka is really feeling that at the end of this task she'll become an LVL4, so she chooses to ignore these guys and hug Kuroba. "So our course of action is gathering information first." Leo nodded before he looked at the group. "Do anyone wants to do something else?" "Yeah, I do." Kazuma raised his hand and so did Kaguya, but Leo felt something fishy. Kazuma had a face full of sunshine and justice as he was raising his hand, which made Leo said, "No, you don't." "Leo." Kazuma looked at Leo as flames were shining in his eyes before saying, "You're trying to stop forces you can't withstand. No, you'll not go for the protagonist or the girls with him." Leo understood this guy thoughts instantly. "But Leo, how can your heart let innocent girls die?" Kazuma closed his eyes before he opened them and said, "If we are going to destroy this empire we need to save them. 2 innocent girls? How can we let them die?" Misaka looked shocked, but Leo stayed calm and said to Kazuma, "Try again, speak your true thoughts. I want to save them, so they can fall in love with me, and I can get a very beautiful girlfriend or 2. Maybe 3. Kazuma didn't even change his face with these words while Misaka looked at him with disgust. "It seems you still didn't lose your quality as a cultured man, but I'll not help you with that." "And you?" Leo turned to look at Kaguya. "I don't know what you're planning, but it'll probably end with a disaster." "Oh? I didn't know you know me this much." Leo. Kaguya hid her face with her sleeve like she seemed to be embarrassed. Leo looked at her silently before he said, "Yukari Yakumo is behind you." "Where?" Kaguya looked back very fast, but she only greeted with Saitama deadpan face before she looked at Leo's smug smile. "Good one, very good one." Kaguya seemed to mark things for a bigger revenge, but Leo didn't care. "Sai, you're no fun." Kazuma sighed before he took a card and said, "I'll try if this world monsters can make me level up." Leo raised his eyebrow at Kazuma's words because he also thinks this idea is feasible, but it needs verification. "Not a bad idea, Kazuma. I know because it was my idea." Kazuma was proud while Leo eyebrow dropped down as he said, "Don't push it, and I want to see if I can learn power from your worlds." Kazuma looked at everyone while they also looked at him. "Learn something from me?" Leo looked at Kazuma before he said, "I can only teach you ki, but your ki is very different from mine and you don't want to turn into a mummy by accident, right? You don't have talent." Kaguya dropped the bomb directly at Kazuma. Saitama looked quietly at Kazuma before he said, 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers running. Is he serious? Kazuma asked Leo, which gave him a gaze and said, "He's the strongest person here, so should follow what he said seriously." "I need to start then." Kazuma was preparing his training while Leo was trying to suppress his laughter, and Kaguya gave him a thumb up. "Teach you, hey." Whitebeard stared at Kazuma before he said, "Haki might be a good choice, but you're physically weak." "Don't worry, maybe it'll appear on my card if you explained it in a very detailed way." Whitebeard looked at Kazuma eager look before he closed his eyes for a while. Whitebeard opened his eyes and said the way of Haki training, but before he said the third phrase a holographic screen appeared in front of everyone. "If you want to learn the ability called Haki from the world One Piece, please buy a One Piece World Powers compatibility card after the store opens, or let a member send it to you after the function open." "I thought so." Leo sighed as he watched the screen before he said, "Every world is different in its powers." This made Leo confirm that his Longinus changed by this chat room. Kazuma was disappointed, but he recovered very quickly. Well, I guess this is it. Leo stood up before walking forward and said, let's go. Where? Misaka saw Leo and the others leaving, so she stood up, but Leo didn't turn back as he said to make a base. We can't find the system user in a single day. Oh. Misaka walked with the group as she was observing all of them. Even if they seemed to be completely chaotic, but these guys can be very reliable. Misaka smiled slightly as she thought this might be not bad, but the next conversation stopped her. After we find the system user. Do you want to do it quietly or mayhem? Leo walked forward before he pushed his glasses and said, I choose mayhem, of course. It mayhem. Kazuma answered like it was obvious. Mayhem. Saitama answered with a deadpan face. Mayhem. Whitebeard answered like it's the normal thing to do. This princess chooses the quick and easy way, which is mayhem. Kagaya floated while answering. I give up. Misaka hugged Kuroba and followed the group while feeling helpless. The Empire was having its usual day without knowing it been targeted by a bunch of very dangerous guys that doesn't know limits. Chapter 15, Base. In the forest filled with danger beasts, there was a group walking slowly. Monsters. Whitebeard was listening to Saitama explaining his world briefly. They seem like Sea King in my world, but they are much stronger than those fishes. Whitebeard didn't take those Sea King into consideration, but Saitama world monsters seemed like a better challenge. Strong? They always die after one punch. Saitama didn't change his expression before he said, fishes. Are they edible? Yeah, they edible, and the best of dishes are made by their meat. Whitebeard looked at the deadpan Saitama become interested in the topic before he said, you call yourself a hero, but are there other heroes? Or someone as strong as you? Whitebeard was interested in this topic, even if he saw Saitama someone bored and looking for a challenge. Saitama looked at Whitebeard, but he had to raise his head because of how tall is Whitebeard before he said, someone as strong as me. I never saw someone as strong as me, be it humans or monsters, but heroes. Saitama's expression changed slightly. Yet, the people like to follow each other, be it for admiration or other purposes. But there will always be people passing the torch. Like our pirates. Whitebeard looked at Saitama, but he noticed that his expression was stiff. If that was true. Saitama had a slightly shocked expression before he said, this is the reason nobody recognized my achievement until now. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow before he said, recognition? You don't seem to be the person who does things for fame. Saitama shook his head before he said, I didn't do it for anyone to admire me or fans, but it would be nice if someone noticed what I've been doing. Notice what you were doing. Whitebeard looked at Saitama seriously before he said, even if say that, I don't think this is what you really want. With those words, Whitebeard walked forward while leaving Saitama walking slowly as he was thinking slightly about those last words. A city with its technology which said to be 30 years ahead of the world. Kazuma was walking with his hands behind his head while listening to Misaka's description about the Academy City before he said, and its scientists were able to make humans have physic powers. Yes, this is the start of us espers, and the Academy City is made from 23 districts which include all schools from kindergarten to university. Misaka hugged Kuroba, but she always felt she forget about something before she said there is only 7 level 5. The more he listened, the more Kazuma felt this is suspicious, as all his knowledge about games and animes were screaming at him about this conspiracy. This is suspicious, very suspicious. How can someone able to create superpowers just from pure science and make them this strong? From her description, the Academy City isn't that much of a sci-fi city, but they are able to do it. Kazuma's thoughts were racing until he remembered something. Leo said something about angels. No way, Kazuma had a shocked expression. If there are angels, there has to be magic or something similar, so it means there is someone behind this city, and most likely a mage, which he used his magic to make those espers by science. Kazuma was only having theories, but he didn't know he almost figured out Misaka world plot. However, what is going on with those two? Kazuma had a scared expression while looking at the front. Leo and Kagaya were in the front, but the atmosphere wasn't right. Both of them were walking and floating normally, but Kazuma can swear he's seeing a dark aura around them. Scary, Super scary. What the hell is wrong with these two? Aren't Leo supposed to space and Kagaya time, can't they just get along? Kazuma was panicking in the inside while looking at the two in the front. Oh? What do you mean by that? Leo was walking normally, but his aura said otherwise, as he looked at Kagaya. Exactly what you heard. Kagaya floated car-free before she said, with this personality of yours, you'll never get a girlfriend, much less a lover, hey? Are you stupid? Oh, you are stupid. Leo didn't care about Kagaya's angry expression before he said, but joke's on you, I'll go and learn from the Great Saint after this task is over. Great Saint? Kagaya saw Leo looking at Misaka in the back before she said no. Really? The Great Saint of our gender quality, the one with the power of I punch her, and she falls for me, the Imagine Breaker himself, Toma Kamiju. Leo had a serious look on his face while clenching his fist. Kagaya looked at Leo with a speechless expression, but before she said anything Leo said, we have arrived. Everyone stopped as they saw an empty spot in the forest filled with rocks next to a mountainside. What do you mean? This place is empty. Kazuma looked at the rocks as had an exaggerated expression on his face. Camping. Misaka tilted her head when she saw the empty spot, but she always felt she had forgotten something important. I have seen worse in my life. Whitebeard didn't care about sleeping on rocks. Saitama felt his luck is going down after destroying his apartment and the talk with Whitebeard. Nope, it in the front. Leo jumped on one of the rocks before he turned towards Kagaya and offered her a hand to help her. Oh? Did you finally realize how wrong your ways are? Kagaya was proud as he reached for Leo before she said, well, this princess doesn't mind your help if you listen to her. Misaka felt something weird is going on, and so did Kazuma, but he seems to count something. Whitebeard raised his eyebrow when he saw Leo's expressionless face while Saitama is still thinking about his sleeping place. Kagaya put her hand on Leo's hand before a moment of silence happened. Kagaya looked at Leo in confusion because he didn't help her before she felt something like an electric shock hit her body. Kya. Leo looked at Kagaya Kami, as he was absorbing her ki in a very fast speed. White aura was being absorbed from Kagaya's arm and rushed towards Leo as it created wind flow because apparently Kagaya has infinite ki. You. Kaya. Kagaya wanted to activate her ability, but Leo increased the absorption as she almost fell to the ground and all her face is red now. Leo's shadow started stretching in a very fast manner as it engulfed all the large empty spot in this place before gold experience appeared and punched the ground useless. The ground with all the rocks turned golden at a very fast speed as they mixed with Leo's shadow. After a few seconds, a mansion started to rise from the ground. After a while, the mansion appeared completely, as Leo let go of Kagaya, which made her fall to the ground with all her face red and she was breathing heavily. This is quite surprising. Leo waved his hand slightly before he said to Kagaya, it seems we really make a good team. Leo pushed his glasses as gold experience was behind him. It was almost like he did a pose which made the already angry Kagaya almost explode from rage. Kazuma saw this set of maneuvers as he felt he was enlightened, which made him want to learn an ability to absorb energy like Leo to use it for totally noble purposes. Misaka was already getting used to these guys' actions, so she didn't care that much as she cared about the large mansion. Saitama felt his sleep was secured for today while looking at the large mansion. Whitebeard was a little surprised by Leo's power, but he recovered immediately as he saw weirder in his world. Kagaya recovered immediately because of her immortality before she stood up and looked at Leo like she going to launch a full barrage at him, but she stopped. Very good job. Kagaya smiled sweetly while looking at the mansion, but Leo was feeling something wrong. Watch your back. Kagaya smiled more sweetly as she said very cold words before floating towards the mansion. Leo watched Kagaya leaving before he put his hand on his chest and felt his dragon was in 1% progress. I think I need to create this beast faster. Suddenly, Leo felt a hand on his should before he turns around and saw Kazuma looking at him with a face filled with determination. Leo, no. Master. Please, teach me your ways of energy absorption. Leo looked at Kazuma quietly before he said, "Learn steal before you talk to me." Leo walked inside the mansion following Saitama, Misaka, and Whitebeard before Kazuma recovered from Leo's words and followed them. After everyone entered the mansion started to blend in with the colors of the surroundings, as it disappeared from the sights. "Wow, did you make all of this in few seconds?" Kazuma watched the mansion from inside as it seemed to have everything from rooms, baths, kitchen, training grounds, etc. The mansion had everything, even water and electricity were available. The whole mansion is a beast created with a connection with the underground water in a lake 2 kilometers from here. As for the electricity, it was generated by this beast eating water or absorbing ki from the surrounding. Leo even made sure the doors and the ceiling are big so they can fit Whitebeard. Leo doesn't know how that works, but he left that for the huge amount of pure ki he got from Kagaya to make it like this. "It is like you see it," Leo answered briefly while Kazuma was cursing this OP power. "Ah!" Suddenly Misaka screamed, as she remembered what she forgot. "What happened?" Kazuma asked as everyone was looking at Misaka. "My bag." Misaka fell to her knees while her expression almost turns grey. "My clothes and stuff." Misaka remembered she lost her bag after all those fights, and because the conversations hurt her brain made her forget about it completely. "My Kokoda. All my Kokoda that I brought." Misaka felt she was going to cry, but she heard Kazuma say, "Clothes? You brought clothes?" "Of course, I brought clothes. I mean, what about you?" Misaka pointed at the team here as they did seem to hold anything in their hands. "I learned to adapt to the situation in my tracksuit in enough." Kazuma had a face full of determination while saying those words. "Goo ha 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 ha, as a pirate I've faced more difficult situations, so I don't care that much about my clothes." Whitebeard didn't care if he was with his same clothes, as this is the life of pirates. "I'm eternal, I never get dirty," Kagaya explained quietly. Leo didn't say anything, but in Misaka's eyes his clothes started to change into different outfits before they back to normal. Saitama looked at this group before he said, "Can't you just buy clothes here?" Everyone looked at Saitama as silence filled the place. "Good idea." Leo broke the silence as he looked at the group and said, "Explore the mansion or pick a room. This mansion can recognize your voices, so just yell if you don't understand anything." "Where are you going?" Kazuma asked as he saw Leo leaving. Leo looked back and said, "I'm going to the capital to get some supplies." "Do you want something?" "Wine," Whitebeard said directly. "Desserts and tea." Kagaya put her request, but she seemed to think of something while looking at Leo. "Food. Can you eat monsters here?" Saitama remembered seeing some monsters while they were in the forest, but a force emitted from Whitebeard scared them. "Clothes. Tracksuit sucks in a fantasy world." Kazuma pulled his tracksuit slightly. Misaka didn't say anything as she was sad for all those Kokoda while Kuroba was above her head. "Yes, you can eat monsters here as long as they are not poisonous." Leo answered Saitama before he moved towards the door and said, "I'll come back after a while. Ask the mansion if you don't understand anything." Leo left the mansion before he looked at the way they came from and walked in it, as he was saying, "Sigh that idiot." Chapter 16, The Empire. Leo left the mansion and rushed towards the place where he arrived at this world for the first time. Using ki and venom to boost his legs, Leo's speed was very fast as the surrounding scenery was constantly changing. As for why he didn't use Yamato, Leo wanted to try something. Leo avoided trees and other obstacles until he arrived at the place and started looking for Misaka's bag, which wasn't hard to find as it was just on the ground next to the battlefield. Leo looked at the bag and a few frogs-like things hanging from it before he said, "Is this thing cute?" Leo couldn't understand what makes this frog cute, even if he was into the cute stuff. He didn't even want to give Misaka Kuroba if he didn't see this calmed her down, because even if she didn't show it, she was worried about this world. Leo picked the bag before he hit the ground with his leg. A golden spot appeared next to him before a dark light shined and a giant chest appeared. The chest was normal without any complicated decoration, as it opened when Leo walked towards it. "I need to make a space storage after this." Leo put Misaka bag in the chest before it closed and sunk in his shadow. Leo doesn't have time to make a beast like a storage ring or something, so he just made this beast and put him inside his shadow with the stuff in it. And now, Leo didn't turn back as he stretched his hand filled with ki and caught the face of a tiger monster. This danger beast was stalking Leo from the moment he arrived at this place. Venom stretched from Leo clothes and transformed Leo fingers into 5 dark claws, as they cut the tiger head into pieces. Leo waved his hand and removed the blood before Venom returned to normal as he was glancing at the tiger. Venom! Leo commanded Venom as he stretched from his body and enveloped the tiger body. After a while, Venom returned to Leo's body before giving a report. The DNA has been analyzed and copied. A slight increase in the body power. Increase the natural reflexes speed. Olfaction function has increased. Leo clenched his fist as he felt his power increased slightly before he said, "It seems I'll hunt few monsters here, but aren't Taiga made from danger beasts parts? I think Venom can copy them." Leo felt his idea is very feasible. Venom has the ability to remember genetic memory, which allows him to copy different abilities like he did with Spider-Man. Leo believes that using this ability on Taiga will allow Venom to get their abilities because Taiga are made from danger beasts attributes which give them their abilities, and Venom can just steal those attributes. Leo confirmed his plan of the great Taiga Venom before he raised his hand and created few birds. The birds waved their wings and flew to the sky in different directions. These birds can share their vision with Leo so he can find the capital place that he doesn't know its location. Leo tried the shared vision a few times to make sure everything is correct before he walked back to the mansion. There were few danger beasts in the road, so Leo killed them all using Yamato or just punching them before Venom copied their abilities, but this time the increase was very minimal, which made Leo realize he can't cheat his way in this. Sprinting all the way, Leo arrived at the mansion before he entered from the door and put Misaka bag on the ground. The bag sank into the ground, as Leo ordered the mansion to send it to Misaka before he left again. The whole mansion is a beast that can do things on its own, like opening doors automatically, or if Leo controls it, the mansion can even choose whom to be hidden from. Leo walked from the mansion slowly as he was walking towards the road, which was spotted by the birds. "Now let's see this empire." Leo frowned while walking because he'll see one of the darkest places in this world. Even if he knows about the empire from his memory, but all those informations were from a show which can't make someone feels real. However, Leo now will see the true empire. Well, let's see it first. Leo put ki on his leg and wanted to rush forwards, but he stopped because he felt something coming towards him. Leo looked at the bushes and trees in the forest, as he was hearing a faint sound coming from them. The bushes were shaking and trees had few leaves falling from them, but Leo focused on the front as he put his hand on Yamato. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Leo waited until the sound increased and turned into a human voice, but Leo felt it was mixed with a very unpleasant sound. Now, Leo put his hand on Yamato and almost pulled it before he saw something made his expression stiffen. Kazuma appeared from the bushes as he was running from something and waving the sword in his hand, which was screaming "WRYYYYYYYYY" with every swing. Leo saw behind Kazuma there was a giant boar monster with his eyes red as it was chasing after Kazuma like he did something unforgivable. "Leo, save me!" Kazuma saw Leo in front of him, so he rushed directly towards him while the boar was behind him. Leo watched Kazuma getting closer to him and almost reaching him before he took a sidestep while waving to Kazuma. Kazuma felt the time almost stopped at that moment as he saw Leo waving while saying, "You're alone, damn you." Kazuma and boar continued their chasing game while Leo was watching them, but he spotted a blade wound in the boar ass, which made him realize what happened. Kazuma probably tried to do a sneak attack on the boar, but he failed and hit his ass, which made the boar angry, and this chase started. But Leo didn't understand, what is this guy doing here alone? Are you just going to watch? Kazuma was running in very impressive speed compared to a normal human, which made Leo confused. Did he choose a different job? No, it's not the time to think about this. I need to help him, but he need to face this alone. I'll just give him an advice. Leo nodded at his plan before he looked at Kazuma seriously and said, Kazuma, believe in your sword. Fuck you. Don't say those shonen-type phrases, bastard. Kazuma screamed at Leo for saying a cliché shonen phrase, which made Leo shrug his shoulders at him. And how do you think I'll believe in this? Kazuma waved the Dio sword in his hand as it was screaming WRYYYY. Leo didn't care about that as he said, few more laps and you'll have runaway skill, hang in there, that doesn't help me. Kazuma saw Leo will not help him, so he ran even faster trying to make a distance away from the boar, but he knows this is just useless and he'll inventively get caught. Damn it! Think Kazuma. There has to be a way to stop this boar. Kazuma started looking around for anything to help him. He has a weapon that can kill the boar, but the boar won't allow him to use it. Suddenly, Kazuma changed his running direction and rushed to a tree. Tree? Leo raised his eyebrow as he looked at Kazuma goal before he understood Kazuma plan. Not bad. Kazuma rushed to the tree and jumped toward it before climbing it with all he got until he caught a tree branch. The boar who was running after Kazuma wasn't able to stop as he hit the tree directly, which stunned it briefly, but Kazuma didn't miss the chance. Even if the tree was shaking a lot, Kazuma was able to jump and land behind the boar before he raised his sword, which was shining with a white light. WRYYYYYYYY. Kazuma and sword screamed at the same time, as a wind blade appeared from the sword and hit the boar, killing it instantly. Kazuma fell to the ground directly as he was breathing heavily, but he managed to take his card before he smiled and said, I level up. I can level up here. Leo watched all the performance now and Kazuma quick thinking, which he'll be lying if he said he isn't slightly impressed. Not bad judgment in this situation. He didn't even hesitate, which is probably because he takes this as an RPG game. This could fire back on him one day, but it better than nothing now. Leo watched Kazuma standing up before an idea flashed in his mind, as his shadow stretched and something was appearing from it. Now, where is that? Kazuma stood up and looked at Leo's direction, but he only saw a humanoid wooden figure in his place as he finished his words quietly. Bastard. The wooden figure had a normal human height and had a coat made from wood, but what made Kazuma sweat is the two wooden swords in its hands and the phrase written in its empty face. Kirito wannabe. Congratulations on surviving. Leo's voice appeared from the wooden figure. It seems you are struggling a lot. So here, this doll that'll teach you how to fight better. The wooden doll raised it two swords before Leo's voice sounded again. I hope to see you in one piece after this. Also, you don't have to thank me. Kazuma didn't have time to listen to Leo's voice filled with sarcasm, because even if he doesn't know who is Kirito, this doll makes him feel scared. But the doll didn't give him a chance as it rushed with it two wooden swords. Leo was walking normally away from Kazuma location as he heard his screams echoing in the forest. Another peaceful day. Leo Kami pulled Yamato before a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place and appeared next to a bird. The place where Leo is now is a normal dirt road with a lot of wagon traces on it. Leo nodded before he commanded the bird to fly again to check how far away is the Empire. Even now Leo can only describe space abilities as convenient, especially the teleportation kind of abilities. Yamato is a sword that can cut anything, even the space, but he got other abilities like space control. But even if Leo called it a space control, it isn't more than just a different approach for its ability. Yamato cut space between 2 points instantly, which makes a very small and unnoticeable rift in space, and then it connects point A, which is Leo location, and point B, which is the place where Leo wants to go, before sending him by the rift to the point B. This process happens instantly, which is why no one notices it, and because of that, it doesn't consume a lot from Leo. Then Leo started a bunch of teleportations by teleporting from a bird to another while checking his surroundings until he spotted a large city from afar and some wagons start to appear in the road. Leo watched the Empire capital, which is circulated by a large stone wall, in silence, but the frown on his face told his true feeling. Disgusting. This is the only word Leo found to describe this city that looks normal from afar, but the key that carries the despair, fear, anger, hatred, and sadness mixed with all disgusting desires were hurting Leo's eyes. Leo didn't say anything for a while before he sighs and said, "Let's get this over with." Leo felt one of his birds arrived into an empty alleyway inside the capital before he changed his clothes to civilian clothes he saw from a wagon driver. Leo checked that everything is okay before he pulled Yamato and teleported into the capital. Inside the capital, in one of its alleyways, a blue light flashed, and Leo appeared inside of the alleyway. But he wasn't feeling okay. Leo reached to the wall as he supported himself while his hand covered his mouth because at this moment he almost throws up. "Don't kill me. Kill me, but please leave my child." Those thoughts appeared in Leo's head instantly when he arrived in this capital. These are the thoughts of the people that died in this place, but this wasn't the reason Leo almost throw up. The real reason is all these thoughts are from today, which means that there was many people that died in this place in a very inhuman way. Leo shut down his connection with Ki before walking towards the alleyway exit with a calm face, but his eyes didn't have no anger or sadness as he put Yamato in his shadow. "It seems I have to take this matter seriously." Even if he had a normal look, Leo was angry at this moment. As someone who feels Ki and able to comprehend the feeling behind it, Leo felt the despair in this capital very well and the cause behind it. Honestly, even if the team agreed to destroy the empire, Leo wasn't taking it seriously. He was feeling if it doesn't get in the way, but now he's serious about the destruction that his mind is thinking of dropping something from Lovecraft myth if he has the power to do so. Leo shook his head to clear it from these thoughts before walking in the empire streets. The empire looked normal at the surface with the crowd going and coming or some guards here and there to check on people, but the truth behind this is very dark. Behind the people's smiles were clear fear shown in their eyes, and the guards were taking bribes here and there, and if someone didn't pay, they'll have a talk with him. Even there were some red stains on the ground which shows someone got beaten or even killed there. Leo stared at these things for a second before he walked towards a place where few fancy wagons were heading. It's time to become a Robin Hood. Leo looked at the distance where the nobles live before he followed the wagons heading there. Leo first was thinking about stealing directly from the stores by some hypnotizes and illusions, but after he saw this, he'll take the long route while removing some pest from the picture. Leo walked slowly as he spotted some large mansions at the front, so walked to an alleyway before checking if there was someone, even if that didn't matter for him. Venom changed its shape as it turned into a long, black trench coat as a hood covered Leo's head, and Venom also made a mask. Leo didn't speak as he picked the mansion with the most negative key and pulled Yamato as he teleported to it. Time skip 7 minutes. Mark is a normal noble from the Empire and he's proud of that, and like most the noble in the Empire, he usually attends parties and meetings with different nobles, which is where they talk about their plans but mostly their hobbies. Mark's hobby is that he likes to drug people with different types of chemicals and watch their reactions. Most of them die in the process, but there are a few that survive, which makes him need to increase the dose. But these days he's into using poisons which lead to slow death after he heard this from another noble with the same hobby. He has to admit that the reaction of those people when they know that they'll die is priceless. Mark was walking in his mansion corridor like always while carrying his notebook, which he records the reactions in it, as he was thinking what he should try today, but he felt something wrong. The corridor was quiet. Too quiet. The guards and the maids that usually work in the house disappeared suddenly, but because he was too focused on his work, he didn't notice. Guards. Mark called upon the guards, but nobody showed up. The silence began to become scarier at this moment, which made Mark nervous. Guards. You useless bunch of waste. Mark was angry because he was thinking, how dare these commoners not respond to him before rushing in the corridor. The more he walked, the more Mark felt this isn't normal. There was almost no one in the mansion. Even if Mark entered some rooms, he didn't see anyone, which made him more nervous because even if liked to torture people, he never actually had the courage to face anything directly. Where did they go? Mark stopped because he saw a long trail of blood and a headless corpse of one of his guards at the end of the corridor. What? Mark got terrified by this scene, as he felt his legs are shaking from fear, but before he wanted to run, he heard a sound from behind him. A man with a long black coat was standing there with a mask and hood covering his face, which made Mark terrified because there was another corpse behind the man, which means he did all of this. But even if he was terrified, Mark was able to master some of his courage and said, "Why, you are Knight Raid? How dare you attack nobles?" Mark kept talking about how this is unforgivable and the Empire will catch you all, but the man just shook his head before he said, "You are wrong." Mark didn't understand what going on before he felt his vision changed as he saw a headless body. It was his body. This isn't Knight. Leo walked slowly to Mark's place and picked up the notebook before he said, "This is Day Raid." Leo already cleared this house in an assassin way as he killed most of the guards while knocking out some who their key was clean enough. All in all, Leo finished this mansion and killed the boss in a little time without getting noticed. Leo even took this guy's treasury with all the money inside before he killed him. But he is now looking at this notebook, which wasn't pleasant. Leo closed the notebook before walking towards a place in this mansion. Walking for a while, Leo saw the basement entrance, so he entered the door and walked down the stairs. A nauseating smell rushed from the basement as Leo looked with an expressionless face at all the people on the operation tables or cells screaming in agony and begging to be released from this pain. Leo felt all these people ki and vitality were very weak, which means they'll die very soon, but they are now suffering until their last breath. Suddenly, one of the people here saw Leo as he stretched his hand towards Leo and moved his mouth, but he wasn't able to speak. Leo understood that man words even if he didn't say it. "Kill me. Please kill me." Leo stood silently in that place for a while before he clicked his tongue and pulled Yamato as blade light flashed and all the people here were killed instantly with fatal attacks to the neck or the heart and head. Leo watched the man who asked him now died, but before his eyes lost focus, he had a grateful look. Leo put Yamato back to his scabbard before he looked at this hellhole that exists in this basement. As he raised his hand and a dark light appeared before a fireball was on Leo's hand, but this fireball had a face. "Go." Leo pushed his hand forwards before the fireball rushed towards the basements and started to jump here and there as it ignited the whole place on flames. The fireball is an elemental beast of flames with an ability to control fire, but after 10 minutes it will absorb all the fire and explode. Leo looked at the raging flames before he pulled Yamato and teleported to the location of one of his birds at an empty alleyway. Leo took a deep breath as he fixed his glasses while Venom transformed into normal clothes. The money isn't a problem, which means I need to look for the target now. Leo cleared his head from all the what he saw inside of that place before he started to work on his plan. System user. Honestly, I think he'll be in the protagonist team, but there's a chance he'll be in the Empire. Leo frowned before his shadow stretched and lot of small regular insects and animals like flies and rats appeared and scattered around the place. Those are Leo spies which will send his report about this Empire condition or what changed about it. Any change in the plot or history will be definitely the system user work, while this can also tell Leo where the plot reached now. After finishing these preparations, Leo walked away from the alleyway because he has a lot of shopping to be done and a lot of store owners to be hypnotized. Food and water and some spices for cooking and a lot of other stuff need to be bought, so Leo need to be quick. Time skip 4 hours, the sun went down as the sunset arrived, turning the sky into a beautiful red-orange color. Kazuma was lying on the ground breathing heavily as he was looking at the Kirito doll telling him, "Get on my level." Kazuma never felt he was this mad in his life. This doll seemed to be made to annoy the living shit out of him, but he doesn't have energy to stand up now. If the doll didn't kill the danger beasts coming here, Kazuma felt he'll die instantly with his current condition. "Hey, you're still in one piece, this is surprising." Kazuma heard an annoying voice from his side, so he moved his head with difficulty before he saw Leo smiling at him. "You bastard!" Kazuma used all his energy to say those few words, but Leo only smiled as he said, "Do you want another round with Kirito?" Kazuma started shaking. He doesn't want another round with that doll which he thinks it was made in hell. But suddenly he felt a warm current in his body as most of his injuries disappeared and he felt his energy came back. Kazuma only saw a golden aura on his body, but there was gold experience putting his hand on Kazuma's body and recovering his wounds using ki. Well, Good job there. Kazuma saw Leo's stretched hand before he took it and stood up as he said, of course it was good, I'm Kazuma, even if the enemy is this doll made from hell, I'll never lose yet. Leo rolled his eyes before he said, you totally didn't get your ass kicked by it now. In Kazuma's angry eyes Leo was just smiling, but that smile made Kazuma even angrier before he took a deep breath and calmed himself. So, did you go to that capital? Kazuma asked Leo, but his voice was a little weird now. Yet. Leo walked forwards before Kazuma followed him as he said, so, how was it? It was the kind of place that makes me want to drop a thulhu down there, Leo answered calmly, but the coldness in his words weren't hidden from Kazuma. Back to the dangerous words, but it was really like that, hey. Kazuma's voice went lower and lower until Leo wasn't able to hear him before he said, are you okay? Hey? Oh. I'm totally okay, don't worry about it. Kazuma expression returned into its usual, but Leo was frowning. Kazuma. Leo stopped walking as he looked at Kazuma directly before he said, why did you come to this world? Don't you know it already? I'm the weakest here, so I should take all the chances to be stronger. Kazuma waved his hand, but Leo didn't move and kept looking at him before he said, Kazuma, you didn't want to come to this world, huh? What do you mean, Leo? Kazuma was surprised, but Leo said, even if I didn't meet you for a long time, but Kazuma that I know will never come to this world with his current power, and especially if he knows about this world beforehand and about power. Kazuma that I know will probably keep crying at me to give him cheats shamelessly, but... Leo narrowed his eyes and said, this isn't you now. Kazuma looked at Leo with a surprised expression before he had a helpless smile and said, you saw it? Leo shrugged his shoulder before he said, you can say I'm good at reading people, yet, I can see that. Kazuma sighed before he said, I didn't want to come to this world, so, why? Leo looked at Kazuma that lowered his head in confusion. Because of you guys. After a while, Kazuma said those words which made Leo more confused before he said, for us. You know we don't need help, this world isn't that dangerous for us. Leo didn't understand where this is going, but Kazuma just smiled and shook his head before he said, I know that. But... you can say it was for me more than you. Kazuma said some words that made Leo more puzzled, but Kazuma continued, Leo, you asked me if I felt my life is fake. Leo widens his eyes because he finally understood what this guy is talking about. Leo. I loved this chat room. From the bottom of my heart I loved it. Kazuma lowered his head before he said, I know it has been just 2 days for me there, but I really loved it. You may know, Leo, but I was just a NEET with no goal or something to do in this life. I honestly felt my life was empty right there. Kazuma started laughing at himself before he said, then I died. When I died, I saw my life flashing in my eyes. I honestly was disappointed by it. I was told to reincarnate into a different world, but more than just a wish to be OP and stuff. I wanted an adventure with just friends or something to recover this regret that I saw in those visions. Kazuma smiled helplessly while Leo was listening to him quietly. Honestly, when I saw the chat room at first, I thought, what the fuck is this virus? Even my computer is fucked up now. But then I get to meet you guys, Kazuma said with a small voice, but Leo was able to hear every word. At first, you guys appeared to be a bunch of assholes that make fun of my death, but after only a day, no it wasn't a day, it was hours, I liked this. Kazuma raised his head as he smiles at Leo before he said, if you guys are a bunch of assholes, then I, Kazuma, will become a bigger asshole than you all, and without I notice. I got friends. I, Kazuma, the NEET, got incredible friends. Even if I didn't have anything special, an asshole with a bad personality and OP power, a grandfather which seems to be wise than all of you, but I think he's also out of control, a Pikachu looking tsundere girl, but it was kind and normal unlike you. A million-years-old hag, and a deadpan guy with a silly suit. Kazuma gave his definition of the chat members, which usually he'll be getting surrounded by a bunch of angry guys now, but there was no one to listen except Leo. You always make fun of me, but I also did the same. Nobody of you looked at me like the NEET, but you looked at me as Kazuma, so I liked it, unlike all those fake things I saw in my first life. This felt real for me. More than anything so. Kazuma clenched his fist before he said, if it takes me to go to this dangerous world then I'll go. If it power that I need to still be a part of this team, then I'll fight for it. I don't know about my world or what might happen to me, but this what I have now, so I'm willing to fight for it. Kazuma kept talking with excitement before he realized what he said. And this is it. Pretty silly, right? Kazuma scratched his cheek while Leo looked at quietly before he said, yeah, it was very silly, and what makes it more ridiculous, it actually came from you bastard. Leo watched Kazuma that took Dio's sword and wanted to fight him before he said in a voice only he can hear, it seems we were similar, huh? What are you saying? Come and fight me now. Kazuma was still angry, but he was shocked by Leo's next words, it pointless to fight me, so get stronger first. If you think strength is what you lack and need, then I'll train you. Leo smiled as he was walking forward before he said, of course, if you are up for the challenge. Kazuma stood in place without a word with shocked eyes until he saw Leo leaving, so he rushed towards him and said, hey! Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I'm Kazuma. Nothing you'll do will scare me, bastard. I see. Then show me what you got. Leo didn't turn back while Kazuma followed him and said, just watch me. The sunset shined down at the two friends walking towards the mansion, as they were both smiling, but the next words removed the smile of one of them. Yeah, I forgot to say. Welcome to hell. Leo smiled brightly at Kazuma that started sweating as he said, can I quit? Ha 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 ha, Kazuma, Kazuma, Kazuma. This is for leaving the gender equality just to mess with me. Prepare to face hell. Leo walked forwards as his words kept echoing in Kazuma's head and telling him the great mistake he has done. Chapter 17, Hero. The sun almost went down completely, but the sunset was still glowing. In Leo's mansion backyard, Leo and Kazuma were looking at the front while each of them had a deadpan face that almost reached Saitama's level. Both Leo and Kazuma walked slowly until they reached the mansion, but they didn't see anyone until they both heard a loud noise coming from the mansion back. Leo and Kazuma rushed over, but when they arrived, they stood still with a deadpan expression side by side with Misaka. Misaka was also standing there with Kuroba above her head as she was looking at this scene in the backyard. Kaguya was floating as always while covering her mouth with her sleeve as she was looking at the scene in silence. After standing there silence for almost 5 minutes straight, Kazuma broke the silence and said without looking away from the backyard, hey. Leo, yes. Kazuma. Leo answered without changing his expression about this scene. You see this? Kazuma pointed to the front. Same as you do. Leo still trying to understand what going on. Good, it wasn't just me. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief before he said then. You should know what I'm about to say, Kazuma. There's a lot of things we say in this life that can mean a lot of things, but do you know? Some things shouldn't be said. Leo looked at Kazuma with an expressionless face. Oh, I see. Kazuma nodded like he understood, but after a while, he said. I'm still saying it, Kazuma, there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Just don't do it now. Leo felt his head hurts, but Kazuma turned towards him and said, what opportunities? Waiting for you to summon a Thulhu. Kazuma turned to look at the backyard and said, I've seen enough H*N to know where this is going. In the backyard, Saitama was dragging a 50 meters high octopus with a giant hole in its head, which is probably where he hit it. Whitebeard was looking at the octopus while measuring where he should cut it. And here's my imagination going to very weird places. Leo covered his face as Saitama finished his dragging for the octopus or whatever was that creature. I'm feeling very uncomfortable. But Misaka was feeling sick from looking at the giant octopus with a hole in its head before she said, what do you mean by an imagination? Imagination is the act of forming new ideas, which played a big role in human advancement. In Misaka's interrogative gaze, Leo replied calmly without changing his expression. Yet. Huge leap for humanity. Kazuma didn't change his expression while looking at Whitebeard chopping the octopus tentacles. Misaka gave both Leo and Kazuma a helpless gaze before she looked at the octopus and said, I'm leaving. Oh. Right. Suddenly Misaka looked at Leo for a while before she said, Leo. My bag, Leo looked at Misaka that was having a hard time releasing those words, as he felt this is painful to watch before he said today, Misaka, today you. Thank you for retrieving my bag. Are you happy now? Misaka was almost like a cat being stepped on its tail. Yes, I'm happy. You should be more honest with yourself. Leo didn't care about Misaka that was releasing electricity, as he was looking at the giant octopus. Misaka stared at Leo for a while before she left the backyard as she was releasing more electricity with every step. Oh, what's happening here? Kagaya noticed Leo and Kazuma before she floated towards them with a sweet smile on her face. Leo stared at Kagaya's smile for a while as he was feeling this isn't normal while Kazuma is sweating. Did you visit the capital? Kagaya still has that sweet smile which was making Leo feeling more uncomfortable, as he nodded subconsciously. Good, you're safe. Kagaya put her hand on her chest as she had a sigh of relief before she smiled and said, as I expected from Leo. You're so reliable. Oh? Look at the time. I need to go to my room. Kagaya looked at the sunset before she said, I hope you brought what I asked for. See you later. Kagaya floated with a smile while Leo and Kazuma watched her until she entered the mansion. Leo and Kazuma stood silently there as the only sound in the place was Whitebeard chopping the octopus. After a while, Kazuma said the only words that can describe his feelings now. What the fuck? Indeed, Leo felt he got chills for some reason. It was like that smile was more than just sweet. Leo, I think this is bad. Kazuma was sweating slightly as he looked at Leo that was frowning. You think? Didn't you see her? Leo looked at Kazuma before he said that smile isn't something that appears on that face of her. It was like she became a decent being. Is she possessed by something? Kazuma gave his theory, but Leo shook his head. No. This is the calm before the storm. Leo had a serious look before he said she's planning something and it'll definitely end up with a disaster. Kazuma looked at Leo before he said we have a time controller planning something. Why, I'm feeling very insecure. Don't worry. She should be still planning. This gives us time to know what's going to happen. Leo pushed his glasses as he was thinking about this mystery more seriously than the system user. Yeah, but you know if we failed there's still the last plan. Kazuma had a serious expression like he's going on the road of no return. Last plan. Leo looked at Kazuma that nodded towards him before he said the last plan. The culture books, A/N, culture books. Do I have to explain this? Please use your imagination. Leo's eyes widened before he said, you can't be serious, right? This is the last solution and our last hope, so throw that honor of yours at the garbage. Kazuma clenched his fist but Leo shook his head and said she probably knows about it, and you shouldn't treat women like that, Kazuma. We're gentlemen. Leo had a face filled with resolve and honor as he said, pick your time correctly, Kazuma. We can't just go and tell her I see. You're right. Kazuma nodded like he realized his mistake before he said, you'll tell her after you can counter her ability. Exactly. Leo nodded, but at this moment Saitama shouted at both of them, hey! You two come and help us with this. Help? You? Leo looked at the giant octopus before Saitama said, yeah, don't you have a sword with you? Come and cut this with us. Leo looked at Yamato hanging in his waist before he looked at Saitama and said, you want me to use my sword with the ability to cut space, and even separate realms to cut an octopus with you? Saitama looked at Leo for a moment before he said yes. Leo stood there as he looked at Yamato that was vibrating sadly like it was saying, I have been degraded to a sushi knife. Kazuma looked at Leo and Yamato that were doubting life before he said, where did you even get that thing? Is that even an octopus? I got it from the lake, but I don't know if it an octopus or a squid. Saitama looked at the giant danger beast before he said, maybe it both. Stop whining about it like a bunch of squirts, and get moving. Whitebeard suddenly screamed at Leo and Kazuma, which made both of them have a different reaction. Kazuma was sweating slightly from Whitebeard intimidating aura while Leo looked at him calmly and said, make me. After 3 minutes, Kazuma looked at Leo's head that was planted in the ground before he looked at Whitebeard that was cracking his fingers. You know. I still have training to do. Goodbye. Kazuma rushed as fastest he could from the training ground while he was muttering, I prefer to be with Kirito than this. Leo raised his body as he released his head before he said with an angry tone, you old man. If you want to fight me, you need more than those tricks. Whitebeard didn't care about Leo's angry expression before he walked away from this place. Whitebeard didn't explore or even took a walk in this world, so he's planning to check it now. That bastard! Leo clenched his fist. But he knows it pointless to fight Whitebeard without using moves that might destroy the place completely. Whitebeard completely crushed Leo in battle experience and power, as he was able to dodge the sword easily, then gave Leo a punch to the head. This made Leo realize even if had Virgil skills, they are pointless if he doesn't know to apply them in combat, especially if he doesn't use space abilities. Leo stood up from the ground and wanted to leave, but he saw Saitama looking at him with his usual face. After a long staring contest, Leo sighed before walking next to Saitama and said, I'm helping just because you helped me. Leo opened his hand slightly as a blue blade of energy appeared on it while 9 more appeared around him and started to cut the octopus. Helped you? Saitama was confused, but then he saw Leo take a piece from the octopus as his clothes absorbed it. This is one of my abilities. Leo felt venom analyzing this DNA, but it takes some time because it is more complicated than the last one. Oh. Saitama nodded while looking at the octopus turning into pieces by Leo energy blades. These energy blades can be generated by Yamato and be used like throwing weapons or a platform for teleportation. This is very easy. Maybe I should encourage Saitama to hunt for more. Leo felt this is very easy if Saitama killed strong monsters and venom absorbed them. But to think about it. Suddenly, Leo frowned as he noticed something before he said, who'll cook this? Awkward silence. Leo and Saitama stood there looking at the giant octopus as they finally realized they have been left alone. Misaka left first, even if Leo doesn't think she can cook or able to cook this octopus without throwing up. But he doesn't think she'll listen now. Kaguya is too creepy for Leo to mess with now. Kazuma is probably with Kirito or he went to hide somewhere. Leo even feel Whitebeard saw it coming, so he rushed from this place. I was planning to cook it, but I could use your help. Saitama looked to his side to see Leo leaving. But before Leo took another step, he felt a hand on his shoulder. What? Leo looked back to see Saitama holding his shoulder. Help me with this. Saitama didn't change his expression as he said this. No, Leo answered with a straight face, but Saitama said, I'll never hunt these monsters again. Leo looked at Saitama as they had the same expression on their faces. You had to be smart now. Leo felt his luck is also bad today before Saitama said thanks in advance, and with this, Leo and Saitama finished cutting this octopus before taking it to the mansion. Leo first put out all the things he brought from the capital and sorted them out in the mansion. And when I say he sorted them out, I mean, he just throws them to the ground and told the mansion to do the job. Time skip 1 hour, just why I'm doing this. Leo was cutting more ingredient as Saitama was cooking the octopus at the side after they checked it wasn't poisoned. Leo can confirm that, as Venom got the ability of stealth by changing his Leo colors to blend in instantly with the surrounding. Where is Emiya when you need him? Leo felt if this chat room gave him a choice in those invitations he'll invite Archer. Afterward, Leo surrendered to this fate and tried to stop the urge of putting something in this food to mess with everyone as he felt he'll get punched by this guy next to him. But, Leo looked at Saitama that was focusing on cooking. I don't think I talked with this guy before. I mean, he usually isn't in the chat, and if is, then something is happening. Hey. Saitama was it? Leo put the ingredient aside as he took new ones while Saitama looked at him and said, Yes, I see. I'm Leo. Leo nodded at Saitama before he said, I don't think we ever had a conversation before. No. Saitama put more octopus meat in the frying pan before he said, I don't have time to stay in that chat room. Hero work. Leo looked at Saitama that nodded at him before he said, what do you usually do in that heroic job? Punching monsters and saving people. Saitama answered instantly, but Leo raised his eyebrow and said, every day. Yeah, Saitama raised his head and said, "Don't you guys know about my world or something?" "I do, but I like to hear it from people directly." Leo looked Saitama seriously and said, "Why are you doing this in the first place?" "No particular reason. I don't think I even have one," Saitama answered casually, but Leo frowned before he said, "Then this hero. What does it feel to be a one?" Saitama stopped his hands' movements as he seemed to think before he said, "First, it was like the best thing in the world, but after a while and when I got this power it became boring without a worthy opponent, and you're still doing it." Leo had a slightly shocked expression before Saitama said, "Yet. And I'm never stopping it, no matter what I see." Leo focused on making dinner while Saitama did the same, as silence filled the place for a while. "You know? Humans are beings filled with desires." Leo broke the silence as Saitama looked at him. "Be it good or bad. But what defines the good from the bad? It the human themselves that put it there in the first place." Leo looked at Saitama as he said, "Kindness, love, faith, those all good things, but sometimes even good can turn bad if you use it in the incorrect place, and the same goes for things like the 7 deadly sins. Those what people think they are just the badness in humanity were actually the true reason for its development. That curiosity, that greed and desires are what pushed the humanity to reach what is achieved now. But those are also its downfall, and what a better example than the empire in here." Leo smiled slightly before he looked at Saitama seriously. "So there always should be a balance in order and chaos between humans. The order represents in law, which gives the weak it protection, but if it increased too much, it takes people's individuality and freedom. The chaos, which is the free will to do whatever you want, but if it increased too much, it allows corruption and the situations where the strong dominate the weak without mercy." Leo's smile vanished as he looked at Saitama and said, "So, as a human being, you can never say you never had a desire, because without that desire that pushed you in your way, you'll never reach what you have achieved now, even if you lose something as a human being, but that desire will always accompany you." The silence filled the kitchen again as Leo finished his words, and Saitama lowered his head while thinking about them. "Maybe. No." Saitama deadpan expression vanished as he looked seriously at Leo before he said, "I wanted to be a hero." Leo stared at Saitama's serious face that he didn't see before as he said, "I see. Thank you for telling me." Leo went back to cooking, and so did Saitama as his face returned to normal, but he was puzzled by Leo's next words, "Thank you for being a hero, Saitama." Saitama didn't understand where did that come from, so he said, "Oh, no problem, I think you misunderstood." Leo pulled some vegetables and started cutting them with a kitchen knife before he said, "Thank you for being a hero." This time Leo increased his tone on the hero word, but Saitama widened his eyes because he understood what that means. "You know? I never liked this role of hero." Leo was cutting the vegetables, but he wasn't really focusing on them as he said, "Maybe it was my experience, but I never liked this role of hero. Someone who'll save everyone and raise the word of justice above the evil was always something ridiculous in my eyes." Leo smiled, but it seemed more of a mockery smile before he said, "No one can save everyone, and if he tries it, then his fate is doomed with failing. Even those heroes that save people aren't different, they save some people and they are happy. But sometimes with those deeds, they hurt other people that are usually the closest to them for the ridiculous thing of the greater good. So, I never waited for a hero to save me, even if I had hope in me, but I never actually believed that will happen. So, I always counted on myself and no." Leo noticed that he cut down the vegetables with a part of the table, but he didn't notice. "Well, sorry. I'll get more." Leo looked at the vegetables mixed with wooden chips before he threw them and went to get more, but he stopped and looked at Saitama. "However, I'll not thank you for the people you saved or what monster you beat. I don't even care about your power, but..." Leo smiled at Saitama as he said, "Thank you just for being a hero, Saitama." With those words, Leo left the place and went to get more vegetables, leaving Saitama standing there without moving. After a while, Saitama raised his hand and looked at his fist as he could see a black-haired man in a suit with no goal in life. "When I was a little boy, I wanted to be a hero. Not a businessman. Those were the words of the man as he was facing a monster to protect a little boy even if he might die. A hero who could send rotten villains like you flying with one punch. Bring it on. With those words, the man had his first battle in his path towards a hero and won. At that moment, the man felt he was liberated from something, as flames he never felt before ignited in his heart. Then everything flashed in Saitama's vision. From that moment to the hard training he never gave up on for 3 years, until it reached to a man with a white cape killing all monsters with one punch. Saitama clenched his fist tightly before a smile appeared on his face and said, "You are welcome." Sometimes a simple word can make a difference, like what the word hero did for Saitama. Saitama's smile disappeared as he went to check on cooking, but inside his heart, the bright flame that didn't move for more than a year started to flicker again as it became even brighter. But Saitama didn't have time to feel that because the dinner is burning right now. No. It seems the biggest crisis for the team isn't the system user, but it's if they could have a proper meal. Chapter 18, You Actually Did It. In Leo's mansion, the smoke was rising from the kitchen as it spread slightly to the other rooms. In the kitchen, the food that was supposed to be cooked was now a charcoal while there was someone looking at it with sadness. Saitama was staring at the dinner, or what he could save from it, as his face was filled with despair. What happened? Leo came back with some vegetables as he looked at Saitama that was releasing an aura of despair. Food is gone. Saitama lowered his head as he looked at the burned food. Food. Leo looked at the charcoal on the table as he tilted his head and said, "How did this happen? What do you think?" Saitama raised his head and looked at Leo before he said, "Whose fault is this?" Leo looked at Saitama that was angry before he said, "You know, it not." Saitama spanned before he pointed at Leo and said, "It was the cause of that long-ass speech you made me listen to. Look what happened." Saitama was having a breakdown while Leo raised his eyebrow and said, "My long speech. It seemed serious and important, but please pick another time to say it." Saitama was hitting the table, but Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he said, "Serious? Important Saitama? You do realize, all that was?" Leo looked at Saitama as his whole body was shivering before he said, "Bullshit et." Saitama raised his head in surprise to see Leo that was shivering as he'll almost explode at any moment. "I just thought it'll be cool to say it, but you listened to it. And you actually took it seriously." Leo was shivering even more while he dropped the vegetables to the ground as he looked at Saitama with his deadpan expression turned grey. PFFF. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Leo tried to suppress it, but he couldn't as he fell to the ground rolling while laughing with tears in his eyes. "I can't. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, who'll listen to such bullshit? Ha 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 ha." Leo kept rolling on the ground before he wasn't even able to laugh. "I'm wheezing. I can't. This is too funny." Saitama stared at Leo that was rolling on the ground with tears in his eyes before raising his fist slowly, but he lowered it in the next moment and raised it again. It was like he's fighting the urge of punching this guy. Leo that was on the ground opened his chat room menu and looked at the abilities to see if he really got that bullshit no jutsu. That ability is too OP to be left alone. Give me back my feelings. Saitama was clenching his fist as he was on edge to send this guy flying. Phew. Leo released a long breath as he stood up from the ground and said, "I really needed that. Thank you for the laugh, Saitama." Leo picked the vegetables on the ground while Saitama was staring at his silently. "You know? I don't care about humanity that much. I mean, what the point of caring about a race destroying himself with his hands?" Leo put the vegetables on the table before he said, "I already passed that point of giving a fuck about human race philosophy. I'm the type of guy who'll reject his humanity at any day as long as the offer was good." Leo started cutting the vegetables while Saitama took a very deep breath before cooking again. "So the point in this? Don't care too much about what people tell you because it's most likely to be bullshit." Leo looked at Saitama that was raising his fist again, but he stopped. I finally understand why that electric girl seems to be angry all the time. Saitama started to cut the octopus again as he seemed to release his frustration on it. Well, Mikoto is very easy to trigger. Leo put the vegetables aside. This personality. Saitama felt a headache talking to this guy before he said, if you don't care about humanity this much, then why do you know all these stuffs? Oh. Well, it called learning. Leo picked some potatoes and started cleaning them before he said, you should try it someday because it seems that messing with people's mind is funnier. I officially hate you. Saitama didn't lose in any fight after he got his power, but he surrenders for Leo's bad personality. Welcome to the club, Leo reply without caring about it. Can't you take one thing seriously? Saitama now is feeling his turn has come in this chat room to lose his sanity. Seriously? Well, I can take some things seriously. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, like that speech is only 97% bullshit, and you can guess where that 3%. Saitama stared at Leo for a while before he went to cook again, and so did Leo. But suddenly he said, you know, if you like it that much, I can give a full speech about why you should reject your humanity, send cars to space, stop time, try to live a peaceful life, why it just works, believe in gravity, and how to kill the President of the United States by your spinning nails. Leo smiled while Saitama almost broke the table. A/N, all this paragraph is a JoJo reference, Leo. Can I punch that personality of yours? Saitama looked at Leo that smiled at him before he said, nice try. But it called personality for a reason. After that, both of them cooked the dinner in silence as the dinner was ready at a very fast speed after they both cooperated. Actually, it was Leo creating a beast in the shape of a cartoon octopus that can cook, or both of them will probably be stuck in here. Time skip 30 minutes. Leo, Saitama, Misaka, Kazuma, and Kagaya were sitting on the same table while having a dinner of this octopus that surprisingly was good. Leo wanted to thank his beasts and the ingredients for this. But the atmosphere wasn't very friendly. Kazuma looked at Misaka glaring at Leo, Kagaya smiling sweetly at Leo which gave him chills, and Saitama with his deadpan face, but he was releasing a very terrifying aura. Leo. What did you do? Kazuma looked at Leo that was next to him, but he didn't seem to care about this atmosphere. What do you mean? Leo looked at Kazuma without realizing that the atmosphere increased at this moment. Kazuma pointed at the three other peoples on this table while he didn't know where Whitebeard went to. Leo looked at the trio before he said the first two. You know. But the last one got a huge dose of bullshit no jutsu. Awkward silence. Kagaya and Kazuma stopped everything they were doing. Even Kagaya smiled disappeared while Misaka tilted her head in confusion. Bullshit no jutsu. Kazuma repeated the words like he didn't believe what he heard. Yet, he took it in the form of a neutral hero philosophy. Leo nodded before he said, and he actually took it seriously. Kazuma and Kagaya stopped again as they both looked at Saitama before they started shivering, which made Saitama cover his face. PFFF. You actually did it. PFFF. Kazuma was struggling as he wasn't able to spell properly. PFFFF. No, we should make fun. PFFF. Kagaya mask shattered, which made Leo feel relieved because the degenerate Kagaya still there. Misaka looked at this scene without even the attention to ask why before Leo noticed her. He said, if you want to know, then it's simple. Really? The other two said the same phrase before they got interrupted. Misaka didn't have hope to even understand what going on, but Leo said, for us cultured people there is a secret ability that uses our knowledge and lying skills to their limits, and it called bullshit no jutsu. Yet, it one of the most powerful abilities that can even turn enemies into friends just by saying bullshit. Kazuma recovered before he said, nothing can't be solved by bullshit. If there is? Well, say more bullshit, but this ability is mostly used by protagonists. Yet. Protagonists. Kagaya and Kazuma looked at Leo that only raised his left hand. Kazuma didn't understand, but Kagaya was able to see the boosted gear in his hand as her face stiffened. Yet. I got trolled by someone who wants to reject his humanity. Saitama was already feeling tired from this as Kazuma and Kagaya looked at Leo again. Leo didn't care about them as he raised his left as few words appeared above his arm almost made Kagaya crack the table. Boost. Boost. Go. Dragon. Go. No fucks given. Well, I actually wanted to talk about this task, but the old man isn't here, so leave it for another day. Leo didn't care about Kagaya that was crushing the table. Task? Isn't it simple? Misaka asked because she is new to these things. Well, it more like to analyze a few things like who the real enemy. Leo waved his hand before Kazuma said, isn't it the system user? Remove the user and leave the system. Leo words made everyone here look at him before he said, think about it, if we can have a task about the user, why can't he have a one about us? Leo words made everyone realized the point they were ignoring. Even Kagaya clicked her tongue as she realized that. The chat room told us about the outer god interfering with the chat room function, then why he can't spot us here? And the second objective. Take the system and give it to the chat room. It might sound simple, but why did the chat room ask us to retrieve it in the task objective? Leo looked at everyone directly before he said, the system has a way to escape, which make me think we're facing the system rather than the user. Then what should we do? Kazuma slowed up and asked, which made everyone look at Leo again. Why are you asking me? Do what we agreed on. A total mayhem. Leo smiled before he said, a quick attack that leaves no chance for that system to respond. Kazuma looked at Leo before he said so. Nuke it. Of course we'll nuke it. And it'll be much better if he was in the Empire. Leo smiled like a madman while everyone was sweating. But suddenly, Leo raised his left hand as Saitama, and Kagaya looked at him. Saitama was able to feel something is awakening while Kagaya was looking at that red aura raising from Leo's arm. Well, we'll continue this later. Leo nodded at everyone before a blue light flashed and he disappeared from this place. What just happened? Kazuma and Misaka were confused, but Kagaya said, don't worry, it isn't something dangerous. Saitama didn't care as he started eating again before everyone joined him. Outside the mansion, Leo appeared in the backyard as he looked at the red aura on his left arm. It's time, hey. Leo felt the boosted gear already merged completely with his arm and soul before he removed the beast that was holding it. A bright red light appeared, which made Leo close his eyes slightly and wait until it vanished as his hand had a red gauntlet with a green orb while there was a flare inside the orb. Twice critical. Leo looked at this gauntlet before he frowned and clenched his fist. Golden key filled Leo's arm as twice critical started to shine brightly again before it transformed completely. The gauntlet became bigger, as it almost covered all Leo's arm. It had 2 green jewels and 10 golden spikes. This is the boosted gear in its full normal form. Leo raised his hand and looked at the boosted gear before he nodded, but suddenly he heard a voice from it. It seems you are my host now. Or the new one. The voice was deep and calm, but Leo felt the power in it even if it just a voice, and it looks like my host this time is a fool. Nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor Drake, or should I say. Leo raised his arm as he looked at the flashing green jewel before he said, Breast Dragon Emperor. The green jewel light almost went out before the voice appeared again. Hey! And this is the first meeting between Leo and Drake.